Fortunately, that it's unfortunate that so many of these companies have successfully anchored the price around such a ridiculously high thing for you know, some pixels on the screen. It's like it's reasonable for it to be $10. Why? Like where's the value between a $10 and a $20 skin? You know what I mean? It's kind of weird. But either way, I think that selling skins in a game that's buy to play, that is being continuously developed, as long as there are other skins that are cool in the actual game, I don't find this to be bad. This is okay.
Games that sell cosmetic skins for $40, $50, $60. That is not uncommon. I know, though, a lot of caveats here. This game does have a season pass. We know that, and it is a full box price game. We know that as well.
Yes.
So I'm not saying this is great. I would love for cosmetics to just be unlocked in game, but that's not the world we live in. And again, we don't need to go down this rabbit hole every time this conversation comes up. Within the context of, boy, people sure do charge a lot for cosmetic skins and outfits in games, whether they're free to play or full price. If the conversion that I'm again guessing, if that is accurate as well, these actually seem reasonable. All of this is subject to change and involves some guesswork. We don't know for sure, but it's, who knows? We'll see. That looks fucking badass. That is the in-game shop. Some other noteworthy details from this leak that I want to bring up. The game had a lot of unfinished bits, and I'm talking things that were just completely missing textures.
Well, I'm sure some of those will make it to the live game.
A lot of walls, a lot of pathways, a lot of bridges, and then buildings that were basically just massive gray boxes. Also missing was voice acting. There was none. And every NPC that the player talked with had a text-to-speech dialogue, like the baseline Microsoft text-to-speech thing. It sounded hilarious.
That's actually,
really
that's funny.
Sounding. It was actually, it was entertaining because it was so ridiculous sounding. But yes, textures missing.
I wish Lost Ark had done that. I honestly think that the voice acting in Lost Ark is so fucking bad that it makes the game worse. It's actually that bad that it makes the entire game just a little bit worse.
The voice acting isn't even in the game yet, as of this build. All of that, and obviously the stuff is coming. I just wanted to mention it. It was funny. Something actually gameplay related that is worth mentioning. Loot drops, very, very limited. Far cry from like the showering of loot that we saw in Diablo 3. In the hour of gameplay that I watched, I only saw a handful of items drop. I think it was under 5. I'm not exactly.
That's probably, I don't really know how to feel about that. I'm not really sure. Now, if you want my personal opinion, and I know this might be an unpopular opinion because Diablo has always been known for this, I don't like the Magic Find meta gameplay. I'm not a fan of like Magic Find type mechanics, like luck mechanics, like New World has luck. I don't like luck and Magic Find stuff. I just feel like it's weird and annoying to me. I just wish that, you know, you do harder content, you get better gear. That's it.
Exaggerating. Most of that, there was like 3 pieces that came from the dungeon run that the player did. The overworld didn't drop anything at all, basically. But again, this is leveling content. Also, this is a beta or alpha or whatever it's classified as
it's
right
super
now.
early.
So we won't know until full release how the loot distribution is. Also, because it's a leveling content, it's not going to look anything like the end game. Loot will be much more plentiful when you're doing end game stuff.
I would expect that, yeah.
But at least the leveling content in the current build, loot drops are very, very rare. In an hour of gameplay, I kid you not, there were like 5 items.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
It was that rare, so pretty interesting. I gotta say, my ultimate takeaway after watching this leaked footage
sounds like that's not enough.
Game is looking pretty good. Like, as I mentioned, the gameplay looks spot on. I also absolutely love the look and atmosphere of the game's world, even with the missing textures and the lack of voice acting in this recording. And it seems pretty clear that they're going to be delivering a solid gameplay experience. However, it will remain the case that up until after launch, there's still some things that we're not sure of, like how is the end game and longevity of the title going to hold up?
I think that's really where a game like Lost Ark came out ahead. Is that Lost Ark, and I think Path of Exile is the same way, is that Path of Exile has so much depth inside of their end game that if you want to play Path of Exile all the time, you can put 300, 500 hours into the game, and you still might not finish all of the end game content. And also, the end game content is like stacked on top of each other. It's like you're not going to be able to do Uber Cirrus before you can do normal Cirrus, and you're probably not gonna be able to do normal Cirrus, well, obviously, until you beat the fucking Conquerors, and you're not gonna be able to beat them until you were able to do like tier, you know, like 15 or 16 maps or so. So like, and then also like Uber Cirrus is not the hardest fight in the game. You've got the Searing Exarch, you've got the fucking Eater of Worlds, you've got the Uber Elder, and all this other crazy shit. So it's like you have end game that builds on itself, and you go through the steps in the end game, right? It's not just like an open plane and you just go to whichever one you want. You have to go through one, then the other. And I think that's one thing that I really liked about Lost Ark, is that you had to progress through tier 1 into tier 2 into tier 3. You would do Legion raids, you'd get the gear from Vultan, level that up, and then you'd do Vicus, and now we're having Kakul Sadon come out, and you know, you have Brelshaz after that. And so you go through the different raid tiers, and it makes the progression of the end game feel a lot better. And I think it feels 1,000 times better than like in Diablo 3, whenever you're just fucking like, you just do higher rift levels of the same exact thing. It's like just so fucking boring. Like whenever I'm in the end game, I want to be fucking fighting, you know, something like Shaper or something like that, right? I don't want to just be fighting the same shit that I fought before with a bigger number attached to it. That's boring to me.
They settle on monetization. We know the basics. We know that there's a cosmetic shop and a season pass. How far do they push those prices? And are they going to end up going in that selling convenience route? If so, how bad is that? Either way,
there's been nothing that they have shown so far that indicates that they are looking to sell convenience items at the Battle Pass. They have not said anything that indicates that, and the only convenience features that the game has indicated were level boosts, and Blizzard explicitly stated that the level boosts would not be able to, they were available with the free Battle Pass, and you could not accelerate their acquisition by spending money. Yet? Well, of course that's yet. But this is what they said. Now, if it changes, then I will talk about that. But I think that you should listen to what people say. Yeah, it's like, yes, this is what they say. Like, it's one thing, like in Diablo Immortal, they never explicitly said stuff like this the same way that they did with Diablo 4. This is just a fact. As somebody who spends a lot of time reading this stuff, I've been watching all these videos, I've kept up with all of this stuff, I know for a fact they have been much more specific and much more direct with what they've said about Diablo 4.
Any doubt in my mind, at the very least, when it came to the question of can today's Blizzard still make something that looks and feels good to play? These have been seemingly mostly answered. It does appear like Diablo 4 is shaping up nicely. I played the game again 3 years ago at BlizzCon, and I liked what it was then, and it's just looking way better even now. So I'm pretty impressed, although there are still some pretty big questions and concerns that need to be cleared up that we won't know until the game is actually out. In the meantime, though, I will continue to keep my eye on the game. I am happy that I actually took the time to watch this because, yes, it's looking good, and I'm looking forward to actually getting my hand.
Everything that I've heard about Diablo 4 has been good. That's the truth. Everything that I've heard about Diablo 4 has been good. I can't think of anything specifically that they've said that made me think to myself, fuck, it's going to be awful.
Hands on it again and trying it in the upcoming beta test, which appear to be happening sometime soon, actually. There was just a blog post released the other day where Blizzard announced that their public beta closed test of the testing of endgame systems
like next
would
year,
be taking place soon. These will include things like the souped up nightmare dungeons, hell tides, which are like zone-wide enemy buffs for better loot, whispers of the dead, which are kind of like bounty quest, it seems, and then the fields of hatred, which is the open world PvP. They'll be testing all of these features, everything centric on the endgame, very, very soon. Invites apparently will be going out shortly, with Blizzard prioritizing players who have recently spent a lot of time participating in endgame for Diablo 2, Diablo 3, and Diablo Immortal. I am not one of those players, and it's funny because usually...
I hope they also add people that played PoE too. Like, I don't know how they can really determine that or not, But like, if there was a survey where it's like, you know, what's your experience with each of these games? Like, it would be great to get people that play PoE a lot. But like, I mean, obviously, like, I'll be playing it, Rich will be playing it, and I think that a lot of the guys that play PoE will be playing it too. Yeah, Quinn, etc.
I'll jump in and I'll check out Diablo 3 Seasons, and a new season just rolled out, I think, a couple weeks ago or something. I've been busy farming Alterac Valley for Wrath Classic.
Ooh, big mistake.
I'm literally go to the tower, cap the tower, get the graveyard, get that other tower, get those 2 towers, try to stop them from recapping. 10 minutes later, I got 700 or 800 honor, and I do it again.
Wow.
Again. Again, I'm going crazy, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see if I get invited. I am hoping to check this thing out. As always,
very relatable.
Especially with Modern Blizzard, there's a lot of caveats. There's a big old asterisk, and there's a lot of things that are still up in the air. But ultimately, I'm always just looking for fun games to play.
I think it's important to, you know, whenever Blizzard's doing something good, say this is good. I'm not a fan of shit on anything that they say or do because Blizzard could change their mind later on in the future. It's just like it's not conducive to having a good relationship with the developer or with another person to automatically assume everything that they're doing is lying. And if you do assume that, then just don't play the game, right? I mean, that's all it comes down to. It's doomer mentality. Well, I mean, Blizzard's earned that distrust, but I still think it's important to look at what you're seeing and not what you're believing.
And I will forever remain curious and wanting to see where Blizzard goes next with that big old asterisk with Blizzard and modern day Blizzard compared to old Blizzard, all of that. Again, retreading old ground. But that is it for today. That is a look and a discussion about the recent leaks. We'll see what happens with this video. Yeah, all right. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you guys in the next one. Take it easy.
I don't think there's anything really bad about that video. Like, I really don't think so. There's nothing that's like really indicative of like anything crazy that's in the game or anything like that, right? Like, we've watched a lot of Force Gaming videos. He's made, this guy plays pretty much like almost all the same games minus a handful of the same games I do. So like, I watched a lot of his videos, and yeah, I'm just hoping that Diablo 4 doesn't. I hope that. I just hope the end game is fun. Like, that's what I'm really worried about, is if the end game isn't fun and if it's fucking annoying and not fun and not enjoyable to play. Yeah, that's what matters the most to me. Force Gaming's great. Yeah, I think so. Anything about Paragon system? No, but it seems like there is going to be a pseudo Paragon system with map-wide unlocks that are account-wide. I think that all types of like progression on a character outside of like their levels, like Paragon levels, that kind of stuff, I would like if a lot of that stuff was account-wide, because I feel like whenever you have a lot of character-specific progression, it also causes people to not want to level alts. And if you're going to go with a season-based game where people already are going to be re-leveling regularly, why make that even more hard to do? Why not just make it easier and not have friction for the sake of friction? So yeah, Paragon's stupid, to be honest. I didn't like how Paragons were, they were unlimited. I was not a fan of that.
I don't like League of Legends, but it's obviously not a shit game. I'd be a bit of a fucking twat if I was to go around saying things like that, you know what I mean? I would think, if I was to walk into a room and say, like, this game that millions of people play all the time is shit, I would probably make myself look like the biggest cocksucking jizz drinker because I'm just clearly so fucking stupid. But I would never say that. I would never say that. Do you know what I mean? I just wouldn't be that dumb as to go around and say something like that.
Joke's on you, chat. I don't think you're going to be getting any subs. Okay, it's fine. Whoever took that to the face.
No, thank you.
Pluton? Right, destroyed Pluto, Saturn. Destroying Jupiter? Ah, dodge! Get wrecked, you dipshit!
Try to save his ass.
Uh-oh.
Wait, what? Wait, what happened? Now we're gonna get on a cat. And now we're just gonna fly around. This makes me happy. I'm forgetting about all my issues right now. I'm just like on a cute cat.
I can promise you, you'll leave here completely filled of satisfaction and adventure.
Oh, he's in receptive position. Responsible for the snowman. Is that a piggy? Is that a piggy? Oh, he's in receptive position.
The whole crowd froze too. Shut up. Oh my god!
It's a fact, and this is the best house I've ever been to. Holy shit, dude, look at this meat, and that meat, and this meat.
What the fuck?
All over the place. I'm probably gonna shit myself if I eat.
On the ground, and out comes a man from
Clearing! Oh! Next week we get to kill. Next week we get to kill Council of the Blood easier. Next week we can kill Sludge Fist easier.
Me that I would emerge from the live stream in the all together.
Be showing you our absolute. You can give us.
Where's the deepest? What's the deepest I can do?
This is the deepest voice I can do.
got up to go get the food and tried to order.
I don't know if he's here right now, but like, high key, y'all, I love Ponto so much. He's just come such a freaking long way, dude, and I am so flippin' proud of him. And if anyone deserves the recognition that that man's finally receiving, it's that guy.
Same fucking time.
Dark Knight will be like this.
Here's my Dark Knight.
Oh, we did that at the same fucking time.
Fuck you! Holy shit, Link Soul! Oh my god! That was good! Fuck you! Jesus fucking Christ!
Hello, welcome back. Hey guys. What's so funny, huh?
Act as role models to the community.
Darling appears to have lost the plot.
That one and only Lulu. Check them out.
Pick up the phone because we fucking called it! Robon knows! Go kick some ass, Robon! Kick some ass!
He got disconnected mid fucking cutscene. That sucks.
I was falling down!
God. Here comes the Lulu highlight.
Bunch of Nax 10s. You are. DF!
I'll watch that in a
Speaking
second.
of fetishes, let's move on. Let's move on to the.
Seen that shit. There. Wait, what are these two? It's that one. And go to the bathroom and then actually do stuff. BRB. Go to the bathroom and then actually do stuff. BRB. Let's see. Ah, fuck. What have I done? I love how they combine WoW and Final Fantasy music there. Sounds good.
The stream. It's time. You're here. It's time for the stream. Matt, let's fucking go.
Yeah, and I also did just spill a bit of water before I was ready to go. So you know how it is. It's as always. We're here exactly on time. Because something wizard when they need to be, etc., etc. Not a whole array of, dare I say it, technical difficulties. But it's fine. Everything is good. We have more capabilities than before. We have actually
look at this.
A whole bunch of new. Oh dear.
Oh shit! I have that.
What are we looking at?
Playing sound.
60 FPS.
Yeah, we have we have frames, and we also have fine-tuned audio control for those frames.
We are popping. Now, is there a bizarre color cast on the entire room? Yes. Is there still an escape light behind my head? Yes. Is it becoming ever increasingly apparent how thrown together this room is, as every month or two a bit of the... It's not a wall that's behind Matt. It's a bunch of pieces of cardboard.
As you can actually see very much up there. It's very good. It's very good.
You know, we're still semi-pro.
Yeah.
We have a new stream room. We've had it for over half a year.
Yeah.
We should really put shit in it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We have too much ambition for it.
That's
so
it.
if all these grand plans, and all those grand plans would take like weeks to actually make into really super cool stuff, and we're just like, well, this is the problem, right? If we're like, okay, it is time for us to stop making content to make better content in the future. Oh wait, shit, we can't stop making content because you could argue either one, the machine hungers, or two, we don't want you guys to go.
The machine hungers.
Why are you I mean, your garage.
So, I mean, something that I think, because you guys can't actually see, but it's
not good here.
Every bit of this table that you can't see is basically like Asmongold's bedroom.
They can't actually see the table at all.
Yeah, okay, great. The table's like Asmongold's bedroom before he cleaned
No. It is not that bad.
Okay, it's not that bad. Now, the whole room was about 50% of Asmongold's bedroom. Like, literally, I have the main set over there. This is over here. And it was a fucking state. And then I had a manic cleaning day. But just to illustrate how mad it is, we've got used cups that need to be cleaned. You know, I've got my monster juice. And, of course, a garrote.
A wire saw.
It just in case we need to kill someone.
It's a wire saw for cutting through things whenever we need to.
Yes, it was from a bespoke post sponsorship. A year and a half ago, there was a bunch of like outdoors gear. So the
Soldier's Quest to go places. I was hoping to just
you can actually cut through wood with this.
find the
It's
one
really
for
cool. It's, like, all
cats.
serrated and shit.
I think it's.
But yeah, I just remember
that
one day
one.
like I was fiddling with it. I think.
Yeah, there it is.
One of the guys that came in anyway, and they're like, "Are you an assassin?"
Oh yeah, it was James. Yeah.
There you go. The dark Taliesin was right.
Yeah. That said, I will provide a little bit of balance for the fact that, there might be some things here that wouldn't be nice to show on camera, very unorganized. But also because I had to move some of the cables around for the fireside chat that is currently live on Steam in the Pale Beyond. Yeah, it will be on the YouTube channel next week with a couple changes. But I was doing some re-cable management, and my god, the cables outside of over here, down under this table is beautiful.
It's honestly, you might pop one.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Now also, we should probably talk about World of Warcraft.
Who?
Because I don't know who World of Warcraft is. Whoa, I hear people say. I would say, yeah, but what's I going to say? Yeah, there's someone said something about it's a slow news week, but that's actually, it is sort of true in terms of you look at numbers of bits of news, but there's actually enough bits of news that actually, I mean, you probably gathered it from the title. Actually, kind of.
Yeah.
Wrath Classic suddenly looks substantially different in a really meaningful way.
Dude, you walked into work without seeing the news, or like you just glanced the headline on Wowhead, and I was like, Matt, this changes everything in the finest tradition of our titles and thumbnails. And you were just kind of like, what? And I'm like, no, Matt, get a load of this. And I explain it. And then Jared walks into the room, and we're all just like, oh, holy fuck, that actually does change a hell of a lot. So, you know what, Matt? While we do have a bunch of Dragonflight stuff, do you want to head straight into the Wrath Classic thing? Because I feel like
give me the Wrath Classic shit.
It's
do it.
Honestly, dude.
It's the only thing that matters.
Just,
Yeah.
The rest
yeah,
of
just
this game's
before that, I will say
probably
the
worth it right
Dragonfly
now.
stuff is also pretty good.
It is, yeah.
I played a little bit more of it. I'm still impressed with everything and the class changes. We have like a full doc of everything they promised and like feedback and stuff like that in the blue post. And this doesn't feel like Blizzard. That's the one thing I've taken away. Is like, are we in the full-on Twilight Zone? There's the video will go up soon, but there's like there's a whole load of drama over in FF14 over job balance, and then in World of Warcraft, class feedback is getting addressed within 2 weeks. I'm like, what fucking upside down world am I in?
World of Warcraft is good.
Yeah.
You are entering.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was going to say after. Actually, I know what I was going to say after that. I was going to say you were entering the cum zone. Because
What
of
the
those
fuck?
fucking music videos that our group
Yeah.
used to listen to
That's-
during raid fights in Natria.
Yeah, that's a bit
Why?
of more I'm not sure people needed to know, but
No, the cum zone's great. Just put the cum zone into YouTube. It's a bunch of funny musical numbers.
there's definitely
They are not safe
Okay, sure.
for work.
They're extremely not safe for work. There's a lot of actual genuinely inappropriate stuff in there, but yes.
Margaret Thatcher, cum snatcher.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
other such, yeah, was it David Hayter, Cum Crusader? That was
Yeah,
the other
yeah,
one.
that was a good one. No, there's basically
What the
before the
fuck?
death of music bots on Twitch, on Discord, we had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, like it would be the sweatiest moment. You just like sweatiest moment of the boss fight. Enter the cum zone. And that's it. Yeah. Yeah. And then of course the problem was we have in our guild the weebs and the non-weebs. So you guys would put on your
It was mostly me, to be honest.
yes, you would put on all of the fast beats to weave baskets too from the 4chan. And then per souls like Nikki, who, maybe likes a bit of the old guitar, he'd just be fucking dying. He'd be like, what is this? What is this weeb shit? And then, so that for his fucking divisions in the guild over our musical preferences on the Groovy bot. And then the boss got killed.
It was all us.
Sad times, dude. So, want to get into it?
Of course.
This changes everything. So, Chris Zerhood speaking to Mr. GM. He was speaking to Wowhead. And they talked about a few things that they're doing, right? And here's the deal. This is some changes, like, not some tweaks. This is some changes with a goddamn capital C.
Yeah, these are like deeply fundamental changes to how the game's going to actively play in terms of looping during loop, which is more than I expected them to do.
So-
Substantially, and it's great.
Here's what's going on. Phase 1, obviously, is going to be Sartharian, Naxxramas, the Malagos one. Like, that's going to be your raids, okay? And then when Phase 2 comes out, then, well, hey, we're going into Ulduar, right? Big excitement. Now, it used to be, back in the day in Wrath of the Lich King, there'd be some funny business with the Valor Point. Okay, the badges weren't called this, but effectively we can say Badges of Justice and Badges of Valor. They would move up, but, other things wouldn't change, right? Like, what was your new way of, like, accessing the gear? Well, there'd be a new boss would open up in Vault of Archivon.
Oh, yeah.
But, the dungeon loot would, of course, be the same, right? The dungeon loot would be the same. It's like, okay, how are you going to get some loot? Well, perhaps after Ulduar, Trial of the Crusader, when, the Argent Crusade stuff comes out. So, Blizzard have evidently looked at the overall situation here and they thought, okay, can we make some, like, change jujitsu? Technically small changes
Oh,
that
shit.
have a humongous impact.
Another mine right there.
And they've actually added a new difficulty mode to dungeons. It's called Heroic Plus, but before your head explodes, do not worry, there is no timer. I bloody well hope.
It's not, it's
I
like,
know there's no
yeah,
timer.
it's not, calling it Heroic Plus in the world where Mythic Plus exists is a terrible idea for branding. It is
It's called
basically
Mythic.
just they're introducing the idea of Heroic with a hard mode.
Mythic Zero, it's just
because
Mythic.
The way they explain it is, you will basically, there's a ritual object, as what this is literally going to be live. I don't know, some changes might happen to it, but there'll be a ritual object outside the dungeon. You and your 4 party members, so everyone has to do it. We'll channel it the same way you would like a summoning stone or, a ritual something, that kind of thing for warlocks. And then that will invoke some sort of some in-world.
I don't think it's
that
used
will
for
then
engineering, but
make
we'll
the
find out.
Dungeon literally
Oh,
harder
wait.
in terms of.
Am I doing
it'll
engineering as
program-
paladin?
Like in the same way Mythic Plus scales, it'll like.
I've been
turn
chanting.
up
I
all
need to
of the
get
values
engineering.
to a little bit higher, but at a fixed value, so it's not like it's not
No
eternal. It's not
affixes.
eternally scaling. There won't be affixes as we know them. Chris said to Bowhead at least that there will be some extra combat stuff in there to make it a little bit different.
Fuck yeah.
So assuming that is actually good, and they actually kind of design that well, then it is effectively here's an extra, a slightly harder difficulty, basically so you can do dungeons at a higher level and not get wrecked for it.
Bro, you could rename this fucking Michael's Wet Dream because, yeah, I'm that nerdy. No, you almost could, because the thing that like was my fucking jam back in the day was Cataclysm Heroics. Whenever Ghostcrawler did that, wow, dungeons are hard post, I was like, fuck yeah, let's go in here. And okay,
Yeah,
we were doing it
Cataclysm
for,
Heroics
like,
were
what, item
hard.
level 178 blues at the start of Cata, but you see when you were doing those Cata dungeons in a static, ooh, Chef's Kiss, Stonecore, Breaking Bones, Upon Bodies, great time. Just awesome. Dungeons can be awesome. Hard 5-man content is just goddamn awesome. But the problem always had been in World of Warcraft that you just do the dungeons and they're done. That's why Mists of Pandaria didn't have any dungeons added to it. Because Blizzard, they added 3 dungeons at the end of Wrath, and of course they added in the trial one. They added in dungeons throughout Cataclysm, and they found like, all right, we add new dungeons in, they're a bit harder, so everyone just does those. And now we've turned the dungeon pool from like 8 to 2. Uh-oh. And then in Mists of Pandaria, they're like, fuck it. There's really no place for dungeons outside of the launch. Why are we doing these again?
Why
So
do I
we
have
add
this
no more
quest still?
dungeons. And then in Warlords of Draenor, they make a set of goddamn beautiful, awesome dungeons, only for the duration of the expansion almost to have people not really doing that much because they didn't fucking matter until they invented Mythic. And that's the funny thing, because the original version of Mythic Dungeons is something that barely any players
Yep.
played. It was at the very end of Warlords of Draenor, which was a very low point for the game. It was the same patch they had at time walking. These were dungeons, they didn't have a timer. They were just those dungeons, but harder, and I think maybe some new mechanics here and there. But at the very least, they were harder. And I remember going into them thinking they were an absolute blast. So if that similar level of combat difficulty and engagement in a dungeon format can be applied here, I think that's going to be fantastic. Now, you might be wondering, what is looting like? How does this work? How does it fit into the game? Well, there's 2 broad categories we've got to talk through. And first, I've got to talk through how raids are going to be working, right?
I'm out of range.
Problem? Uh-oh.
No problem. Just I have noticed something is actually.
It's too far away.
Oh my. Well, while Matt fixes things, I'll take you through this. So, when Phase 2 starts, Naxxramas will be the old raid, Ulduar will be the new raid. And, if it's anything like what Modern WoW is like, people don't go to the old raid anymore. Now, the way that it's going to work is whenever Phase 2 starts, Naxxramas 10 will drop loot from Naxxramas
I don't want to be in a group for this. It means it
now,
takes twice
if
as long to
you
get.
have not played Wrath of the Lich King, you might not really understand what that means, because you'll just say, well, it's 10 normal and 25 normal. Surely they drop the same loot.
I will put you on ignore.
Back in Wrath of the Lich King, well, first of all, normal and heroic did not actually exist for Naxxramas, right? It was just Nax 10, Nax 25. It was Ulduar that added in the hard modes, and then after Ulduar, it was codified into a difficulty mode that you could right-click and select in your character portrait. So, 10-man and 25-man had different loot. 10 was easier than 25, 10 had a slightly lower item level of reward. So, essentially, by making the 10-man
Why is there
drop
a
loot
Death
from the
Gate there from the Death
25-man,
Knight?
they make the
Why was
somewhat
one
easier,
even here?
more puggable version, right, that requires less organizational effort to pug.
This
to
guy
make
is
it drop
fucking
better loot.
always
But of
everywhere. I
course,
swear to
still
God,
loot
it's a
that is
bot.
below the current tier, because
it
Naxxramas
constantly.
25 is below
Every couple minutes.
Ulduar 10. Now, you might be thinking, okay, but how do I... Right, so I understand. They're making it so that I can just go and run Nax 10 to quickly get geared up with Nax 25 tier gear, which is like all going to be, real good and nice. Of course, you'll be earning, currency and stuff, and you can get currency from those. You can buy shit with your currency, that's great. You're thinking, how do I get there?
One
well,
more.
back in the day, you'd be running your dungeons, and, you'd be maybe getting some of those currencies to buy some badge gear. Well, now, this is when the Heroic Plus system comes in, because the loot that dropped from the previous tier's 10-man raid will drop from the Heroic Dungeon. So, if I was just kind of going to do a little thing here of item levels, okay? Yes. So, we've got Nax, 25, and I'll leave the hard mode out for now. Hang on, I should do it like this.
Yep.
So, right. And we've got, of course, Ulduar 10, Ulduar 25. So, this is like our item levels, and basically it just means
LMG is not
that
for
whenever you
recruiting
go in
fucking into your guild.
to do these new heroic dungeons.
Quit it.
Sorry, HC plus. Then we have HC dungeons, and I suppose put this like that, and then phase.
Remember the sun well.
For some reason, can I?
Yeah.
Whoa!
I'm about to hit 10 though, so I need
Oh,
to
have
pull
you been
that
using
up
Notion
in
for-
mail.
Matt, you forgot something.
Oh yeah,
I'm a moron.
Yep.
So, this is what our loot item levels are going to look like. See, this is a kind of weird way of visualizing it, because Nax 10. You know what? Fuck this plan. It's fine.
They're it's
gonna edit it better.
Yeah, I mean they're basically just kind of going. Here's all of the old stuff is now one up.
Yeah.
And
So
then HC dungeons are that level below. So
yeah, you run your regular HC dungeons. Those will get you like 170 something, 180 something, 183, I believe. Blues. That's me. We're trying to remember my Wrath days. I haven't looked at the new stuff.
I'm always really bad at them.
So you're getting your 183 blues from normal heroic dungeons plus item level 200 rares, like that big sword that King Yearman drops, right? And then from those,
I remember that big sword King Nimrod
from
drops.
those, you then move up to doing a HC plus dungeon, which will give you Naxxramas 10 gear. So once you've done some HC plus dungeons with your friends, you'll be in a bunch of, I don't know, I level 206 gear, I think.
Oh, fuck. What just happened to the bottom of my foot?
And from that point,
that hurt.
You've got all this Nax 10 gear that you got from the heroic dungeon.
What is literally Nax 10 gear?
You can now literally go into Nax 10, which will now drop Nax 25 gear. Yeah. I know it's confusing, but they're obviously retrofitting it in. So this just means you have this nice smooth gradient from normal dungeon, heroic plus, Nax 10, and then that, once you've done a whole bunch of Nax 10s, you are raid ready for Ulduar. So this is going to prevent, one of the issues that now this is an issue that the Burning Crusade faced as an expansion. I mean, I say issue, to some people it's a big cool hill to ascend.
$10 says that ends up being a fucking GDKP, or they want real money. So let's just go ahead and
they're at least doing
it's
that
not,
in a way
they don't get banned.
where you're actually,
But that's
earning
usually what it
by
is.
doing real goddamn content. Because even you see when the Heroic Dungeon Finder came out, which that was 3.3, right?
3.3.
So what would happen there when the Heroic Dungeon Finder came out is you'd spam heroics, dude. You would do your ICC trio, of course, and you'd spam heroics. Now, at the start of the expansion, heroic Halls of Lightning, that could whip your ass. And if you're a total dipshit, you'll also die, because, hey, it was Wrath, a lot of us were young and stupid. I certainly was. But especially in today's world, goddamn, they're going to be absolutely turned into a fine mist. So, that's what you were doing in patch 3.3. You're just running randos, just getting your, go and get some badges of frost.
Praying for Pit Asylum to get some actual gear.
Bingo. And, when you were in those ICC trio dungeons, they were really fun. The rest, though, was just a big old grind. So now, the player who would have been doing that, what are they going to be doing? They're going to be going and running some real content. Assuming
to be
they
determined.
get the balance right.
Yeah, to be determined.
And I think that is really good. And I think that by incentivizing people to do the 10-man of the previous raid, by that dropping the 25-man gear, that is a really nice way to get people into raiding. Because one of the things that I think is very successful and healthy for
Don't need it, but I did it.
time was that the 10-man difficulty mode it was less socially challenging for a guild, and it was also easier than 25. You know, a bit like how you have a normal mode and a heroic mode now. And that ended up working, I think, really well for that expansion. And indeed, as soon as you move into Cataclysm, where, you know, you had 10 man, you had 10 normal, you had 25 normal. Cataclysm moved 10 up to 25. But then there would be instances where, of course, because you've got fewer players, if the mechanics scale down in a linear fashion almost, the 10-man mode could be more punishing. Like, I remember, as like
Instructor Vesuvius is harder with 10 man than it is 25.
The council fight, you know, towards the start of Throne.
Four Horsemen also.
Way more of a fisting than 10 man. So overall, I think that this is really them trying to refactor the whole thing into something that will feel just more healthy, more playable, that is going to be focusing people.
Because I can do the Fallen Courier, and if I can, I'm just going to do that.
I'm
just
into
really
the Ghostlands. This. In principle.
Also, I could just kill a couple mobs and be done.
That's one of the things you run into a lot
Which
of
I'm gonna do instead of doing all that crap.
A lot of changes, and then it kind of doesn't pan out the way they intended. This one I very much imagine will pan out as they intended, because it is just, hey, we're just refactoring the loot loop to make more sense, and it stops it doesn't stop it, but it's like a little bit of a blend between the versions of World of Warcraft that are TBC or vanilla, which is, well, difficulty-wise now, with how good players are, you could argue you can just skip stuff because you don't need as much item level to succeed. But theoretically, compared to how they're played at the time, there was like, here is the progression. Here is the linear progression of do raid for X weeks, get geared, and then you can go to the next raid. That kind of linear progression standpoint that is now confined to difficulties only. It used to be actual content, so you'd have, oh, well, I need to get X gear to do Y content, then I'll do X2 gear and get Y2 content. And it's like, it's preserving that, but that whole thing, that progression, fell to absolute shit whenever they started to realize the, like, patch cycle of, oh, we need catch-up gear. Because once catch-up gear started to exist as a concept, and then once catch-up gear stopped existing as a concept of, oh, work for catch-up gear, and then started to be just the handouts to get people ready for the next thing, which they very much, like, that's very much what it is now. Where it's, oh yeah, you can, like, not be geared from, like, 3 patches and then come back and be fine. You know, you could be a Shadowland. Well, Shadowland's a bad example because there's only 2 patches. But, you know, you go from 8.0 to 8.3 and there's enough catch up to get in there to a degree. So it's like it's preserving that experience of actual progression, because that's where it started to go a little bit wrong with all these difficulty curves. Making it a little bit more sensible by adding steps along the way, which still feels a little bit of like a hand to the designer is still there. But at least they're being added in what seems like a pretty effective for the time sense. And one thing that I think is a pretty decent bit of flavor from this, and that was reading into the interviews and listening to Chris Sergio talk about it
Go get
specifically,
4 Plague
there's a lot
Blood.
of
I
elements where
know.
he goes, oh, I was the original designer on this, and this. I was the one who did the numbers for this at the time. And knowing that in mind, knowing the experience of how it actually went, no, well, this would be better now if I did this. Yeah. That was specifically talking about like some of the changes.
Bonk hammer.
Yeah, it was like when they were talking about nerfing the item levels and they decided to go another way instead. And that's very much like some of that.
I need a few skill points in it.
And then temper that with player feedback just to go, okay, we can solve the problem in a way that doesn't think bad for you. And that's the idea of this is more than the Classic was and more than TBC was. This is very much almost in a couple of ways, especially when you look at like the removal of the random finder, or the withholding of it, some people might say, because people are like, oh, it'll be there any day now. They'll give in, but it's very much a second chance of that in a way. Yeah, that's
really need to get a one-hander and a shield.
Specific items he's talking about wanted. If he gets time, he'll change some of them to be the way they wanted, and that is just, oh, you get a second chance, but however many years later, so you actually have the experience and the tech and stuff like that.
Like, straight up, is it not pretty fucking cool?
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's all the criticisms of the world to make
not even bonuses anyways.
Don't worry, we've made them. But is it not really cool that, like, many years ago, let's just say, Chris was working in this content, and maybe some other people in the Classic team, and now he's, like, so much more experience, he's got so much more shit under his belt, and now he can go back to, like, in a way, the glory days of his game design youth or whatever, and be like, I'm going to get a look at this again as someone who's had all this experience, and I'm going to deliver to you like my remastering design-wise of a thing I did. Like, in principle, that's really cool. Like, how many times, you know, you almost have like, oh, it's a remaster or whatever, and it's just they've tried to make a HD version of Assassin's Creed, and for some reason the lighting's broken and everything looks a bit weird. You know, it feels like that. Whereas this is like original designer gets to go and change things up.
Yeah, and that's very
Wow, that's cool.
it's very different to making a sequel. Because especially when you get into the realms of like World of Warcraft changing so much after Kata, this is very much a, hey, what if we take the last chance we have at correcting some of our mistakes from the past, or not even correcting our mistakes in a major way, but like improving things. So it's like, oh yeah, so we think that the gearing loop, yeah, dungeons were dead. How do you fix that? Let's make some harder dungeons. And they probably had that idea back at the time, but then they were like, well, we don't have content because we sorry, everyone's currently working on Cataclysm, so we can't do that.
Knee-deep rebuilding all of Azeroth.
So that's that thing where, hey, they are. I can see people complaining, well, it's not exactly like classic, and that's the thing where I went back and forth on this as I've seen changes happen, but I think they've been pretty good at writing the line of what's a change that makes sense, what's a change that's actually kind of good, and when it hasn't been good, winding it back, like we're talking about how they might wind it back with like some of the Season of Mastery, like removing world stuff. So I think it's very kind of not quite classic plus, but because people want more content. This isn't more content. This is some numerical tomfoolery added, but in a way that feels realistic to the time. In that, if any of this stuff was added, or if Wrath was this way before, no one would have. It wouldn't be anachronistic.
Yeah.
And also, I think the problem is that people. Well, this is weird. I know people are going to disagree with me on this, but I feel like if you want Wrath Classic, and you're waiting for Blizzard to make Wrath Classic, then you probably don't really want Wrath Classic all that much, because there's been private servers that give you accurate Wrath, or close enough to accurate Wrath, for a long time. And now Blizzard are actually taking proper design work to kind of fix small problems. It's like, this is the improvement. I know people will disagree, and that's completely fine. I can completely understand why you would want to not play P servers and wait for actual thing. I completely understand that, but it's still like, I think that this is objectively better. Yeah. Assuming it works.
Yep. Yeah, totally. No, this is good shit. There's actually some more. So they have some bonus pet and mount rewards for tanks and healers in dungeons, and I guess some people would be like, well, that's unfair. But ultimately, if dungeons are more important, I think Blizzard know that maybe it's good if they can incentivize them. So the Death Chargers, Reigns, Swift White Hawk Strider, and Reigns of the Raven Lord can actually drop. I mean, I assume there's other bonus rewards too, but these are, you know, the big ticket items with a low drop chance. And I assume they are just doing that as a targeted little bit of, you know, here's a carrot because limiting factor is probably going to be tanks and healers.
Which is really annoying. So I talked to this last week actually in regards to retail, but I have this problem where I really like the classes I love to play are hybrids, right? I love, especially in Classic, I love having that hybrid utility at the world. It is fantastic. Been able to do absolutely crazy shit because I'm in Handsome Shaman. Just like, because I actually have. Here's an anecdote, right? It's I can't remember what it's called. Is it Bill Madan? No. Whatever the dwarven place is in the Barrens, where there's all like the riflemen and stuff, and you're sent in there by the wandering Tauren. So I'm playing Tauren Shaman. I was in there, and I was just clearing through. Troll Mage showed up. I was like, all right, we'll clear this place out together. I was 25 maybe. 24, 25? Or maybe it's 20. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But it was like the early 20s, and he was early 20s. Then we cleared it out, but then there's a level 30 mob. And level 30, you know, in classic times meant you basically can't hit them if you're 5-6 levels below.
Yeah.
So we pulled them anyway to see what the crack was, if we could get them, even though there's like no reward for it. But then we
what would you ask?
We were like, okay, well, we're doing very little amounts of damage, and he's hitting me like a truck. But what I realized was, he wasn't hitting me hard enough because I have a one-hander and a shield at the minute to make sure I don't take damage. I was sitting there, and I had Water Shield up, and I could just keep refreshing Water Shield, and I could use Lesser Healing Wave to mana efficient heal myself, and then Stoneclaw to draw attention to let me heal every now and again. So I had him this infinite loop where I was generating more mana with Water Shield to heal myself back up than he could actually do damage to me. So we got him in the end, and I was just sitting there going, "Hell yeah! This is what this is hybrid gaming. This is what it's about." And I love that experience in the world. But then you go over to it comes time for the end game, which is a completely different experience, and one I've actually learned. I think I like the end game of World of Warcraft substantially less than I do the rest of it, and that's.
You've always been a big man for the alts, I've noticed.
Yeah, I've always been that, and I feel it more now than ever that I've been leveling loads in Classic, even in Wrath, which is easier than the original versions. But it was this idea of just, oh yeah, so yeah, hitting game. I want to be enhancement. I want to do some damage. I want to do really wreck. I want to, a bit late to be one-shotting people to Hellmouth Fury, but I want to have that experience of DPSing. But I know for queue times and for availability of actually getting into raid, I'll do the same thing I do in retail, which is I really want to play DPS because I want the experience of being DPS, but then fuck it, I'll just heal because that's more efficient, and that's kind of the awkward experience I always have with World of Warcraft. So this is bad news for me because I'm just going to end up going resto if I do make it to like 80. Like fuck, fine, I'll just heal. Bad times.
Yeah.
This is the problem. The two video games that are World of Warcraft clash of each other and deliver me a slightly annoying experience, which is obviously it's not a big deal. I could just suck it up in DPS. I could just go to Fiverr and pay someone to heal with me or something. But yeah.
Oh man, it's time to more than slightly annoy you because your favorite feature, Quest Tracker, is coming. It's just going to be coming later.
That's okay.
Yes. Now what is this? Let's see. Yeah, so this is with Warcraft Reloaded, where Brian Birmingham announced that the built-in Quest Tracker and Helper features will be making their way to Wrath Classic, but at a later date. And they feel okay about this because they were not implemented for Wrath's launch itself.
Yeah, it's very sad. I wish they would keep this out and get rid of it and entirely start the whole process of making World of Warcraft again without it, because, and this is the awkward part, right? I have had the temptation because I hit the wall towards the end of the Barrens where like a lot of my quests were turning grey. I'm like, I really couldn't be bothered going to 1,000 Needles yet. I was like, I really struggled to optimize myself through the Barrens because I was just going all over the place because I'm really basically I only play Wrath Classic when it's very lit and
push stupid shit like that.
So I was like, I really desperately want to. Some part of me is going, just get questy. Then because I want to get most use out of the bonus XP and be close to 70 for launch stuff, but it's just install questy, Matt, like the devil on my shoulder going, you can go very fast, you'll be able to make it, you won't fall behind the other people who are playing, you'll be grand. And I'm like, no, I have to like get behind me, Satan. I have to hold like my principles, my virtues intact. Because I know if I go, well, I've already done the Barrens before, so if I install Questy and then uninstall it after, it'll be fine. But I know I would be too weak to because the joy of bing, bang, wahoo numbers go up and my like extrinsic goal would be strong. So I'm like, no, I'm gonna have to hold back. I really wish, I mean, I don't want to make this a problem because like everyone's saying, everyone just uses fucking Questy anyway. Yeah. Almost literally everyone, actually everyone I've run into has played with has just questy like announcements for quests finishing. So it's like, just hold your ground, Blizzard. I wish they did, but with questy it's hard to be pragmatic there.
Yeah,
which is the problem.
That's essentially the thing, and certainly as I have not leveled whatsoever, and it is looming, and I do want to play Wrath Classic, I am mostly thinking, oh dear.
Yeah, you're literally just gonna have to buy a boost and play on a different server. Just wait.
Can't not play on the server the boys are on, like, that'd be ridiculous.
Well, that's the only option.
So, we do have a super from Caligulov. I think it's an interesting one. They're taking a cue from hard modes in ESO. It's nice to see. I'm the minority, but I was never a fan of the speedrun mechanic of M+, plus the punishing aspect of the key depleting. So, I think most people agree in key depletion. It's like, man, you can just get rid of that shit, and I think it would be better. And I was doing a little bit of research into what these hard modes are, right, in ESO. It's like a hard mode for a veteran dungeon, right? So I'll just read this from the wiki, and we can kind of see what ESO does for dungeons. I believe the way that it works in ESO is that you're basically like sort of getting gear from the dungeons, and then you can kind of like remake it at a higher level. I don't exactly know actually, but veteran dungeons have an optional death challenge, which is more commonly called the hard mode, that can be activated at the last boss. The hard mode changes certain aspects or mechanics of that boss battle, like restricting parts of the arena or adding new attacks, and it can be activated in one of several ways depending on the dungeon. Typically, you pick up a scroll of glorious battle that can be found on the floor near the last boss's area. Once you use that, basically, there you go. It's activated. It's different in some dungeons, basically. But yeah, there's like a toggleable hard mode, almost Ulduar hard mode style, at the last boss. Now, 6 out of 8 Veteran 2 dungeons have specific challenges to complete during the fight instead of using an item to toggle the hard mode. These dungeons typically challenge the party to avoid making use of protective mechanics or to complete a fight or phase without killing some enemies.
Like achievements and...
Yeah, like achievement style ones.
Yeah.
Hard mode criteria are just like listed as a optional objective for the Undaunted Pledge for any given dungeon. And yeah, and if you fail, then, you know, stuff resets, you die. There's also a thing called a challenge banner, which replaces the scroll-like thing, and they serve as a toggle for the hard modes. The main difference being that the banners just keep the hard mode toggled for the whole thing. And if you complete a dungeon with the hard mode, you get 2 Undaunted keys. And I then found out that these Undaunted keys are used for, like, buying shit, I guess. Don't really understand. But I just thought it was interesting the way that you can toggle on hard mode of a boss that, like, maybe has some new mechanics, or in some other situations where, I mean, take a look at, you know, like Glory of the Hero or something.
Yeah.
What would it be like if you completed the glory achievement requirements for a boss and it just gave you plus whatever percent loot? You know, drop the loot at a slightly higher level, or, you know, something like that, right? Bit of an interesting little idea. Maybe it would encourage more people to go get their glory achievement because it could be a part of gearing, but then people would come in and be like, but that could lead to degenerate situations when playing in a group of players.
That's fundamentally the problem you run into, where you don't immediately agree exactly on what you're going to do at the start of a fight, and then it's like, oh, well, we're going to do this, oh no, we're going to do that, oh, we're going to do this, especially when it comes to large groups like 25-man, and don't kill this enemy, or, you know, don't use this. You immediately run into what I'm going to call social usability problems. And they're the kind of thing of Blizzard definitely would avoid those, because even like, well, maybe ESO is a bit of a different example because maybe it's a little bit more isolated in a sense. But even if you look at how like Riot and stuff are looking into all of their, you know, all of their different stuff, how they've worked with League of Legends, and it's all very much players, the less you interact, the better. The less that things are unclear, the better. There's a meta that we will support systemically in every reasonable capacity that there is there. You can go off meta, but you have to kind of agree to it. It's also being off meta intentionally is like, I'm not sure the last time it happened, but I remember there being a thing about it being like a bannable offense in League of Legends to intentionally play off meta, because it's like just this agreement of you have to play meta because that's how this game is played in ranked. In casual, do whatever the hell you want, but in ranked, it's like that. So that's like a whole thing of, you would need to have a way to maybe like advertise and select that that's going to be the way it's done, but that would need to be systemic and not just in the description of the, I was gonna say party finder group, the group finder.
We could take the principle and apply it elsewhere. Introducing World of Warcraft, the Coke Fiend Challenge. Now, here's World of Warcraft, the Coke Fiend Challenge, Matt. Imagine you take the end boss of every dungeon that comes out in an expansion, right? And you make like a trial version of that boss. So the same boss.
Trial is in FF trial?
Trial is in an FF trial, right? It's the same boss, but you're like, okay, we've designed this boss as a bit of dungeon content. Now we're going to juice it to the tits and go insane. And then maybe that's like something where there was one of those bosses active every week, and you can go and do it with a group of 5 people or whatever. And it's like, it feels like going and doing like, you know, I don't know, Sarth 2D or something with just a few of the lads, right? Now, that's the sort of thing that it's, you know, taking a little bit of an inspiration from how ESO is handling its hard mode. And you're like, oh, that would be cool. You've already done the boss. You've already done the voice acting. You've already done all these things. In the same way that in Final Fantasy XIV, they design a boss, and then they're like, okay, what's the extreme version of this trial going to be? You know, could you do an extreme for all those end bosses? Like, take, The big blue woman. Devos.
The big blue woman.
That's it. Devos. Take her. Right? Like, she obviously should have been cooler. Done better in game, whatever. But I thought she had a pretty cool fight. It was a pretty visceral fight. Like, I'm not going to say it's the best, like, tightest design ever, but, it was pretty visceral. Shit was going on in the
gimmicky, but yeah.
Take Solia. Now,
Yeah,
Solia.
Solia's a good ass fight.
Could you imagine Solia Extreme?
I would love to.
So, that's basically how the inspiration has kind of sparked in my head for a feature like this. Because, hey, we are literally accepting the reuse of content as a core part of WoW's design now. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, Blizzard lazy and bad.
True.
But loads of the same people have also turned around and been like, look how FF14 is able to reuse its dungeons. Why does the WoW team not do that? Right? So, if we're accepting this idea of, the season where you get 4 Dragonflight dungeons and 4 Greatest Hits dungeons, which I shall definitely say, in my experience of Season 4, has felt great. Those 2 WoD dungeons, I've had a blast. The idea that I'm going to be able to do Shadow Moon Burial Grounds is fucking uber pog to me. And hearing that Skyreach and Auchindoun may even make it in,
I am
a trillion times uber pog for me. Very excited. So if we are going to accept this idea of reusing some content, why not yank a boss out of a dungeon and make it into a trial and give us a trial every week? Why not make that boss extreme? I mean, hey Blizzard, you designed Solia. Solia is really, really cool. Imagine if you could go ham.
Nope. Sorry.
I will fight you.
Sorry, you don't understand. That would be an incredible idea, but that's not reusing content in the way Blizzard like to reuse content.
Okay, yes.
This is a problem where Blizzard seem always capped on design.
Wham, bam, slam, put an affix in.
They are always capped by their design and implementation capability. That's why we will get dungeons that are like dungeons from old expansions that are added and they're fired into the Mythic Plus, and then they're tweaked. And they're usually tweaked numerically. Sometimes they're tweaked implementation-wise, but that's fairly rare, unless there's like real bad usability issues. To be fair, they've been good at that in Season 4, but they're reasonably small changes. I have a funny feeling that in terms of I know mythical mana, mana is not really real is like a concept, but it's a good way to explain things. How much time and money would it cost for them to say, because you're talking about Solia there as a great example. I think Solia is a good boss. I immediately imagine how would you make that juicier, and how would you make that more difficult at least. And I can't remember the name of the streets boss, the end boss that has the quadrants that you teleport around. The idea of having to teleport around the quadrants while Solia's got the thing, so you have to teleport to the right quadrant to hit the orb to make her not invincible anymore. That's the kind of stuff where you go there. Okay, that sounds well like you're reusing mechanic for another fight. That seems easy. All you have to do is, spread them out a bit and call it a stream. I have a funny feeling that the implementation of that on Blizzard's end is actually profoundly expensive and takes a lot of time to test and stuff. Should be done, but I imagine it's just not in their capability.
They're all grown up. They've been hiring like crazy. They have got an entire other development team, and this would be more efficient than making a bunch of trials from scratch. All the art's already, from an actual production capacity, if you're doing this, you don't need to have a legion of artists making current patch content instead of next expansion content.
That's the thing, right? That depends on how they hire, because it's going to be easier to get artists and designers. So designers probably have a massive amount of art, because that's the thing we always notice, right? We always notice this. We always notice assets that have gone unused. We rarely see, there's a massive amount of spells that haven't been used anywhere. At least not in my memory. It's not like, we've data mined an NPC with a load of spells attached. Is that like a half-working fight? We rarely see that. However, we do see, there's a load of Drust stuff in Shadowlands, like files that was never used. There's a load of assets that haven't ended up there. So it seems like they have that issue of that's more scalable. Art is more scalable and outsourceable and stuff like that, and kind of you can get artists to do stuff handy, whereas designers seem to have a harder job. So I feel like that would be efficient on art, but it's also like I don't think that's their problem fundamentally. At least I think so. That's my kind of read on it from what limited perspective I do have.
I guess, like, can I tell you one of the times I actually enjoyed playing Shadowlands the most?
Oh no.
And no, see, you were there and you enjoyed it too.
Yeah.
I remember it. And that's rather rude song we talked about earlier was in fact in all of our headphones.
It was Nathria?
Huh?
Nathria, yeah.
It wasn't Nathria.
Oh.
It was the first few Mythic dungeons that we did when
Oh, yeah.
we all said to each other, fuck it, we're not grinding heroics, let's go straight in there.
Oh,
and
yeah.
we were way under geared, which meant that
We had to
the
do
boss
things.
definitely felt harder. We definitely had to do the mechanics.
Yeah.
That felt damn good. It really did. And for a lot of people, I just think, if you just wanted to have a quick little, come home and you're like, oh no, I'm a modern person. I only have time to snort one line of World of Warcraft. Well, that's where being able in Wrath of the Lich King. I remember times where, I'd come home from school and maybe I'd have to go to the rowing club. I'd have to do my homework. I never really did that. I would start.
We can tell, don't worry.
Yeah, I'm a fucking idiot. I would. It was great. There was one of my teachers. She always went around checking people's homework in a clockwise fashion. So I found, because I was on the opposite side, I could just copy all of one of my mates' bits of homework. I could just copy it all while she was going around. And I'd say she only caught me maybe 5 to 10% of the time. It was a pretty high hit rate. But
Nice.
anyway, those times, I'd go do Sarth. I'd go do Onyxia whenever I didn't have a lot of time. And that felt really good. And the closest that I can do to that right now is Morgath. No. And here's the problem with Morgath or, any of these world bosses in modern world. Look what that just did to Matt. The second he considered a world boss, I actually saw the life force fucking leave his body. Because what are these world bosses? They're,
no.
Bind your filler thing to your fucking scroll wheel and have a wank with the other hand, get some loot at the end. That's what a world boss is in World of Warcraft,
They're
right?
the turnip punching bag, but it dies.
Yeah. Now, see Sarth 2D? That was real shit.
In hindsight, probably also turnip punching bag, but
Definitely.
at the time, yeah.
Or even, Vault of Archivon, like that was a loot pinata, but it was a tuned loot pinata where you didn't have 30 trillion people descending upon it and instantly mocking it, right?
I love 5 frames per second in Desmatron. That was very, very good. I love that.
I remember that fight just straight up wouldn't work. So the point there is
Hang on,
basically...
you guys get loot from World Boss? I fucking don't.
No, dude.
I have... how many times have I tried in Season 4? Maybe 5 or 6 times I've killed World Bosses, like 4 weeks on Paladin, a couple on Druid. Not a single bit of loot. I'm not kidding. I feel like my account is cursed. And if it was, I wouldn't be surprised.
As our boy Night Stalker said, Archivon's Vault at least had the Earth, Wind, and Fire mode. Yeah.
Yep.
So my point there basically is if you're able to, inspired by these ESO hard modes or even a traditional Ulduar hard mode, if you're able to just turn that into maybe that's just the queuable trial of the week, or the trial of the week that maybe there's a special portal. You just be like, just call it Khadgar's Torment Nexus, where Khadgar's like, I am going to train the heroes of Azeroth by analyzing the data from all of the bosses and making a hard version and making a big portal, and you and your mates go in and me, Daddy Khadgar, I will give you some loot if you're a good boy, right? And then for so many people, instead of just doing a world boss where you feel nothing other than disappointment, you could do one of these where you could play a game and then feel some disappointment when you don't get the loot you want. And I think that's an improvement. I just think that this would be the sort of thing that would be really healthy for the game, because you know what? Sometimes we don't feel like pugging because, it's going into a whole thing. And you maybe won't want to pug a normal or a heroic raid, because you feel like there's a 2.5 hour time commitment there. And you know that you could go in, do a few kills, and then leave and hearth out. But you're also like, but it's an MMO and that does, I know I'm not going to get an ASBO for doing this. That's an antisocial behavior order. That's what happens if you're a straight lout. But, it doesn't feel socially good to ditch people. So the idea of being able to access that format of gameplay in a system like this, I think would be Giga.
Yeah, that's the thing where I completely appreciate how they always talk like whenever it comes to like, oh, what about shorter raids? What about those little fucking Crucible of Storms and stuff? And a lot of it is very much, oh yeah, no, well, we like the big dungeons, we like the big experience of going into a raid with all the people, and like, you know, basically how that Wrath Journey trailer feels, where there's a whole load of boys running into ICC. You're like, there's the fucking lads about to sort out Big LK, easy business. But that is becoming more and more. I'll have to temper this because I have a different thing to say after, but that's a little bit more incompatible with how people play the game in a sense, or play games in general, I should say, where there's a lot more of the not exactly 5 minutes on the boss on your phone tier, but definitely shorter session times. And that's a thing where League of Legends intentionally pulled its entire, like, its game length down for a whole bunch of reasons, from like 45, 50 minutes possibly to trying to aim for more like 20, 25 kind of stuff. Those like quick finishes. There's some stuff in there that's like maybe there's some other reasons, but fundamentally games are getting quicker. That's the whole thing about like why short session time roguelikes are so big, because people love getting like get a wee 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute games. Yeah, and that works really well. The only argument I'd have against that is potentially the prevalence of battle royales, but even then they're not that long. They're not an hour long, they're not 2 hours long, they are in and out 20 minutes, 30 minutes. It's long enough to feel like it because it's dense.
Like difference between say a a round of PUBG, a real fucking sweaty campy round of PUBG, compared to like some of the sort of BRs that would have came after that have a faster gameplay pace.
Yeah, I mean that's a thing where you kind of get the whole raid thing needs to be a little bit more I don't know. I want to say they should maybe split them up more, but then that becomes more of a problem. It's like and this is a thing I really like about
used to FF.
That's the thing I'm starting to really get used to FF with the segmentation of it. And I would be very happy if raids were just really obviously 2 wings, and then people would be like, oh, we're going to do this wing, or we're going to do this wing, whatever else. I feel like that would be better for it. And I know you're thinking, okay, well, none of that really kind of matters all that much, because you're just framing it differently, but I think the framing is important. Right? Very much love to be like, all right, we're going to do, the first half of this raid, but people want to do the whole raid in one setting, because that's how you do. You think of the raid as, oh, it's the raid. You don't think of the raid as, oh, the raid of the first, oh yeah, we'll do wing 1, wing 2, wing 3. And they do that for LFR because it's cute. It's like, why not do that for other things? And then people would have the framework for, hey, we're here for 3 bosses, instead of having to go, I'm here for 3 bosses, and then you wait 47 years for people to show up, and then people leave all over the place. Stuff like that.
I can even think about some of my time when, and I haven't actually been to the new FF patch, which I know is pretty embarrassing, but thankfully, Matt has been our fucking man on top of that shit in the gaming channel. But I remember doing Pandemonium, right? And the non-savage.
Yeah,
and those were fights.
They're fantastic.
They're fight.
And the next ones are way better too.
And the thing was, it felt like I was playing a raid. I was there in Giga Focus mode. Yeah. Some of that's because things such as looking at the boss's animation for small cues about what the boss is going to do, I'm not used to, because I play the UI like a good World of Warcraft player. But I was just having that raid-like experience, and I was back home at Port Stewart. It was over the holidays, right? Mm-hmm. And the roast chicken dinner was on. There was like 45 minutes until the roast chicken dinner, and I was like, all right, gonna hit the button, go.
Yeah.
Have a few fucking runs at the dungeon, or sorry, at the raid boss, and that felt really good. It fit really good. So I don't know, for Blizzard, they're, I think, going to want to very tightly guard the classic WoW raiding experience, because I think they truly feel like, yeah, but we are World of Warcraft. We are the game where these epic, shared, big moments of achievement happen.
That's a USP.
That is a bit of a USP.
And it works if it works.
But if they have the bandwidth to even smartly reuse some content, I mean, even if you want to take bosses from the previous raid tier, I remember when I was playing Wrath of the Lich King, it was a weekly quest that you would do for the equivalent of, I think, of Badges of Valor, where it would just be to go and kill a raid boss from a past tier. And that's what people would do. You'd get into one of those groups, you'd go do it, and it was like, okay, cool, I did a thing. So there's room for that shit. Yeah. Now, there is actually a bit of a doot breaking news here. changed the evoker, the preservation evoker range. So we might have some stuff to add into our dock. They haven't changed it fully.
Yep, that's what I'm going to call Cardis. You spineless bastards. Stick to your bastard design guns. Don't listen to what... I was going to say a name. Don't listen...
I know you know. I fucking know. Everyone in chat knows. I mean, you can't say because you see, now you have plausible deniability.
Yeah. Don't listen to what people... get people together and push opinions of. Don't listen to them. Stick to your guns. Except for anything we talk about.
That's it.
Yeah. No, for me, it's very specifically, I think that there's certainly problems of homogenization, right? And there's a whole thing I talked about in a video that'll go live tomorrow or Sunday on the Bellular Gaming channel about FF and how Machinist is the butt of everyone's joke at the minute, and it actually got to a boiling point recently in P8S. But fundamentally, that's the idea of it's this crazy shit of homogenization just makes the game worse overall. And it's like, sure, there are problems with an Evoker within 25 yards. Obviously, there are problems with that. Anyone can say it. And everyone who's like bringing up a problem is completely correct. But there is a side effect of just why not actually use that as part of the design space? Why not use that to make it not as like homogenous? What's really the fundamental problem? Is it a usability problem, and does that usability problem make them less fun because, oh, sorry, because they have a longer range, we have to dial back some of their power now? Or like, oh, well, is that some of the skill ceiling you just lost? You know, is there really like a huge amount of stuff kind of going on? They've got loads of mobility. The mobility's designed around that, so now you're kind of going, oh, well, fucking make them change the this. And like, there's surely a better way to do it that doesn't feel like capitulating to homogenize this, please.
What do you seek?
It's like, and also I'm going to be a little bit personal here. If they're running about like, oh, we need to be 25 yards is too short. This is really bad. Oh no, please. Why does Rule of Law still exist? Why does Mastery Lightbringer still exist? Melee healers that aren't melee. Did you know that there's vaguely a caster build possible now, but it won't be ever fully there?
Right. Well, I can't wait for the charity boxing match between AirPods Max and AirPods Matt.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, let's say when it comes to how I would train for a celebrity boxing match, not that I ever would want to do one, I would definitely take the Sam Hyde approach.
Well, I don't know about the reference that he just made, though I'm pretty sure Sam Hyde is like a comedian that 4chan tries to trick every news station is a shooter.
He also said who did he beat? He beat someone recently in a celebrity boxing match, and then he literally said he was going to go to Hassan's house and kill him afterwards. That's very funny.
Fun.
Yeah. Also, you shouldn't say that about anyone ever. You shouldn't say, "I'm going to come to your house and kill you in real life." That's not okay. Well, but it's Sam Hyde.
Speaking of the dumpster fire of Twitch, we'll get to that later. Redonius is up your alley, my man, because you did say, imagine if WoW did the crossover events like FF14 and Nier. Imagine what... okay, now you've gone mad saying WoW VR Demon Hunter. That would definitely be vomit-inducing. But that's it. To engage with the real question there, could Blizzard do something like that? And here's basically the thing. To what degree are we okay with a bit of kayfabe? Right? A bit of kayfabe's like, the whole, it's WWE, we all pretend it's real. Or, a bit of just that kind of like a shared community headcanon. Because if one day a rift in Dalaran appeared that took me to the Krupulu sector and just had fucking me and Jimmy doing a raid boss against the big Zerg, so it's kind of old godlike, or fighting as some zealots or something. If they were to do a little thing like that, they'd never do it with StarCraft because who's going to make money there? I don't even know what StarCraft is. I think it's like a niche game over in Korea.
Chris Madsen's Diary.
Oh, I mean, Heroes of the Swarm is kind of Chris's diary.
Yeah.
Yikes!
Heart of the Swarm. Not Heroes of the Swarm.
Oh, Heroes of the... but like the idea, I guess, of that cross promo is kind of interesting. Actually, do you want to know? Fuck me. I don't know if I've got it, but I think I might have it.
Oh, no.
Get your exhibit memes ready. We are about to cross-promote World of Warcraft with World of Warcraft. Now,
We
before
will
I send
persevere.
everyone's brains into a recursive loop that has you literally explode on the
Death to
spot,
all who oppose
this is actually a Hearthstone cross promotion. Because you know the way you've got, like, now,
Oh, like they're doing now when they're,
So-
they're promoting Shadowlands and Hearthstone now.
I've never read a Marvel comic. Or
What business
actually
have
any
you?
of those comics. But
There are quite a few that are good.
oh yeah, I know, absolutely, yeah. I know, I mean this is, I could be
Yeah.
wrong, but you know the way they have like the mainline comics?
Why do I
or
not
whatever,
have
and then they have
one-handed
the Ultimate
maces?
comics?
That is so weird.
I felt like was the ultimate one not like a bit more like bada boom, a bit more ultimate or some shit like that, right? Hearthstone has this like crazy amped up like ultimate version of WoW.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. Yeah.
So
yeah.
in the way that you've, and like I think there's a light N'Zoth in Hearthstone. You know, they could probably take some of the more crazy, wacky, cool ideas that they've played around with in Hearthstone, and I actually think they could, if they wanted to, for like a one-off thing, a bit of content, a bit of cross promo, they could put those into WoW.
Yeah, I
'Cause
guess
certainly Overwatch and WoW, that would feel really hard to make sense.
Yeah, with Hearthstone, you could do this great thing of. Well, that's the thing, right? It would be hard to make sense, but you do it anyway. That's the point. Especially when it's a world of magic and fantasy, you can kind of go, well, we're dimension hopping here for some crazy reason. And like, because that's the thing where. No, I guess. I'm thinking more like the Rising specifically in FF, but there's definitely like the idea of just Khadgar says, "Holy shit, something crazy is going down," and then just in big brackets, "This isn't actually canon, okay?" Just so people get the point. And then Khadgar will go, "Oh, there's some crazy shit happening," and then you go and go and sort, I guess. Like I guess the best version that would be a nice tie-in at the minute would probably be all of the Lich King Hearthstone cards. Or it's like Lich Queen Jaina, as an example. There's a boss.
Yeah.
Off you go. Well, you maybe want to go for like Anduin and like Death Knight Anduin, and that would be like really kind of cool. So they should just completely do all of that all the time. But I think the one thing is, and this is less of a thing I've seen people talk about, and they talked about it a long time ago whenever the idea of like crossovers with Nier and stuff was happening. And then, recently when it comes to King Thorin, obviously being King Thorin, Lich King, whatever else. Just, that's not really a very tight sort of, I guess, similarity, but it works. The idea of, especially with Yoshi P talking about how much he loves World of Warcraft and loves Blizzard, Diablo was like the game that got him into online games, stuff like that. The idea of if there were, if we lived in a better world where Blizzard had Blizzard's entire kind of department of working with outside people didn't seem to be have their heads so far up their asses their shoulders are invisible. It's like that's the idea of it. Hey, Mr. Ozma, do you want to design a Lich King fight for FF14? Oh, hey, World of Warcraft, do you want to design a whatever you would pick for that fight and just fire that in? That's the kind of thing I think they should kind of be doing, and then World of Warcraft can work off that and just cross some of their own stuff. Hopefully, like their survival game would have cool stuff that they could pull in, etc., etc.
I mean, with it being an isekai, I feel like there's the option there. So yeah, I think that kind of thing would actually go, to be honest, like pretty damn well. And even as somebody there pointed out in chat, like even that anniversary raid event was cool. It was a shit show because motherfuckers can't do Defile, but the idea was pretty cool, and I'd totally love to see more.
People really can't do Defile.
So, all this madness. World of Warcraft news time.
I'm gonna head off for a second
because apparently what we've been talking about thus far is not World of Warcraft news. Incredible.
I'll leave you here. And be back in a second.
Oh, Matt, you're going to miss out on finding out about the Fated Raid hotfixes.
Oh my god. What? I don't have time to raid. Sorry, I don't care. As long as they're good for the health of the game overall.
Huzzah.
In the future, that is.
Well, okay, right, so here's them trying to make some good shit for, for a more niche, I guess, but, like, still very important segment of the community, which is a nice little accessibility feature for the Hillbrand boss. So they've basically added in a visual aid. So get a load of this. Blind players are reporting difficulties with the bypass codes because they are unable to drop them and they're unable to complete the mechanic using just/follow. We've implemented this alternative method to give players an opportunity to drop bypass codes so other people can grab them. That basically just means there's an extra action button for depositing or just like dropping the bypass code in addition to manually interacting with the security panel. So, That's good. And they're generally being more aware and I think like a bit more caring with these things, which I think is really nice. Like, you know, even the motion sickness, like motion sickness potion that they put into Grimrail Depot. So I think stuff like that's pretty cool. They've also went and done some Creation Spark hot fixes. What are these? Okay, so it's just abilities that are no longer notably altered by Creation Spark, so I guess that might mean something to you. I'm not really doing the Faded Raid, so it doesn't really mean much to me. Moving on to Brewfest then. Well, Brewfest is in fact in town,
I love
which,
Brewfest.
yeah, you know, I remember one time, like, hey, you know when you're a teenager and just sometimes you feel shitty for a month, and that is what it is. I remember that, feeling pretty shitty, log in, fucking Brewfest, go do my Brewfest things, staves the darkness away, thumbs up to Brewfest.
That said, I remember Brewfest, one of the first events I took part in my World of Warcraft time playing, and it was very fun. I had the RAM and stuff, but the sound of I think it's the goblins and stuff laughing outside Thunderbluff is on the music layer because it's part of the music that plays.
Yeah.
It's not a sound effect, which means I don't like turning music off playing Classic, but I had to because the track starts and plays till it ends. So I would be like going past Thunderbluff, walking Mogo, or flying over like past the Brewfest people just to get over to the to the Barrens, and it's just that extremely annoying goblin laughing. It's way too loud that I can't turn off without also forgetting to turn off the music. It's very minor problem, of course, but also it is just why are goblins in the game? Just get rid of them.
Wow.
No one.
Matt's never been known to have an extreme opinion.
No.
Well, the Night Elves got it in BFA. I think we know who, if Matt ever becomes creative director of World of Warcraft, I think we know who he's burning down.
Yeah, it would be.
Love to see it.
Yeah, it would be. Let me say this correctly. I'm trying to think. Every race shorter than pandas would be gone in the first day.
Shorter than pandas?
Yeah.
So humans are gone. Night Elves might be gone.
Shorter than female pandas.
They actually have posture.
In their character model?
Yeah.
Are they literally taller?
Yeah.
No, they're not. Are they?
Oh, I remember the day where...
Am I remembering?
I see. It's the way that they are proportioned makes them feel smaller. But if you actually get one and stand them beside somebody, it is instant Five Nights at Freddy's bullshit.
See, that's the thing, right?
And it's terrifying.
I sat there going, well, let me think about, see if I can get this right. And then I got it profoundly wrong. Okay, shorter than humans then, I guess?
There we go.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dwarves are cool, but gotta go.
Tough shit, Blood Elves.
Sure, Blood Elves are smaller humans. They're elves.
Yeah, but they're diminished and small compared to Night Elves. Night Elves are taller, more muscular, more shredded.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, that's it. You know, Blood Elves, what are they? They're fucking Californian mean girls.
Exactly.
I think that's what they were designed after.
Exactly. There you go.
So, Brewfest, you can go do it. I think it's fun. And it does make me think, and don't worry, Matt, I'm not going to turn this into another bonus segment on you, but if Blizzard was to go and, like, you know, patch by patch, I don't mean fully rebuild, but, like, put way more shit and a genuine big effort into these world events, I think that would be a really good idea. Especially they can make some of those world event things apply to like current expansion and do that in a way that is kind of like more scalable, because that I think would give more people more reasons to log in on an ongoing, decently evergreen basis. And now that I'm just gonna whoop off my sandbox, it is the Solo Shuffle Showdown PvP event. So if you're into PvP, then hey, you can do that. It's got this whole big, you know, tournament format of people doing solo shuffles with each other. And here's all the different players. And
sorry, I just... is it just me that are doing solo shuffles with each other? Thought, is that a weird euphemism?
Maybe it is.
Oh.
It is whatever you want it to be. But whatever it is, it will be shoutcasted by AF, Super Tease, Venruki, and Zico.
Nice.
So there you go. That's what's going to be going on over there. And with the retail this week, I wonder at what point people realize that, hang on a second, classic is retail as well. I tried to say modern and classic, but I guess retail is stock because obviously the private server DNA. Now then, another little thing. So the Visage Day Folk and Fairy Tales short is now available for free on Blizzard's website.
Oh, that's so funny to me.
It's hilarious.
Like, oh shit, sorry, this is in a book, and we were, oh fuck, sorry. This is like a whole thing we're doing with dragons and their identities and kind of part of the story we're trying to tell on Dragonflight and adding a load of character to them. Where did we start this process? Shit in the book. Quick, publish it, quick. Send it up. Yeah. It is funny, but as funny as it is, they did actually publish it.
Yeah,
they did. They didn't just publish. Hey, if you're getting ready for Dragonflight, you might want to check out this piece of writing that goes into the history of Dragon's Visage Day and how important it is to them.
Yeah.
And then drop an Amazon link.
And instead of dropping an Amazon, wow, instead of dropping an Amazon link, they're giving you a PDF, which in fairness is probably the first autofill search term for that book anyway, because that's how Googling a book works in the modern day.
Yeah, file tab : PDF.
Yeah.
Or if you know what you're doing, you know the sites to go to.
Yeah. Of course, Matt only says this because he is a privateer working for the crown, taking down pirates. Yeah. That's why he knows their ways, because he's a good boy TM.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Now then, time for the beta. Where actually,
would you have been on screen the whole time? Oh, sorry.
Time for the beta. You're looking at. Fucking hell.
Sorry, we're a little bit vicious today, you may have noticed.
That's it. Yep. Bad.
Wake up to the dance.
It's very bizarre. I've had 4.5 hours sleep, and it's like I feel a little bit tired, but I don't. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they've just been putting substances into my drinking water. That's also possible. But we have the Dragonflight splash screen.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Work of art.
Yeah.
It looks like Lost.
Now, could this be going on?
I sure hope so.
Good meme here from Dratnos.
Inspiration's okay.
So, all of the Season 1 Mythic Plus affixes were added to the game. Necrotic and Inspiring are not there. Seems like they'd be goddamn cut.
And one of them replaced at least there with the... Oh, sorry, no, man, that's Season 1 affix.
Yeah. So...
Yeah, that makes sense.
Basically, they've taken unpopular shit and removed it. And I do remember at some point some interview sort of saying, like, yeah, we might tone down just, like, the regular affixes and kind of focus more on the seasonal stuff.
Well, that's what they've been doing design-wise in terms of tweaking the existing ones. They've been kind of going, oh, yeah, well, this used to be just a straight-up fingering. It's gone now. Or it's easy.
They are baby mode in many cases compared to Shadowlands launch.
Yeah.
Which is already in Season 4.
Yeah, which is weird because it is like... I have to give it to them. As much as I hated affixes, or as I hate most affixes, there are some that I actually quite enjoy. Like, I enjoy working with Grievous and stuff like that whenever I'm healing. I actually think those are meaningfully different enough to the texture of how you play. But some of them are just kind of brutal, like Storming sucked. But the thing about it is they were at least damage that came from additional layers of design. And this is something that specifically about how I like to play games. I really do not like it's the same but slightly harder numerically. Because that doesn't actually really matter all that much. I'm there for novelty, and to me, novelty comes across as, here's design, here's something else to do, here's something else to think about, here's maybe something happens twice as fast. It's not just, oh, this, but if you're gear, because fundamentally speaking, it is about gear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once you, and I'm not going to say I play perfectly, I play fucking terribly, I'm horrible at this video game. I used to be vaguely okay once, and then I stopped, I fell out of practice, and now I'm shit. But once you get to the point of playing near perfectly, then after that, it's just numbers. And I don't think that's very enjoyable compared to the affixes where there's probably room for affixes implemented in a more interesting way overall that end up being, hey, here's more design, here's more difficult design. But they do get a decent bit of that out of the seasonal affixes. So I'll say there's maybe a thing where I'm maybe super... In the long view, not super happy with this. In the short view, happy because I don't really like playing around some of them. Like Storming when melee used to be an absolute bastard. And now it's tolerable enough. because it disappears. And the seasonal affixes actually, like, I really enjoy the season 4 affixes because it's like,
Yeah.
But this is the difference, right? The reason I actually really like the affixes, or the season 4 affix, is because it's actually changing the mob in the dungeon. It is, oh, that is a new mob with new mechanics that I have to mess with. That feels substantially different to me than like any of the other affixes that I played with that were seasonal.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, okay, so I'm going through the usual motions of the dungeon, but with changes. Because I kind of like the 8.3 of, being able to, oh shit, everyone's using Shroud, fuck it, Shroud's an affix now. I kind of like that idea, but it was like, oh, you're playing the dungeon a different way, which is cool, but you're also doing sneaky, stealthy stuff, which I'm not a huge fan of routing. I like to just go, there's the enemies, kill them.
Kill shit, simple as.
Yeah, kill shit, but the shit's doing stuff that you have to actually manage and deal with. I like that part of it. So I very much enjoyed the, hey, there's a new type of mob. So I'd love to see a little bit more of that. Of, hey, here's a new mob that makes this dungeon literally different than it was when you played it last time. Also, that's not going to be a problem because they're rotating every season now, so that as well.
Here's the big one, man.
Yeah.
Obviously, Tyrannical and Fortified are still there.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, we may be different to a lot of other Mythic Plus players because a lot of the people who are, they have their fucking, Gunnar glasses on, drinking their esports nutrition fuel, fucking baseball cap backwards, esports jersey, doing Mythic Plus 87s, right? The fucking serious Zoomers. One of the things that they have a problem with, understandably because it impacts their playstyle, is how Tyrannical can just get to the point where it's, Lamau, you're fucked. You can't do this. You need to start being cheesy and weird. Now, for players like you and me, we generally, I think, prefer Tyrannical because the boss is, like, really fun. And I guess, historically playing raids more, that's, like, the thing that you and me were into. And it was just interesting looking at chat when we talked about the idea of these two affixes being removed. People were like, yeah, Tyrannical and Fortified's still there. So, I wonder what it's like because Tyrannical and Fortified contributing differently to, contributing to half your rating each, that obviously makes sense because the dungeon does feel pretty damn different in those two different modes.
And it would be metagamed otherwise.
Yeah. But then the issue is that to a lot of people, it's like, oh, I prefer this one. I prefer that one. So it's interesting.
Yeah, it's the awkward thing where this is a whole...
I feel like they're probably... They kind of like still have to keep it, I think.
Yeah, this is like... there's a whole thing because I don't know very much about hierarchies outside of Tyrannical skills worse than hierarchies and Fortified because, bigger boss stuff, more untargetable things that will just kill you. And less ways to manage, where you can manage mobs. You can't manage bosses by design. You can't just, just chain stun a boss or something like that, or, take them themselves. But it's that thing where obviously there's like tank damage.
That shit out trait chat.
But it's this weird thing where the increase in health is, I don't want to say it's lazy, right? Because, and this is a whole thing about what is a boss, what is a design, and this is something I learned to think about through playing many hundreds of hours of Dark Souls at different levels of health and different levels of defense, where it's like, it's about the amount of mistakes you're allowed, and a health bar is basically how long do you have to survive for without making mistakes. Even like the shmup territory, it's like, if you're playing one of the Toho games and you say a boss had half the health, you would make less mistakes because the point is you're dealing with stuff consistently. Like even the same kind of FF where it's like, well, not really because they have the enrage, so it's like a scripted fight the whole way through. But it's that idea of if you add a substantial amount of health, then that just makes the fight longer for no real reason. And you're also kind of bumping up the damage at the same time, of course. But not to the same degree, in the sense of you're now giving people more room for mistakes because the fight is longer, and you're making the mistakes more punishing. But I think it would be a generally better sense of design if, with the gear scaling, it took the same amount of time, but it was substantially more punishing. I think that's kind of it, or there were more mechanics in the same amount of time, because you end up getting into the rhythm of, oh, well, once you know how to do a boss, you know how to do that boss. It's just about can you, and this is where it comes into the problem with hierarchies. It becomes, oh, now it's impossible to do it normally. Okay, well, now you have to work in weird things. You have to work in things like invulnerabilities. You have to work in, crazy amounts of stacking, damage mitigation, and all those kind of weird strats to deal with the numbers getting too out of control. And I feel like that's not designed or less designed than the ideal of this gets harder. You know, it's the difference between going from heroic to mythic, and then, you know, there's no mythic. There's nothing above mythic outside of numbers bigger and affixes, which don't change the actual core design. So that's fundamentally it, where it's like Tyrannical kind of... It feels like the experience of it is as a result of the idea as opposed to a design one. And it just gets out of control of... I'd rather them stop blasting health up so much. It needs to go up because with gear you kill them faster.
Yeah.
And that obviously means there's there's room for there's less chances to make mistakes. As I put it. But I think it would be handier if they cut the health down way like low and then just bump the damage up so it's more punishing and a little bit faster. That's what I would personally prefer, but I know that goes wrong in high keys because one of the limiters on how far you can push is the incoming damage. Because it's not like, oh well, you could technically fight mobs forever, but if your healer has to pump the whole time and they're out of mana, too bad. Or you don't have the cooldowns to deal with the damage coming in because white damage is wrecking you now. And that's a whole thing of, I could talk for 100 million years about how Mythic Plus and like design for this stuff is getting really weird, and RPGification of gear is like, this is really brittle. That's why I'm afraid of. I talk about this in the upcoming FF video, where it's like homogenization is really dangerous there, because you think, well, what would be a perfect experience and perfect balance? It would be everyone has one button to press, and that button does 1 damage point all the time, and every second you take 10 damage points. So it's that kind of like really super simplified version. But no, I think about Mythic Plus a lot more than I actually play it, more or less. I think that's what it's proven here today.
Still need to get KSM.
Yeah.
Been busy and distracted. Now there is another thing. Potentially the new dungeons, or at least the dungeons that have been like prepped and made ready for Mythic Plus, have actually seemingly been data mined. So
good news for everyone who likes fun.
It's pretty damn good news for both of us. I'm gonna hand it over to you. Be back in a minute.
That's me.
But overall for me, it was a pretty chunky thumb up, I gotta say.
Yeah, so this is a weird part where it's not necessarily going to be definitely this right, but they are just kind of doing the groundwork to make sure it actually works. So I've got, obviously there's Algathar Academy, which is, new for Dragonflight, but there's Auchindoun, Bloodmaw Slag Mines, there's Gate of the Setting Sun, Hall of Fusion's also there, Mogasham Palace, Natharis and Ruby's Left also there, Scarlet Halls, Scarlet Monastery, very nice. Scholomance, I think Scholomance is great.
Scholomance is amazing.
If they go ahead with that, will be absolutely wonderful. Just because people will have to learn what to do in the
it's gonna
Necromancer room
fuck
with the
with
bone
people.
guy, because I think that's a really fun fight, but no one knows like what to do with it. At least I've noticed in like leveling, because you can kind of skip it; it doesn't really matter. But people have to learn that fight. I think it was pretty cool. Jan Desparov. Yeah. Exactly. That said, no, it won't matter because now I'm thinking of the achievement. Never mind. I was about to say there'll be like a week or to get it sorted out or something like that. There'll be a week or to get it sorted out. Because I remember doing the achievement, and what you did was you had a 3D model like floating on your screen with an add-on, and then you compare that to the ones you looked, and that's how to get the achievement. But to continue anyway, Scholomance will be great. Scarlet Monster I think will be great. Might need adjustments. Your monk fella does a lot of damage very, very quickly, and they're not extremely well designed. But then you've got the was it? I don't think it was Target Jandis. That'd be too easy. At least I don't remember being that easy, unless I was stupid at the time. But then we also have Shadowpan Monastery. That'll be interesting because they know everyone knows the skips. I wonder if they'll move any mobs so people don't have to do that. But that would Shadowpan was a fun dungeon too. Let's see. SBG, Shadowmoon Burial Grounds is fantastic. People very much have issues with Shadowmoon Burial Grounds, and no. It's good. It's good, and if you disagree, get better taste. Oh.
The fuck is he opening?
That was not smooth.
Anyway, moving on.
Fuck
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, moving on. Shadow Maragon's good, whatever. We
Yes.
also have Siege of Newsart Temple, which will be
Knife boss.
Yeah.
Fucking dodging the knives boss.
Yeah, Newsart Temple will be interesting, I think. Skyreach. Wow. Sorry.
Yes! Fucking give it to me now!
Yeah.
So,
I want to watch people get
love
fucking wrecked in Skyreach.
All you goddamn weak ass motherfuckers in the chat going like, "Oh no, Skyreach, we'll get killed."
Exactly.
Yeah, you'll get killed and you'll like it. I really like Skyreach. I think it's really pretty. I think the bird people are cool. I thought the bosses were cool.
Everything about Skyreach is good, except for I think the potential scaling for how brutal the mech boss will be with the sunbeams that people.
Oh,
see.
yeah, the mech
They
boss
might be
will be a
saying something
problem.
like that. But the WoD dungeons being designed before the era of Mythic Plus is really obvious, and I think that'll make them kind of interesting and also really fun because I love the WoD ones. I love the other ones as well too. But then we've got Storm Stout, which is I'll be okay. Jade Serpent.
Harder plays, indeed.
Jade Serpent will be quick, right? Jade Serpent should be pretty quick. I'm trying to think, is there anything really interesting there? I don't know if there's anything super interesting about Jade Serpent outside of it'll be fun watching people not respect mechanics. That's most of it for Mop and WoD dungeons to me. There are mechanics that were designed and no one's respected them in years outside of like challenge mode players.
I think Jade. What I'll say with Jade is
good then perish.
It's just like a real good slice of a dungeon. Like it's not doing anything insane, but it has a fairly appropriate feeling length and good pacing.
Yeah.
You know, the trash between any boss doesn't feel inordinate, and by the time you kill the third one, then you go into the building to kill the final boss. That's just like, bam, 2 bosses. I think it's a really well-paced dungeon.
Yeah, and then Everbloom.
God, Everbloom last boss on Tyrannic. Even the first boss on a Tyrannic. Or the second. They're all going to be fucking
for a while, but I think that was only because I was grinding it for a bit of gear and Mythic and never got it.
On Tyrannical, they're going to fucking wreck people.
I think that dungeon will be really, really fun.
Final boss.
I think it'll be fantastic. The final boss is so hard, like, for a group of players that don't respect it. Obviously, all you do is like, well, there's a wind rush, there's a stampeding roar. Solved. Easy. There's a rogue with sprint there. You're absolutely solved. Not really a big problem. I think that is like. I think it'll be fun as well, especially the big tree boss. The big tree boss is generally that will be hard on Chronicle. People will basically feel that because they haven't respected the mechanics in months. Jesus Christ, Warlords has been out for a little bit longer than months. Years. I think that'll be really, really fun. And then the last one that's not new is UBRS, Ubers, and I think that'll be also quite fun. The last boss might be a bit rough because that's kind of heavy positioning based, and that's the one that feels like a. Oh yeah, the mage is Neverbloom as well. That's right. Hello, do you have kick on your bar? Do you know how to use it? Sweet, sorted. You have prop pal who's going to bubble and kill the last 10% of the boss. Good. Yeah, and UBRS will be very, very fun as well. Just because of what do you call it? Just because of that platform boss at the end. That'll be fun. It's been a while since I've done a couple of these. But no, like that's the thing where these are the ones that for full context, they've had the set keystone map spell added to them, which is what they use to basically change keystone to a specific dungeon. They do it on the and I guess in testing, but also in the tournament realms. So this all should basically be those that are available or being prepped for being rolled into something or the other. And considering they're not going to do time walking for these, maybe no, because I remember they said something about time walking, but it was like Legion time walk is not going to be going forward. So M+ time walking probably won't exist because I want the seasonal rolls to continue. So this will be us for the next for the expansion. Those will be our dungeons, and they'll be good. I haven't done most of the Dragonflight ones, but the ones I've done are mixed, kind of mixed. But maybe they'll be better when I do them again. Or do them soon. And I'm surprised you even remember which bosses and what dungeons do. It's right. So
how many Apexis crystals?
4986.
There we go.
4,986 Apexis crystals. I used to remember all the other numbers from other expansions, but they're gone as well. How do I describe this? You know, whenever there's loads of space in your brain, you wish you could put something useful into it, but instead it's full of World of Warcraft knowledge. That's me. That's me.
Yeah.
That's fun. Why we have another person called Matt in our Discord who's the same, but for FF. All of the esoteric knowledge from years ago there. But yeah, no, I remember a lot of those, especially WoD, because Legion was the time I played every class and basically every spec because there was so much content for them. But in WoD, it was very much like I played a lot of alts in WoD, and I did a lot of dungeons on Mythic.
Needed to do something.
I did a lot of them, and then MoP. I like doing MoP for leveling, so all those dungeons are there too. WoD was good. WoD was a great expansion in terms of content, just not in terms of an overall expansion.
That's it. Good shit. Good shit's going on.
Yeah,
I like
that's
it when
how
that
good.
happens. Now, some continued good shit won't matter to playing the game, unless it, of course, makes the game better. And that is that one of the most important aspects, or periods of testing, is now beginning. So, don't drink a carbonated drink in a stream. The Valdrakken endgame server has been updated with some PvP and profession vendors, so you can now make a level 70 character, get it geared, you can start diving into the professions. This is really good. This is them setting up for PvP, Mythic Plus, and raid testing. And frankly, those are like some of the last things they need to test before they can launch the expansion, really. It's kind of crazy to think, but this expansion has, I think because it hasn't made any crazy bets like Torghast, or any, oh dear, we've kind of reached too far with the Maw, right? Because it's not making those big, more risky bets, which does mean fewer back-of-the-box features, and that is unfortunate. But what they are perhaps buying with that is making the foundations of the game good again, making plenty of content, for the open world, the reps, that sort of thing, and just, executing on a uncontroversially good bit of WoW content. It doesn't need to be an uncontroversially brilliant bit of WoW content. We just need to not have loads of resistance when we're playing WoW. And I mean, thankfully, most of us can report from the beta. The game is not fighting with you the way that it has been for the last two expansions. So basically, here we are seeing the beginning of one of the most important and also later and final phases of testing. There's not too much else to say.
Yeah, so I talked about this a while ago. I think there is the only bet that they've made that they really have to... Okay, well, Dragon Riding is one bet. That's a bet. We'll see how it goes. I'm fairly confident in that bet, and that's more generic kind of gameplay. The only major bet in terms of what people are worried about at the minute is going to be the talent trees.
Yep.
But we will talk a little bit about those later because I think that bet has, despite all of my initial cynicism at the first waves back in June, July, August. Let me try to remember the quote. They said something in the balance trade feedback that was something along the lines of, since, during Dragonflight development, our design philosophy and talent trees have changed substantially.
Wow. You
can very much tell because they are hell of a lot better than they were for the longest time. And they're basically all getting reworked, which we will speak about very shortly.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely made me think, we need to work out how we're going to do class content.
That will be difficult.
I mean, we did class content for Shadowlands. We should be able to do it for Dragonflight.
Yeah.
And maybe not, in-depth for every class, but, the roundups, the picking a main, the stuff talking about the real big changes.
Yeah.
Because it does seem like there's more of that is relevant to talk about than we initially thought.
Yep.
It's somewhat, for a few classes, it is somewhat beyond just codifying Shadowlands.
That's one of the other things they mentioned. They mentioned that specifically for balance, and I remember, did I talk about this last week? I think I did. But the Wild Mushroom being data mined a week ago or so, and going, hang on a second. The designers of a class in World of Warcraft during the beta very notably saw this problem with how the actual gameplay of AoE for a spec felt, going, multi-dot, one of your buttons multi-dots for you, and then Starfall, I guess? And then just, do whatever your filler. And they went, okay, well, what have we got in the tank? Well, Mushroom's pretty cool. Bring that back? Yeah. Should we change it to make more sense for today's game and how to, make it feel a little better? Wait. Hell yeah. I'm wait, you identify class problem? solve class problem within 2 weeks. 2 weeks? I'm used to 2 years. This is genuinely like completely unprecedented how quickly they're going, yeah. And one of the other things, like they talked about that specifically, and a couple other talents have added, which all seem pretty good. Going, yeah, a lot of the feedback was this feels like Shadowlands, Bumpkin, instead of being new and exciting for Dragonflight. So we've made it new and exciting by adding these talents that change your gameplay. Or like, Twilight Zone, where are we? Is this the Upside Down? What in the good God's earth is going on?
Yeah.
Why are developers at Blizzard Entertainment able to identify problems and solve them on a reasonable time horizon during a beta, getting dangerously, in some cases, close to when it should release? I'm like, holy shit.
Mike Ybarra threw souls into the demon portal at the heart of the company so they have fuel again.
That's like the only fear is it turns out they've just been abusing them for like 120 hours a week. As long as there's no report that happened, then hell yeah, because whatever they're doing is actually literally working.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if it lasts. Yeah, you're right. We'll see if it lasts. That's a thing where this is a very, very big problem that we're going to kind of realize where now, especially they're speeding up towards the end of September when we know pre-patch was leaked is supposed to be in October and then Dragonflight in November, which means theoretically, because you don't change, what do you call it? It's so much harder to change something once the game's out. Because you've got, like, theoretically, it's like, no, it's just easy, it's the same process. But you've got all these problems such as players have hands on a product that they paid for. And that's a big one. They're playing a product that they paid for. Now means you have a responsibility to them to not change that without good reason or without something, because if they start to complain, then you suddenly have a problem. You could have a $70 problem on your hands, more or less, as opposed to now where it's kind of more abstract to make the game good, which is a completely different level of problem. And then there's also the things such as balance, where it's like, and this is something that Yoshi P talked about, where they balance content around jobs, and this was fairly controversial. They balance content around jobs because if they see, machinist not doing well in P8 Savage, as you know, it's being excluded from party finders because it's too weak to actually pass the DPS check, then they go, okay, well that means that we take the boss health down because we can't change machinist. Because if we change machinist, then machinist is different in all content. So once they've got like all of the classes locked in terms of the talents, in terms of the damage output, then they will.
I see Vampire Survivors achievement I don't have. Time to fix that.
Maybe because
Poe to level 99 if unlocking the random things.
Class
Okay.
still works. So you don't want
That's
to
easy.
fill your like testing with bad data. So you wait for the class to be finished, and then you start raid testing, and then you've got raid testing done, and then that's how you balance all the numbers. So this is this awful idea of like, oh, once it hits pre-patch, you can't make any big sweeping design changes after that because people have been sold on your game and whatever else. That's live, that's out in the world. And then once the expansion launches, and then especially once the raid launches, then that's going to be full on. We cannot make any major changes.
Yeah.
It has to be full urgency level for us to make any changes, even like balance changes. So I wish they would be quicker with that, and they should be quicker with that because they do let stuff languish really bad. But it's like that's not an excuse, but that is a reason why we're seeing rapid changes now that are like, oh, feedback
Can dump
identified,
3
solved.
million
And
gold
then as
into
soon as
Poe
expansion launches,
on
it'll
golden
be,
eggs.
Inevitably, because there's 38 specs in the game, it will be, let's say, use an old favorite, Shaman is broken. No one can play DPS Shaman because it does 20% less damage.
Well, that's
And
what
then-
normal mode week is for.
Yeah,
normal heroic mode
yeah,
week.
and then they're like, say it happens in Heroic or in Mythic and World First, like, sorry, that was unexpected, we can't fix it. We have to wait till 10.1 to fix that, sorry. And it might go to 10.2 because they have to redesign the spec or something. That's the awkward part where that kind of just, it's the reality of the situation, right? A lot of the time. At least that's how I think it's happened that way. More or less.
Going through some other bits of news which are pretty material in their impact. Well, the first thing is we've got the racial mounts for the Drakthir. They're called Vorquin. They almost look like a primalist. Oh, what are they called?
Horse.
I know, like the Celtic one. My brain's broke. It's not a unicorn. It's like a Kelpie.
Kelpie,
that's it.
yeah.
Can look like a Primalist Kelpie or
Sorry,
something.
I'm a weave. I'm just thinking Kieran.
And there's their armored versions, which also look pretty sweet. So there's that. Now, the other thing. The Creation Catalyst has had a facelift, and this is something impactful because... so if you go to the Benthic gear upgrade vendor in Nazjatar of patch 8.2 with a piece of patch, 10.2... Sorry, 9.2, Shadowlands Mythic Plus gear, you'll be able to upgrade it. Because that shit ain't vendor specific. That's just the upgrade UI. You put PvP gear in there, it'll upgrade that. If you put Mythic Plus gear in, it'll upgrade that. It's just like that with the Creation Catalyst. So them retheming this to Dragonflight very much directly shows us that they are taking that same UI that we already know from the game, and they are just going to make that work in the future. And you can hopefully rest assured, because they did comment on the Catalyst saying that, they think that it was implemented too late.
Hell yeah.
So basically that just means it'll be carried forward, which you already knew, but it's nice to see the evidence, and we can expect it to be activated from an earlier date. The next thing beyond that then is UI. So here's an animation that we can...
these are so gorgeous.
Thanks.
Let that replay the Notion embedded video player.
Yeah, so boom. It plays like this nice animation.
Nice
you can see
PDX.
another effect here where there's like a sort of glimmer on unlocked talents that you can path to. So that all looks good. Let's just take a look at one or two.
Yeah, they're
just to
all the
see
same
splash
idea of the
effects.
sigil and the color, but it's like they all work pretty nicely with the background art. It is a wee bit like it doesn't really matter, but it's nice.
Yeah.
And I still think that, and this is kind of a weird opinion, I think, mostly because I like looking at the talent trees and like runabout and stuff and everything, but the fact that there's not a half-screen version where you flick between the class and Spectre individually, I'm like, I don't really like the full screen thing, even though it works with like the art. Like it feels a bit wrong compared to the old talent tree. I hate to go back to back in classic, it was better, but like the old talent trees, if it's just two, like here's class, here's Spectre, that would be less satisfying for them artistically, and it would make it hard to look at the whole talent tree, which is fairly important. But I'm sure they could find a middle ground or something.
Yeah.
Again, I'm nitpicking, but yeah, it feels. UI is definitely getting a glow up in like the stuff they're physically capable of doing, which is the important part. It's capability with UI stuff, whereas usually it's like, sorry, we could do fucking nothing.
Yeah. So the next thing then is here's the new target thing.
Believe it or not, it looks like the player one.
Yeah,
but flipped. Holy
who'd
shit!
have thought that?
That's actually a good point. I would love the ability to flip this, because I very weird. I
You
liked
want
it.
balls in the center, bars outside.
No. I want to play with asymmetry in UI, which is to say everyone goes, oh, target or player frame, target frame, or for viewers it'd be player frame, target frame. And like, can I have player frame, target frame, and then over here? Just a thought, because I like the ability to play around with that. And I could do that with LVUI or something, but I'm nitpicking on this UI, so is what it is.
There we go. That's what it is. Anyway, the thing is, these guys, the rare mob is just like a little skull, but then a rare elite gets the dragon.
Yeah, I don't like that, but I don't like it for the different reason other people don't like it. Other people don't like it because it's the silver dragon's gone. That was a nice thing. But it implied rare and elite were mutually exclusive, which was a problem. So I think they could have maybe done something nicer, like put like a silver section like the left of the circle or something like that, and then have the gold overlay or something. Maybe that's subtle. It's fine as it is. It's fine as it is. Though I did see people like actually get like, to be fair, it's online, so it was like online angry, but people were like actually angry, like, "Give me the silver dragon back! You've ruined World of Warcraft, you bastards!" And like, you know what? It was nice, but yeah, there's probably a better way. But it's fine.
Next thing then, we have currency tracking for more than like 2 or 3.
Hey, features.
So that's really good.
Features.
Yep, that's pretty sweet. We've got the appearances now having more than just raid and PvP sets.
Wait, I can uninstall Better Wardrobe and Transmog. Let's go.
Bingo.
That's another add-on dead. You're getting close. All you have to do is replace weak ores and DBM. That's all. Easy.
Easy. Yeah, I'm sure Jeff can crack that out in an afternoon.
Just here's the thing, right? If you want to see the course, it's just there on GitHub. Just copy paste. Copy paste and say nothing.
All add-ons are open source.
Yeah, by design. Well, by necessities. That's
Yeah,
how it works.
as you know, in the add-on policy. So
yeah, that's been
just be like,
yeah.
sorry, mate, I've mocked your whole add-on. There's a beer in the post.
Yeah, that's been actually really helpful.
Say thanks to your patrons for me.
Jesus. Yeah, no, that's been pretty. Don't replace DBM, make it unnecessary. Yes, you're completely correct.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? It was about yes, add-ons being just the files there has been really helpful because the amount of times I use something old and it breaks. I'm like, okay, I can just go and fix it.
Well,
I was
we've
like,
got
oh,
a
it's really handy.
big question from Lola Dean here.
Oh dear.
So let's just finish off the UI. So the dragon riding UI now is more dragony themed instead of being some reworked Torghast stuff.
Yeah,
I like it. I'm happy with it.
So it's nice visually and I like it, but the usability of it's a bit awkward just from the sense that, and this is really nitpicky.
We need a drinking game.
Well, every time I nitpick.
Every time
drink,
Matt has a nitpick, you take a shot.
That would be pretty brutal. But this is this.
We'll kill our audience and no one will be left to watch.
This is what I call a bit of usability feedback. It is not always apparently clear where with the resolution that they're at that your bigger bar that you're actually filling it a little bit, and it's kind of hard to tell the exact moment when it's close because with those balls the resolution of especially because the way an orb works, right? There's least information at the bottom and the top. So the closer you get to the top, the less you can actually see how close you are to the top. And obviously, it fills up and goes bing, whatever else, so you see it. But it is not necessarily the best, even though it does look very nice. So, I'm not going to say this is the worst thing they've ever done or whoever did this should be taken out the back. I'm just saying that is a little bit of feedback where I would... I know how I'd frame it, right? I'll frame it this way. If I'm using a UI add-on that gives me that in more visible form, I'm likely to use it, even though I don't want to.
Damn.
That's how I put it.
Damn.
Yeah.
There you go. That game. New login screen is here in PTR.
Where's the dragons?
Where's the dragon? Absolutely. I think it's a really nice login screen, but I want an animated dragon that roars so loud that if the game is being played on speakers, that your family knows that you fat-fingered your password.
Yeah.
Because now the login dragon is here and that is your punishment. So with that, I want to hop over to this question here from Lola Dean. Super just $5 and said, this is the big question, is Dragonflight shaping up to be worthy of giving WoW a second chance from someone who had a very poor and confusing experience in Shadowlands? What I will say...
Poor and confusing depends on the resolution of that, but yes.
If those were the problems, my gut reaction is yes, but don't pre-order.
Yeah.
And the reason why it is yes is because there's no Covenant-like decision that then cascades into other systems and things.
Yeah, the story
right?
Working.
There's none of that. There's no... The story is split up into 4 Covenants, so make 4 characters to get the story, and then take it out the back like a puzzle piece and just, brew yourself some tea and just sit there and puzzle the story together. Because that's my job. That's what me and Jared do for a living. So narratively, that confusion should not be there. The sort of what do I do with my character bit will not be there. Professions are certainly more in-depth.
Oh, they're so much better.
But, I think they're better. So I would say that, if for you the problem with Shadowlands was you logged in and it was full of goop to trudge through that you didn't really understand, and a plot that you found to be fragmented and weird. I can't say 100% about the plot yet, of course. We haven't seen the cinematics. We don't really know where things are going post-game. But at least from what I have played and from looking at the systems of the expansion from my perspective, I do think, yes, Dragonflight is worthy of giving a chance if those were your issues with Shadowlands, because Blizzard are working to greatly clarify those issues. As an example, if somebody was like, legendaries, what are they? Where do I get them from? How does this work? Where do I get the quest from? Okay, I've got to look up a website. Oh no, now I need to look up a guide. Literally doesn't exist anymore. Just pick your talents. From, you know, so many different things. It's easier. I mean, it's just less... I don't even call it cognitive load because it was never interesting decisions. It was just problem-solving goop that got in the way with feeling like you were ready to play. So my opinion is yes.
Yeah, so that's basically how everything. It's hard to say anything else in terms of like the actual front of the game overall. I think the perfections, I will add a little bit of flavor there just because my time spent skinning in beta has actually been super fun. It's been a little bit annoying. So I'm like, where do I get these? And I have to go and kill things that I will find. I'm sure whatever guides will be there after lunch. But on the stories standpoint, I've been thinking let's speak slowly. I've been thinking about this a hell of a lot, and it's more or less. There's a lot less scattered. They have clearly actual ideas. They clearly have. I'm not gonna call them good ideas because I haven't seen how they resolve yet. But they have ideas. Zones have stories that begin and end to a degree, while there is a greater plot thread running that they kind of hint at and tease at a little bit. So there's very much stuff of... there's very much massive improvements in the execution of story. And pretty...
Yes, you just heard Matt say that.
Pretty profound improvements in the orchestration and ordering of story. At least as far as I've played through a couple of the zones. But, and this is an analogy that I was going to... this is not a good analogy because there are massive gaping flaws that I'm going to use it because I couldn't think of a better one. But it's like... it's like congratulating maybe like a 19 or 20-year-old on learning how to read, right? It's a thing of, it's a bad analogy because if someone doesn't know how to read, that's probably not their fault, right? Definitely not their fault. But the part of it that I think is accurate is the idea of that's good. That's a great improvement. That is fantastic. That is excellent for you. However, you definitely should have been doing this a hell of a long time ago.
Fair.
That's the thing on the outcome of it. Obviously, it's a bad analogy for the reasons I provided. But that's the idea of it's very fundamental story stuff they're getting right. And I can't help but feel like they should never have gotten them wrong. On the fundaments, on the hey, this is here's a thing, and then later on they use that thing in the story as opposed to shit just kind of showing up out of nowhere. The example I have is the Asera part in Legion, where she shows up and just gets got. For there's no setup for that being Xavius' plan whatsoever. It just was. That was never even vaguely mentioned. Just happened. It
was very and then react.
Yeah, and I'd be, what happened? What? Why did that? I don't know. And then you get, it overwhelms you emotionally because she gets got. But they do something, I don't want to say filler, but the idea of, hey, here's a thing that's happening. And it's supposed to be a fairly emotional moment. Oh, that's happening. That succeeds when it does happen, and it's not anything as major as that. It's I like these people, and things have gone wrong for them, whatever else. But they actually set things up, and in a way that's fairly obvious. But they also don't kind of wink, nudge, nudge. They'll just offhand mention something, and then that'll be used later, and you go, oh, that's how the story's written. I don't remember very much of that in World of Warcraft largely before. Because it's mostly unless it's very specific, like the Divine Bell and Miss Madara and stuff like that.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, but stuff like that is actually full on. Oh, that's actually. You're doing the story well enough. You've got characters who you're speaking to, and then they progress in ways that are their character evolves and learns pretty quickly in small enough ways because it's still tied into, I guess, bound by what or how World of Warcraft presents its content. You've got things like ideas that the world of people that aren't just the main cast are actually evolving, like the Artisans Consortium, that kind of stuff for them, the Pathfinders, all those little ideas. You're like, oh, hang on, you're doing a story, and you're doing world building. You're doing world building of the old world, you're doing world building of the new world, of the Dragonlance, and you're also doing story. You can do this all at the same time.
Yeah.
And there's points where I'm like, whoa, oh, that felt cool, or oh, that was unexpected, and I feel a little bit sad, or oh, you're doing things well. And I'm like, this is very much,
well done, Blizzard.
That's where a little bit of it feels like, you know, a pat on the head, like, well done, you finally learned this.
Yeah.
But there is an element where it's like, you do have to praise that stuff. And I'm like, will it make it, I guess, will it make it an enjoyable experience? Yes. I have had, even though it's unfinished, and there's a lot of cutscenes without audio, and obviously it's hard to enjoy a cutscene with a big red work in progress across it. But I've really been enjoying, like, Dragonflight Beta. I've been really enjoying the story.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is I am definitely willing to give it the good faith approach, and I am actively going out of my way to make sure I read everything, and I click on NPCs that are nearby that I can speak to, stuff like that. So I am getting the whole thing, and it's way better than I expected it to be. It's still like we're still batting a 7 out of 10 at top. Like that's the kind of angle we're looking at. We're still looking at, you know, Baby's first indie game could have a better story for sure.
It's not going to be Shadowbringers.
Yeah, it never would or even feasibly could be in any shape or form because it's a different game. But it is learning lessons and going, fuck it, yeah. So you're gonna sit there and, you know, complain about us not having enough character moments. Fuck you. Talk to characters. Here's loads of characters to talk to, and it's those ways of like pretty like obvious, really directed feedback that everyone's kind of, because you can say story bad, and they're like, well, we didn't set out to make a bad story. We set out to make a good one. Like, oh, that's not very good feedback. Versus, you know,
story's fake and lame.
Yeah, versus we would like to, you know, more character dialogue, more learning about the world, more kind of, I guess, reasons to care about the individuals involved and stuff like that. And they do more of all of that. And I'm like, shit, that's good. Shit, that's good. I'm enjoying it. And I'm also enjoying all the other parts. Like, I've really taken to the talent trees recently, especially with like the last wave of updates. They're no longer frustrating, and I actually feel like I get to do cool things. There's, what else was it? Skinning, running around skinning is really fun. I want to actually do leatherworking properly because it's like it's a thing you can put effort in. It's like a what's it called? Role playing game, one of them things. Them RPGs that people used to play before they all became Destiny. That kind of thing. I'm like, yeah. So it is. Reading is not optimal XP. That's why I'm making the big disclaimer of there's quite a lot of you get in what you put out in Dragonflight in terms of talking to everyone and like doing side quest stuff. That's still there. It always has been, because like side quests in Seraph Mortis and even in like Bish Shadowlands are pretty good. But it is more or less. There are a lot of things to really praise Dragonflight for, and it doesn't look like there's any massive pitfalls they're going to dive headfirst into like they usually do. Maybe that's, you know, maybe I'm on a little bit too much hopium, but that's my experience so far at Dragonflight Beta. So I'm like, yeah, I'm going to tell her it is. It is a profound 6.5 out of 10. But that's better than being 4 out of 10. That means at this rate, next expansion will be 9 out of 10.
That's great. Yeah, and I guess like we'd say 6.5 out of 10. People are like, wow, you're that, because to some people 6 out of 10 is like a 0.
Yeah.
It's worth saying me and Matt are both people who use the full scale.
Yes.
Right? Because sometimes in game reviewing, it's like it's a 7, an 8, or a 9. Those are the only numbers that can be used.
Yeah.
You know, because like maybe this is like a 3.5 stars. And actually, if a 3.5 stars is oriented to what you personally would like, that can actually be a great experience.
I love some 4 out of 10s.
And that's
Big
the other
fan.
thing, the other bit of context too. The idea of Kusoge, which you've talked about so much. Which I guess we don't really need to recap now. But, you know, take one of my favorite games of all time is 2 of them. Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle-earth 1 and Freelancer. I will never contend that those games are objectively more than a 7 out of 10. But to me, they're a 9.5. Because of, you know, what I like, where I found them, etc., etc. Plus, I mean, for Battle for Middle-earth, especially Battle for Middle-earth 1, not 2, I think 1 has a just beautifully clean, simple, and well-executed rock-paper-scissors based gameplay that is deeply fucking thematic. And Matt, we've got to play that game on LAN, because I actually think you'd enjoy it a fuckload.
Yep, sure.
And actually, See, to be honest, this is my manic wolf. Manic wolf inside me. Matt, I want to hire COO. I want to hire a fucking biz dev powerhouse. I want to hire like 2 more writers, and I want to hire an editor.
Sweet.
And I want enough room that we can have like a LAN situation in the office. Could you imagine the look in Jared's eyes if he walked into work one day and we're like, "Hey, bro, Supcom LAN after work?"
Probably get frustrated and be like, sorry, I have too much work to do.
Yeah, you fucking destroy us.
Yeah.
That would be the problem.
Of course I would.
No.
Of
Thinking.
course
At what point do you just go big dick, as they say? Now, speaking of going big dick, this is a long post. That was a beautiful segue.
This is a very long post.
Here's
which
the
is
class
fantastic.
changes. Now, and this is great now that this stream is available with 60 frames per second footage capture. Keeps going and 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 going.
Yeah.
That was a lot of words. Let's see how many words are we dealing with here. Fuck, there you go. 5,000. Very good.
Nice.
So, as I zoom my way back up to the top, if I was to just put in... There we go. So, you know, we've had Druid, Priest, Hunter, Rogue, Mistweaver, Ellie. That's a lot of changes. Now, Matt, I don't really know, maybe you know the highlights of what you'd like to cover, because, I mean, I feel like we could be here for like 8 hours, and that maybe wouldn't be the most, like, fun for
We could do
everybody.
Boomkin at least.
But I at least just want to, like, present the point to everybody. Like, this is just this week's stuff, and it's a lot of changes. And
Yeah.
this is really good. This is what we've said we wanted to see. Now we're actually seeing it, and it's important, like, you know, if you are, say, one of their harshest critics, well, that just means there's, like, a standard that you think they should be able to achieve and are not achieving. So when they then start to meet that standard or exceed that standard, you can't just be like, well, my grift is to be their harshest critic. No, your job is to be fair, and we have to be fair to them. This is good shit. So to hop into
Yeah.
balance,
That's a thing where it's fundamentally if doing any of this is about bringing value to other people, then you kind of have to at least be reasonable and kind of talk about what is real within the hyper reality we all share. And obviously there is a reality where, you know, the whole thing is likely just nothing is going to be perfect in this sense. However, the actual ability of them writing about all of this class changes and communicating like they are is, if it stays, it's completely unprecedented, and it finally puts them on at least one metric at the actual top of, not the top as in the undisputed best, but now they're actually up there with the big boys in terms of actually communicating with players in live service format. They're not as practiced as Riot. They likely never will be, because Riot have been doing like League live service stuff for over a decade now. And I recently looked at some of their recent stuff, and boy, it's how do I put this? It's systemically designed to be perfect. Where you can look at like Riot patch notes for League of Legends and understand everything in a second and go, holy shit, that's a big deal. And you also understand why. But the idea of like, basically they're doing things. They're now actually telling us what the fuck's going on and making changes, which is a different world.
Yeah.
We live in an entirely new world for Blizzard Entertainment, which I've been talking about with people who, let's say, people who definitely hold a lot of spite in their hearts.
John!
Yeah,
John on our
of this-
team who had a Final Fantasy video. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, something in my chest there.
Yeah, there's a lot of spite for World of Warcraft, and it is very much the answer is, oh, even if you aren't going to praise this and say, or even if you are going to hold the stance of this is still nowhere near enough, it is still like, oh, you can see they feel the fire. You can see the smoke from the fire lit under their ass.
Yeah.
It took a little while for that fire to get rolling, but it is actually like full on. And nothing's going to change in World of Warcraft's endgame in terms of what it is. And this is the one thing that I always have. The actual game, the actual endgame of World of Warcraft isn't really all that good. Everything else about the game is kind of almost the better part of it.
I understand what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's still within the bounds of what it literally is, but within the bounds of what it literally is, it's going to get. It is improving in every metric within that boundary, and that's obvious by the developers actually going, "Hey, here's feedback. Oh, feedback. We'll read that." That doesn't go in the paper shredder along with all the documents about everything else. That's actually going to go into the feedback pile. We'll read that, and then make changes.
Yeah.
So it should be.
Yeah, and you wanted to dive
Yes.
a little bit into balance, I think.
Yes. So
how are we going to go through this?
give me just 1 second. I have a quick. Where am I going? I'm lost.
Bit of what they're talking about is
Yes.
overall then changing up the connections and some.
Yeah, this is where the actual. That's the quote I was looking for, right? It's our talent tree design philosophy has changed considerably over the course of Dragonflight's development. Community feedback and the lessons learned through playtesting help us identify good practices to follow when constructing a talent tree. Equipped with what we've learned, we've set out to update Balance's tree and bring it in line with our current design philosophy. So without looking at this super in depth, it is full on just. Yeah, that's a good design philosophy. Because every updated tree I've looked at, I've been able to go, oh, I can do that. Oh, I can do that. Oh, I can do that. I can do that. Like one of the things I built on Feral was a questing, specifically designed for the kind of damage profile you need when questing. Which is very much, every now and again you want to kill something quick. Or you want to kill a couple things at a time. And it's that idea of, oh yeah, well, I now have a build that's like, I guess I don't rely on cooldowns very much. I just do a whole bunch of damage. Do I need really long-term damage? No. Do I need short-term damage? It'll kill stuff really quickly and then move on to the next one. Sweet. I'll have that. And that's the idea where how I've been able to design a talent tree that for me that feels like it actually works for that. I've been able to grab enough stuff from the class tree, enough stuff from the spec tree that feels pretty good. And I'm like, shit, nice. This actually works. And that's manifesting enough in Balance. So the idea of them just talking about like the interconnectedness of the talent nodes, like the positioning where it's all about, just actually being able to pick what you want to a degree, feels great. Feels great. And then like I was talking a little bit this earlier, but the idea that I'm going, hey, we heard that this is just Shadowlands Pumpkin. We fixed that, sorry. And they did that by just adding these what do you call these talents? Just go down right there.
Yeah.
Just grab the talents on there.
New additions?
Yeah, so there's Umbral Embrace, which is it is literally just a random bit of extra damage. Sure, fine, but at least it feels a little bit interesting. Sometimes there's Wild Mushroom, which is just a new old spell, but it's also changed. Oh wait, no. Oh no, they actually. Oh yeah. Sorry, it targets enemies now instead of being a ground placement, and it also gives what do you call it, Astral Power, which is nice. Look at that Astral Power generation in AOE. For big AoE, it's not massive, but it's there. It now makes AoE not Starfire, Sunfire, and Starfall. And then there's like the Denizen of the Dream. Where that's Denizen of the Dream. Is it very good? Chance summon a Fairy Dragon. Is that really interesting gameplay? No, of course it's not. It's summoning a Fairy Dragon. But what is it also? Summoning a Fairy Dragon. That shit's cool.
Yeah.
That's what Bumpkins want to do. They want to be doing that stuff. Same with like the Fury of Loon. That's a 25% effectiveness. It's like, yeah, Fury of Loon every other clips. Sweet, go for it. That's just that is effectively. Oh yeah, and also obviously the Starfall update, where it's like, hello, multiple uses of this ability may overlap. Also, it's not a target anymore. We've taken your feedback. We are going to make the spell that you actually like, and we're going to make it work. I was like, are you sure? Like, what are you charging for this? Are you going to double the price of Dragonflight? Are we going to lose 2 patches for this? Have we lost a raid tier because you made one class good? And that's the thing, they're kind of doing that across other ranges, where they're just talking about everything in detail, going, here's what we're doing. We're doing exactly what. We're doing core design features. We're learning and expanding on our philosophy, because that's the problem, right? The problem was they would have a philosophy, and they would go, sorry, that's written down, and written down means in stone, so we're not fucking changing. Sorry, what's that? What's that you think about covenants? Go fuck yourself. That's more or less what they might as well said. But now it's like, hey, here's something, and the player response is, would rather have this if you don't mind. And they go, okay, we'll find something that works with what you want and within our design. And you're like, oh, yeah. You're doing your job. You're doing your job. Anyway, that's actually respecting players and listening to feedback. That's all people want. That's all people really want. Honestly. There's not even that much else to talk about. In terms of all these, it's all that idea. So unless you want to talk about Priest specifically, because even like the feral stuff, the feral changes are all just like, yep, here's some changes that are like been renamed and they're kind of nicer, and here's the idea of. They specifically talk there about the left and right side of the tree. Where that's one of the things I was really annoyed about. Was like left side was just single target, right side was AOE, so you effectively had no choice. And then they went, oh yeah, start with that. We've kind of blended it so you can more mix and match and kind of take some AoE, take some single target if you want, or you can go full either build because we've interconnected all the nodes a little bit more now. You're like, beautiful. Beautiful. Is it perfect? No. Is it better? Hell yeah. Yeah. That's like, you know what? If you wanted a quote for me on Dragonflight so far, it's not perfect, but it's better. And all the connotations that comes with that.
That's just interesting. Reading chat while you've been.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. No, it. I need to hop in and see how Hunter feels. That's the thing.
I don't think Hunters have had the most changes overall, though.
If they ended up getting me liking MM again, that would be a feat. But
well, that would require a full redesign, right?
Would. Yeah. But overall, I mean, yeah, between feral and balance, that is some damn good shit.
Yeah, and that's the thing where even if they're just gonna, even if they're making decisions that maybe not perfect or people maybe not super like that much, they at least explain why, and everyone goes, ah, sure. And they don't just explain why and say that's the end of the story. They just go, here's why we think that, and also here's what we're doing to kind of make up for that or make sense of it. Where specifically on like removing the Shadow Mend, they're like, hey, yeah, we know that this is probably gonna, impact discipline, so, or like in terms of their ability to heal, because Shadow Mend's key for that, like emergency stuff. So we will be happy to bump flash heal for discipline if it proves that way. I'm like, cool. That's the intelligent part, I think, right? That's the intelligent part of communicating with the community. Communicating. Of talking to people, basically, is going, well, how is... And this may sound a little bit cynical, but it is how it works, right? You go, well, how is what I'm going to say going to make them feel? How will they feel after I've sent this message? And then preempting that, and then having something in the tank ready for it, or countering it in your initial message. Where you go, okay, well, how are people going to respond about, an example, flashing? Okay. So they're going to be annoyed because this change affects discipline. So we'll also throw in a message saying, hey, this guys, we know it's going to be a problem, so we'll solve it. And they're like, the pitchfork is right. Okay, pitchfork's away for today. And they're learning that. So someone's kind of, I guess, someone is learning there. Someone at the PR team is kind of cares what people think. I think that's maybe like the first step to making the game that people care about, showing they care one way or the other. It could all just go horribly wrong. Who knows?
Yes. But at least it seems the set of processes, like the mechanics of it getting better over time, they're in play.
Yeah.
Right, like feedback loop that takes us in the right direction is in play. There's just becoming a general feeling, I think.
Vibes are getting better.
Yeah.
There you go.
The vibes are getting better.
That's the whole stream. Goodbye.
Done. Bye.
Vibes are getting slightly better.
I just wonder, is there anything else?
Not that I'm super aware of, to be honest. There's a lot of real depth here that I wouldn't feel comfortable talking about just because I haven't actually explored a lot of these.
To be honest.
And this is the part that's interesting about the talent trees, whereas before, with the talents being so, I guess the number of combinations is less. it's a lot easier to look at them and go, oh, I see how this works with the core. So I'd be able to, you know, vaguely talk about almost any spec or class. Before maybe legendaries in Shadowlands, I could almost nearly do that off the top of my head now. As soon as I open a class, I'm like, is this the same? There's so much more depth to what you can do with it. Not to how it turns up and how it plays at the end of the day, but to how you construct what you can actually do. And that's even the thing where, unfortunately, it will just be, you know, you'll go to Blood Mallet and that'll have your talent tree. You'll go to Warhead and it'll be like, here's the talent tree we find works best. And that's the kind of thing people will do that. But there is room for you to absolutely play within them and do other things. It is down to balance to make them actually feel sort of okay. And that's going to be nigh impossible because I guess it's a case where there's just going to be some builders who will be stronger than others and different different builds will just be better elsewhere. And that's something you'll always have to contend with. But if you're willing to kind of go, well, let's see what I can do. Let's see what I can do because I'm doing world content. Can I make something that feels better to me? You should be able to do that. Which is part of the... I want to set up a charitable organization called the Anti-Metagaming Charity. And I can rescue people who have been damaged by metagaming everything. Very...
That's always going to happen, but at least here you feel like you can cook something up. And at least for new players who come into the game just, you know, raw, right, with no sort of prior knowledge, they will have a significantly more educated and superior experience.
And I also will say, I was skeptical about how initially you would be going, here, talent trees. What do you mean you're giving me an extra 5 talent points and a level up experience? Are you trying to make me feel good about getting my Shadowlands shit back? That's not how it's felt to me. Every talent point I get, because then this is the problem with them being weighted towards the bottom of the tree. Every talent point I actually kind of get when I'm leveling in the bit, I'm like, oh nice, I get a new thing. Like what was it? It was the last talent point I got me Circle of Life and Death. And I'm running Circle of Life and Death because I like to, you know, come out of stealth, rake, you know, blah blah blah. Because you have Predator, I tend to Tiger straight before because I also have loads of energy because I Soul the Forest. But I like, you know, raking straight into a Rip because I know that based on how I've been killing things, Rip will just about expire by the time I finish killing it. I usually, you know, get like a, you know, open Rick from stealth, Rip, couple shreds, hit 5 combo points, Ferocious Bite, they're dead. And Rip's just expiring. I'm like, hey, look at that. That was enabled by Circle of Life and Death. And I'm like, I feel like I'm doing well. I haven't gotten Detail installed, so, you know, I might be better just doing something entirely different. But I'm like, yeah, this feels good. I'm enjoying it. Yeah. I'd be enjoying it more if we had EU testing servers thinking.
Sure does make those empowered abilities feel funky.
Yep.
Yep, definitely an issue in playing an NA, but is what it is. So, class stuff done. The other thing, and this is kind of fun, but we do have a trailer done by Hurricane, and you know what? I do.
Oh, that's loud. That's loud.
Rip ears. Yeah. Like, man, is it still too loud?
That should be okay.
Cool. This trailer is pretty sick. The thing that Hurricane's trailers always did was just like 10x the scale.
Oh, apparently we have Echo. Are you playing the stream? Are you playing the stream? No, it should be no, we're okay. Wait, Echo? How do we have Echo?
Is this... Remember the mysterious Echo we had in the other rig? We never understood what happened.
Doesn't make any sense. It's playing twice, finally. How is that?
Is it currently playing right now?
Hang on. Oh. Hang on. Drop the volume and play it again. Oh, yep, sorry, yep, sorted. Sorted.
There we go. So yeah, Hurricane always just like goes bam in the scale.
Yeah, it's very something.
Yeah, like this for the whole, like the war that happens underneath Naxxramas and Dragonblight. which of course is one of the most like epic moments. Or wait, is this them attacking Stormwind?
Yes, it is.
Whoops. Oh, of course it's them attacking Stormwind. Well, there you go. This is not something that's been portrayed in a big trailer before.
No.
I mean, yeah. It's like the way the Blizzard's big trailers kind of like are able to capture some of the fantasy. I think like it does a good job, and I've noticed a lot of post-processing effects and things like that. That
almost too much to me, but yeah.
It's like, I would agree. I do think, though, that to the kind of average viewing eye, it's enough to, like, give it this almost hyper-reality feel that gives it a sort of a filmic quality that they enjoy.
Yeah,
I think that's one of the things that's generally worked pretty well for the Hurricane trailers.
Yeah, so I will argue that comes across in a little bit of, how do I put this? I had an analogy, but I didn't want to use it. Shit. What was it? Just the idea of, yeah, I know what it was. I was going to say it's like the whole World of Warcraft 2 in Unreal Engine 5, and you're like, but that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't look right. Sure, it's high fidelity, but it doesn't make sense. It's like if the game looked like this, it'd be fucking unplayable. But it does work for like the kind of, the experience of it. The kind of, this is how I imagine it sometimes kind of vibe.
Yeah, well, one of the cool things about how this is done is, because like I've been following this guy's work for a long time.
Yeah.
He works, I mean, definitely with other assets, but like a lot of this is just exported from WoW.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, and taken into like Cinema 4D or whatever, and kind of polished up. Unlike something where we are using other assets to recreate something.
Yeah.
I think that's always been one of the impressive things.
Yeah, and as people are pointing out, the attention to detail from Hurricane, this is absolutely brutal. Every single asset is utterly on point. Nothing is out of place. Nothing's anachronistic. It's all just, this is what it literally is.
Yeah, like this is Darnassus getting fucked right now.
Yeah, and everyone's in the appropriate gear for it.
Yeah. All those things that just give you that like little bit of, oh yeah, there's scale.
Yeah, there's so many.
Like, this whole thing, I mean, imagine, not to say it would be reasonable for it to be like this in-game, of course, because that'd be so much work for, like, a quick little event, and I actually do think the event is really awesome, but, like, I mean, that feels like, oh shit, we have just been reamed, we need to go and deal with the Lich King.
I will say that, and this is exceedingly...
Take another shot for an epic?
No, this is an epic.
Oh,
this
shit.
Is epic. This is something good. There is at least 2 moments in the Dragonflight and Biddle where the sense of scale, the sense of, oh, this is actually happening. Yeah. Oh, there are a lot of NPCs joining in this event, and it's like very visible. There's a lot of stuff actually kind of happening there where it is full on like, oh, yeah, shit. I felt that was a cool moment. I understand how many things are involved here. And it's like, it's not full on this vibes, right? Because you can't do that in game. Not reasonably. That's the tier of like AAA single player game and stuff. But it is still like, yeah, that you can mimic the feeling okay, like FF does in Gimlet Dark. But specifically, it's like this is just actually profoundly just like it.
Well, it's one thing actually.
Does this better.
It's why I feel like that, and I know the repetition was an issue, but the Warlords of Draenor intro experience, it had so many like scripted events and stuff that it actually felt, and I know it doesn't hold up playing it multiple times, of course, but I thought like first time through, I thought it was way better than Broken Shore, way better than Battle for Azeroth, way better than the Maw thing. Pretty sweet. So anyway, yeah, Hurricane, nailing scale, making your world feel just... I mean, yeah, goddamn.
You can tell this person loves World of Warcraft more than they have any right to.
Yeah, and it's cool because, like, this is Blizzard.
Hopefully give them plenty of beans for, like...
I'd hope so. But, like, this is smart. This is Blizzard going and be like, you care a fuckload about this.
Leverage that,
Do you want to be able to just spend however much time you need? We will pay.
Yeah, same with that cat. Like.
community yeah, the IK edit. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit.
trailer took him 300 days apparently.
Man, look at this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this being a solo-ish, or I think solo
Solo,
work is... That's insane. That's insane. Amazing. Fucking... Where's the hills, man?
Yeah.
Or is that fjord? No, that's fjord.
Zeppelins in the sky. That's such a great film.
Yeah, and you see, once you start having to, like, animate all these things,
Yeah.
doing more than just the stock animations, oh boy, that is when it's taking a long time.
It's insane. Yeah.
Memories. Fucking landing in here.
Like that.
Stuck into the big war.
That
Even
said, every
like-
time I see that face, I'm like, oh yeah, this is World of Warcraft, and it's horrible.
Well, it is just interesting that, like, that's a WoW gnome, and
Yeah.
goddamn if you tried to make that look like a Wrath gnome, but still that it would work in this trailer.
Yeah.
Like, there's a fine line there.
Mm-hmm. I will say there is one part of this,
the tundra.
and this is literally me nitpicking. There's only one part of the show I'm like, I don't know if I agree with that. Everything else is beautiful, but I'll say when it happens. And I might be wrong. Actually, I'll watch it again just to make sure.
Worm rest.
So nice.
Yep. And it's again that thing, it's like, this doesn't look like we have done a big WoW CG where it doesn't look like the game world that you're used to
Yeah.
playing. You go in here like, you've exported the map that my character
Yeah,
has
that's
been in.
literally it.
Like, that's, yeah. That's the feel it's achieved, for sure. Man,
Oh yeah, that
sorry.
didn't make any sense. Did you miss? Oh yeah, that's what it is. It's those level up animations.
Fuck it. No way. I am down.
I
I will fight you.
I feel like that's right. So okay, it is the, it's until that point, none of it felt like it was video game World of Warcraft. It all felt like it was World of Warcraft or World of Warcraft.
That's
as soon as the level of animation happens, I'm like, that's a game system. That's not accurate. That's not accurate to what's actually happening. That's a game system. If you know, I like the reason I didn't say it at the start until I saw it again was I was thinking, oh, is that a, what do you call it? Is that like a buff icon or something? Is that someone, you know, buffing someone else? But if it's a level up, that is not what happened to someone in the World of Warcraft.
So, you know what?
Yeah.
I accept what you're saying for sure.
Yes.
I think that for a lot of people, that's a nod to how this grand, as it's entitled,
Yeah.
journey kind of like felt.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah,
here,
go.
like,
Yeah.
I've walked around this, my character has seen this,
Yeah.
and you've fucking faithfully taken it in here and polished it up.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that's a level, right? It's weird because two are happening at the same time, but no one's motioning for a buff. Frame by frame this. Frame by frame this.
Yeah, no, it's a level up. And I suppose the reason...
That's a lot of frames.
The reason why, right,
Yeah.
is to have, you know, some offset motion in the animation.
Choose wisely. Farewell. We will persevere. We will have justice.
so it feels
Yeah.
like there's a bit of flow to the two of them.
Yeah, no.
I'm good for it,
Oh,
man.
you can hear the leveling sound effect. Yeah, no, I am not. In a way that's different to me, not. Or me, I like. Okay, well, I'll say when it gets to it. That was fantastic. That's so cool.
Yep.
All those rooms. Beautiful. Yeah. Is it? Yeah, it's this. This is absolutely fantastic.
This is fucking cool.
Yeah. Full on Armor of the Dead, faithfully recreated. It's beautiful. That fantastic as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, you know, bits of this are like just your mind's eye, you know, the level of fantasy and imagination that you have as a kid. You know, you're looking in this game where like this Frost Giant's got like 2 animations. I know it's more than 2, but it's like this is the fantasy that it evokes.
Yeah. There's we starter Torin DK.
Everyone rushing through Dalaran. Squads of people.
All news about 8 people in Ashes of Valar.
That whole, whole segment's so cool.
Winter Grasp.
And you know what? Fair play. Like that's what Winter Grasp felt like.
Yeah.
And this is what the quests underneath Naxxramas felt like. Like they were cool. All this Bolvar and shit.
Hang on.
Sarth.
Hang on. Oh, okay, I'm gonna say that was Iceland. Running while casting Frostbolt. Bullshit. No. Yeah.
Sarth.
Hang on, is that a halberd with a good animation? That's not realistic.
KT.
Yeah.
In cooler fashion than we saw in Shadowlands.
That was
money shot.
That's what Dragon Redding feels like.
That's not money shot. This is the fucking money shot. No, it's almost the money. This is another money shot.
That's really nice.
Motherfuckers, man.
Oh, so shit.
That trailer.
I know that character!
For a solo editor, that is fucking insane. That's insane. People often don't appreciate how much time things take. When you are doing this, you know, After Effects, Cinema 4D, all that workflow, how much time shit takes.
Yeah,
this is crazy.
It's really hard to even concept how much work that is. It's not even like even if it was a group of people, that is still such a profound amount of work.
And if you want to sort of
unbelievable.
Understand some, well, this is the World of Warcraft YouTube page, which we are actually going to venture back to quite soon. But I want to take you to Hurricane's YouTube page because he posts behind the scenes, and I love how he edits them. At least there's one I remember from years ago. Man, all these are cool. Where is his making of? Though, because he did a very... Oh, man, I can't believe how many years ago this is. And it's because he was originally in the private server community.
That would explain the capability with all of the...
Here's some of your stuff. Right, so this is going to be getting your assets out. That one before. So this is exporting like the world map data from the client. You can grab the FBXs with the animations for these guys and drop them in. A little bit of cleanup. It's going to be some custom stuff. So grabbing all of this. Now what you're seeing is kind of like building a background with 2D assets and stuff. Together.
That's extremely
obviously
loud.
Oh shit.
Yeah. You got it done there?
Yeah. Suffice to say, this all takes a hell of a lot longer than it looks in this very flashily cut segment. Move it down a wee bit more. And then, of course, what you throw on in the end, right? Because at this stage, you're probably thinking, oh, this looks like WoW with extras. Bam, you slap on the grade. And yeah, it's like a stylistic choice. I suppose this is more of a Zack Snyder kind of grade. I mean, I don't say it in a demeaning way. It's just like, you know, literally
It's dark and gray.
punching for a more stylized grade.
Yeah.
Just totally one way to do it. This is a great example of, like, you know, building that scene. And you'll see even in the makeup of this scene, you know, these are just straight out from the game. But then in the game, like, these bits are just separate 3D models, not terrain files. So, you know, bam.
Reconstruct.
You know, gotta reconstruct that shit. And of course, that's like custom work, you know, animating the fall and everything. And all of the trailers on the Hurricane channel are really cool, and I highly recommend you guys check them out. And certainly, if you are wanting to get into this kind of thing, I mean, it's pretty, you know, it's pretty inspiring stuff. I love videos like this where you're like, fucking hell, I wish I knew the how. I'm seeing how you end up. Like, man, look at that scene. You know, just like seeing the scene being built. So, yeah, well, that was quite a lot for week 1. But anyway, this is just a really, really cool video. I mean, hey, you want Tempest Keep to fucking feel like Tempest Keep? I think he really achieves it in this. So, there you go. That is some of the pretty damn awesome content.
Riveting content as I sit here and beat on a hammer forever.
This is just... Hey, do Blizzard get it?
They're starting to, more than before, sure.
Oh, look at that, they have a little animated video. But no, I want to talk about Blizzard getting it on the community front. Because... So there's the Hurricane trailer that we just watched together, right? On top of that, we have Platinum doing lore videos. And what I thought was interesting...
Troll
Yep, and here's what I thought was interesting about that. You see, back when we worked with Blizzard on the, like, WoW Starter Guide series.
Yeah.
Like, in a way...
30,000 years ago?
Yeah, it was, like, back in BFA.
Yeah, you were 6 years old?
Stuff was, you know, in a way, like, all squeaky clean. And obviously, I doubt he's going to be swearing and stuff in these videos. But it feels like a Platinum video. And that's what I thought was neat. Like, that Hurricane video does not feel like a Blizzard trailer.
No, they did. It's clear that if Blizzard had any editorial oversight, they were extremely limited in how much they used it, or they were basically just going, "Oh yeah, that seems cool." They're not hiring someone and going, "Hey, we really like what you do. Now do what you do, but," and then hands over a list of things you're not allowed to do. It's, I mean, they likely do literally, but that list isn't 40 miles long. It's going to be, hey, you know, don't do anything completely mental.
Yeah.
Stay within what you usually do. Be creative if you want. You know, fire us a draft of the script, whatever way you write it. Fire us over that, and then fire us over a couple. You know, every month or so, fire us over whatever you're working on, or depends on the time scale of the project.
Yeah.
And they go every time whoever's doing it's going, "Oh shit, that looks sick. Keep it lit. Oh hell yeah." And then by the end, it's like, "Hey, how's the project going?" They're like, "Almost done." We're like, "Sweet, excellent." Okay. Just that kind of relationship.
So it's like, this is a, you know, made with WoW Model Viewer and, you know, After Effects.
Third-party tools. Ah.
Well, I mean, that's kind of funny. But, like, yeah, this is a Platinum video, right? They're happy to have that be a Platinum video. If I was to go to the Great Push.
Oh, I can't. It's stuff.
So anyway, I started blasting.
Oh, those.
There we go. We have an It's Always Sunny meme on a World of Warcraft thing. What I wanted to go for is this. This is, of course, the excellent trailer for The Great Push, which is focusing in on the, of course, the dungeons of Season 4 of Shadowlands, done by IK Edit. And, like, he really effectively captures the gameplay fantasy of this stuff. And again, this does not feel like an official Blizzard trailer. This feels like IK Edit's work.
Well, that's because it's not, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's an IK Edit video. It's just World of Warcraft paid for it, put it on the channel.
Yeah, and it's just really neat that Blizzard are actually happy to do this stuff outsourced directly to the community. You know, that is a level of community engagement and actually, you know, meeting players where they're at. That, like, if we weren't also burnt on the game design decisions of BFA and Shadowlands, we would be significantly more, like, excited about this kind of thing going on. But it's just worth highlighting, like, Blizzard is greenlighting and evidently funding really fucking cool projects like this.
That is,
and I hope that these guys are being paid a fair industry rate
for a
Just noticed
experienced VFX artist.
Yeah, that's the only thing that we
That's
don't
what I hope.
actually know and need to be careful of, because if we just turn around and be like, hey, this is absolutely wonderful, Blizzard's doing a good job, and it turns out they're kind of going, hey, we can give you, you know, basically, I think if these people would have made more money by putting it in their own channels and getting ad revenue or throwing a sponsor on, I think that'd be a problem.
I mean, I hope
But,
this
like,
is at least 4 digits.
Yeah, it would need to be, well,
It should probably be
let's put it
5.
this way, for
It's good few grand. Like.
for Hurricanes, I think it would need to be more than 4 digits, given the amount of time horizon.
Yeah, like-
that'd probably need to be at least 5. Like,
Yeah, like this is. I mean, with Hurricane, like, if Hurricane could be earning, let's just use USD, like 80 to 100k USD. Blizzard's asking for multiple months of that individual's time, if if that's what the time frame of a really in-depth project like that's going to be. Like, I really hope Blizz is coughing up, and it's not just a a passion thing, because I think what these trailers show, and like the Platinum videos as well, like this is super high quality content.
Yeah,
it's real awesome stuff. So basically, it's just hats off.
Hats off, yeah.
And it is good to see Blizzard engaging, I think, very authentically.
Yeah, it's like there's Bradley saying
Mail
that
these
people
off
can
and then-
kick out the Activision suits. Feels like they don't have as much power at the moment. I don't know if that's true, but it's certainly I could certainly
Basically
understand if
sell
there was a
everything else
report
off.
that, someone with insider like knowledge comes out and goes, hey, so internally from Blizzard we've heard that the Activision suits or whatever you want to, the people from there aren't as much control. Mike Ibarra's very much turned around and said, this is my organization, let me run it the way I want to. And then,
Basically
from
vendor
that,
all
and
this
then it's
trash.
actually, like, trickled down to the power that, Holly, is it Longdale? Is it Long? It's just Longdale, right? Yeah, and John Haidt have all of this kind of influence going, yeah, what are we going to do? We're going to hire someone for community management who's, like, super on the money. We're going to have enough money to make sure they don't get, like, just poached by Riot or someone. We'll hire someone who like loves Blizzard games and they really know it, and then they'll do the stuff for us. Not in that they'll do it for us in that way, but like they'll lead the organization to actually start to do these things that people really want to see. Because like, assuming people are getting paid enough, then hell yeah, this is just literally that's big vibes of, oh yeah, they're better, way better.
Yeah, fucking big tier for that.
Yeah.
As for the things, Matt, how do you think we should go? Because
go quick and to bed.
Okay. Okay, so I guess going through things, there's a bit of a lull.
Oh, this is brilliant.
Jalor is
Yeah.
coming to Hearthstone in the Mon Disorder mini set. Finally, we're going to get to see the good version of the Shadowlands in Hearthstone.
It's a mini set. It's not. I'd love to see a good version of it in the campaign.
But hey, you can buy the golden edition for $69.99 or 7,000 runestones.
Yeah.
The new currency. Woo!
Fuck off, Hearthstone.
That will get you 4 legendary cards, 1 epic card, 14 rares, and 16
Nobody cares.
commons. We go, oh, look at Sylvanas the Accursed. She, she does her she does a re. Look at that. Does the re. Very good. We have got the Jailer. What does he do? Destroy your deck. For the rest of the game, your minions are immune.
That's interesting.
There you go. What does Sylvanas do?
That's
2 Sylvanas.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, don't really give a shit. Some other card previews. I mean, hey, fun to see the Hearthstone artists do this stuff. But anyway, honestly, this is just here for a quick laugh.
Yeah, literally fun. Yeah. Well, Blizzard don't see Shadowlands as a mistake they should never, ever, ever, ever touch again. Seems.
Yeah, I guess another thing for the Blizzardy news, Diablo 4 testing is drawing near. They had a leak. We'll have a video up in that on the news channel either tomorrow or Sunday. But just that their endgame confidential testing with preferential access to people who have got time played in Diablo products on their Blizzard account.
Yeah,
that's going to be going on soon. That's really cool, right? It's good they're doing it that way. They're clearly doing this before the marketing beta, and they want externals. Before a marketing beta. That is a good sign.
Yeah, that's actual feedback actually making it again.
For Hearthstone, I haven't looked into it, but there is just the lead hero designer quit. That kind of looks bad.
Which
who knows?
It does. Like, you have to say it definitely does. But also,
or it could just be like, all right, finally we're shipping. My work here is done. New adventure.
Well,
You could be sick of it after a while.
Isn't that one of the fundamental problems with live service games?
Bingo.
Where you go, okay, let's make a game.
We will persevere.
Okay, we've worked ourselves to dust and made a game. What's next, employer? Wait, we're not done making game? When does it end? That's the neat part. It doesn't. Oh, this is comic. I saw it like a manga panel about like, you know, coming up to the end of the 2 weeks. What's after that? The next 2 weeks start. You're like, sweet. That's how life feels a lot of the time. But especially if you're going to be a live service developer, especially a designer, going right. We're completely and utterly out of ideas for heroes. What do? We need another one in 9 weeks. Like, what? No, I'm out. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye. You're not paying me enough. Goodbye. That's what that's what I think would be worried about. Like, oh Jesus Christ, that's a heavy grind. So,
got that.
Hopefully they've got like all the heroes designed for the whole year, and then that's why they left.
Do you want a quick preview of the topics that, you know, in case we went through things too quick, I donated in here? We have Twitch goes boom Lamau, Nvidia greed classes and yay, and Donkey Man grr.
I have one of a kind item.
Basically, Donkey's doing a publisher. People try to dunk in the donk on the Twitter, as they do, because everyone is a different power block coalition and they all hate each other. And it was pretty ridiculous. But we actually have a video on this coming up tomorrow, which means the Diablo one will be up on Sunday.
Lots of content.
So, yeah, lots of screeing and reeing and shit about that. As for Twitch...
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Yep, video went up today. You can check that out. Oh, boy. And then Nvidia.
Do you want a graphics card for 11.0? Nope, sir.
Also, EVGA Runaway.
Get a fourth job.
For other things, this month's Patreon.
Remember the sun
September.
Priest.
Yep. Priest stuff's awesome. These pins are fucking dope. So that's the situation with with Priest this month over on our Patreon, where Lore Walking Podcast.
You're correct. There are now actually.
Aha!
You know what? Actually, that's a good thing you reminded me, because I meant to say, I don't think I said this last week. Was it done last week? Anyway, so the
good noodles.
I've lost my mind. Members, hello members. It's been a while. You can get the podcast now in a members only playlist that is available on this very channel. So when we're done here, you can go and listen to all those. And a new one went up today, which is Jared and Michael talking about Neltharion, or as most know, Deathwing. And then next week or next 2 weeks, depends on the time, there'll be one where me and Jared talk about Death Knights. And that one will mark number 9. So there are 8 total podcasts available if you listen to right now, being
in the Lore Walking series.
Somewhere around 6 hours of content of listening to. The first one is really scuffed audio. Sorry about that.
That's way better.
But everything past that is substantially better, as you can tell. We had our dark audio phase, and we had another dark audio phase today because I wasn't paying attention and you didn't look at the levels. But yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah, so that's there. It's also everything.
are to be stopped. Future I have planned will not be jeopardized. Now you will taste true power.
Is at hand. No longer will we wait behind our doors. Tremble before our wrath.
G'day guys and gal. When life is bad, remember, it can always be worse. Nothing exemplifies this more than Warhammer 40k, where dead bodies are ground up into paste and used as rations, where aliens shoot bullets at you that are actually smaller aliens that eat you from the inside out, where there is a parasitic plant that disguises itself as a towel and hides in showers before viciously murdering you when you get too close. Shit sucks, but on some worlds it sucks a million times more. Worlds that have humans living on them but really shouldn't have. Worlds that make selling your body in the streets of Eastern Europe to sate your heroin addiction look like a healthy habit. Before we get started, Manscaped's obscene marketing budget ensures that we all know what they're about by now. Their nick-free Lawnmower 4.0 that keeps your balls free of hair and blood. Their ball deodorant that completely nullifies stanky dick, as well as their washes that give you that fresh, maturely clear that there are, regardless, the first human. The Manscaped for sponsoring this video. Today we'll go over the 5 worst planets to live on in 40k. I want to be clear that these 5 worlds can and are being lived on.
I just
I'm not
noticed
going to
that,
include
John,
some
if you're still here.
big ass volcano planet that has no atmosphere where you just get burnt and liquefied instantly. Let's get into it.
Why did that not show up on here?
Terrible planets to live on, so it was hard to narrow
Oh, now it is. Fuck.
but I did it because I like making videos. The first one is a fan favorite.
No question is, when did
AKA
John
the
say
pussy
that?
version of Australia. It's unclear what kind of fucked up force evolution caused Catachan to become a hyper-deadly jungle world where everything, down to the smallest insects, non-sentient plants, and microbes, is lethal and wants to kill your ass. But regardless, the first humans that settled in Catachan also went through their own force evolution, as the majority of them died horribly. Only the strongest survived and went on to breed strong children, and so on. Eventually, Catachan babies were coming out of their mums' muscly vaginas with full beards and six-packs. To give some context on what actually lurks within Catachan, the brain leaf is a plant that hooks its roots into your nervous system and controls you like a puppet. The spiker is a plant that shoots a spike at you, and if it hits, will convert your DNA into another spiker plant. The Venus mantrap is exactly what it sounds like, but more deadly, and then there's a whole bunch more equally horrible plants that can kill you. The animals are even worse, with the most fearsome being the Catachan devil, which, yeah, combined like the great buck.
What the fuck?
I haven't even begun talking about all the diseases and bacteria. Yeah, overall a bad time. Now you might think, that's okay, I'll just move into one of the fortress cities and never leave to venture into the jungle. Well, the forest has this malicious sentience and will actively begin sieging Catachan settlements, meaning that once in a while an entire settlement has to pack up and migrate to somewhere safer, meaning you see the jungle and its predators. It's no wonder why its people look like Rambo on steroids. Well, more steroids. It's no coincidence that the worst worlds produce the best soldiers. After all, if you are hardened from birth and become a tough motherfucker by age 9, then you're probably gonna make a good warrior. Mordia is a key example of this.
Sorry, John.
This world is
Should message him on Facebook. Haven't talked to him in forever.
One half of the world is getting turbo-raped by solar radiation, whilst the other half of the world is turbo-raped by eternal darkness. Everyone lives close to the border, but on the dark side.
Ah, damn it. How'd I pull this shit up again?
This breeds a bunch more issues. They struggle to make food. The lack of sun makes everyone depressed and discontent, so there is strict rationing and brutal policing. The Meridian Iron Guard get most of their combat experience killing their own people before going into the galaxy. Since the destruction of Nostromo, the homeworld of the Night Lords, Mordia has the highest suicide rate in the entirety of the Imperium. That's right, out of a million worlds, worlds like Catachan, Krieg, or Terra, Mordia is the winner when it comes to necking itself. The one time Chaos invaded, they were repelled by the Iron Guard, but I really can't put my finger on why they would want to conquer the world in the first place. Not every shit world is in the Imperium. There are many demon worlds in the Eye of Terror that wouldn't be great to live on, at least not until you braced whatever patron god controlled it. However, there is one unique world that sucks more than the rest, the Slaaneshi world of Oliensis. This world is actually a giant naked man in the fetal position, but had a breathable atmosphere and you could technically survive by living in his pores and eating his flesh.
That is so fucked up.
This world was the homeworld of the Noise Marines and numerous beastmen. What I just described should make it pretty clear why living here would fucking suck, but let me tell you what happened to some loyalist Marines when they tried to purge it. When the Sentinels chapter invaded and clashed with the Noise Marines and Beastmen, the planet awoke and consumed everyone. Whilst inside him, the Sentinels couldn't find a way out and resorted to cannibalism to survive. This corrupted them into a chaos warband called the Corpus Brethren, a planet so bad that when invaded, the invaders became chaotic cannibals. Epic. This next one isn't so much a planet than a realm, but fuck you, I make the rules. The Dark Elder realm of Commorragh. This collection of cities and chunks of world that have been awkwardly crushed together is an absolutely horrific place to live. From the lowly slave...
I really need to get a second monitor so I can put the chat over there and actually see it in real time instead of having to fucking toggle it on and off.
Perfect. Let me explain why it's horrible, even for the elite ruling class who get to rail space coke and fuck bitches all day. Firstly, as a slave, you have no rights, and your fate is decided on the whim.
Yeah, that's not sus at all.
Space elves, who literally have to cause suffering to stay alive. As such, you will get raped, tortured, raped while killed, brought back to life, because they can do that, and then the whole process is repeated until you're less than a husk that gets discarded. For a lowly Dark Elder, even though you aren't a slave,
Quit
you
posting
still have
that
to
shit.
compete like crazy to survive. Murdering, stealing, and violating to get the attention of the upper class, so you can hopefully join one of their cabals. At the same time, other Dark Elder are trying to climb the ladder as well, a ladder that may involve
I want to
killing
train
you.
this
If you
by
don't join a
hitting
cabal,
shit.
you won't be able to raid, and if you don't raid, you can't cause suffering, and if you can't cause suffering, you can't keep Slaanesh at bay from gnawing on your soul. For the Archons, you might think things get better, but no, their positions are highly prized, and the only way for people to gain them is by killing the current
I'll just
Hence,
go
they're
left.
constantly paranoid as assassins
Counterclockwise or run into the elite.
Rival Archons will also seek to humiliate each other or bring about their downfall, so it's a constant 24/7 paranoid grind to maintain.
I have a shield. I'm gonna be here a while while that
The Dark
skills
Elder
up.
royal family were also killed by Vect, so even being royal is a good thing. As for Vect, he might seem like he's enjoying himself. However, with his age, he has to cause a shitload of suffering in order to stay youthful and alive. Whenever there is a disruption, such as demons invading, your Vrain causing issues, or him getting recently killed and resurrected, it can be a massive fucking drainer. The worst part about Commorragh is that you can't even kill yourself for the sweet release of death. A suicidal slave can be brought back for more torture, whilst if a Dark Elder dies, they get soul raped by Slaanesh for all of eternity, which sucks way more than Commorragh, so yeah, just get the fuck out of Commorragh ASAP. The final absolutely shitty place to live in Warhammer 40k is our very own Earth, or Terra as it's called. Terra is so retardedly overpopulated that it has become one big cesspit. There are quadrillions of people living in this one world, a world that is basically one multi-layered city with no oceans, nature, native animals, or clean air. The pollution is extreme. If a ship carrying water for the people is delayed by a day or two, which often happens, then millions die of dehydration. Disease is everywhere as everyone lives so close to each other. There are gene stealer cults, chaos cults, Jehovah Witnesses, you know, the worst of the worst kind of shit. The worst part is that your life is so insignificant on Terra. You are a speck of sand on a beach. Nothing you do matters and no one gives a fuck about you. Whenever anything goes wrong, whether it be a demon invasion, a ship crashing, or just a food or water shipment being late, millions or even billions will die. Which sounds bad, and it is, but it only reduces the world's population by like less than 0.001%. If it wasn't for the Emperor also being on Terra, I'm sure the Earthlings would put the Meridian suicide rate to shame. In order to stake out a life for yourself or be eligible for food and water rations, you'll need to work in the most un-OHS work conditions imaginable, spending 80% of your life in a dirty factory as you look into the gaunt, glossy eyes of your workmates, seeing your own pathetic reflection in their eyes. Even life for the upper class isn't that amazing. Because they are so populous, none of them are really that important, and they have to look upon a disease husk of a world. The pollution still seeps into their blood and lungs. When the demons of Khorne invaded during the opening of the Great Rift, trillions of people went mad and became bloodthirsty, killing their neighbors and bathing in their blood.
Calls for assistance. Great. Didn't even know it did that.
Stopped. As such, there was mass riots and cannibalism. The amount of collateral damage from the Cornite invasion was obscene. Afterwards, Guilliman coordinated a ruthless purge of terror, ridding itself of its taint by slaughtering every form of undesirable. There was even more collateral during this purge, as just being in the wrong place at the wrong time was enough to get incinerated with a flamethrower. So terror was already fucking shit. Then Khorne came along and made it mega shit. Easily one of the worst places to live in all of 40k. If you enjoyed the video and you want to support the channel, then Patreon is the place to be, where $10 gives you access to the nude cosplay photo shoot, and only $1 gives you access to a boatload of Battle Mace 40 million hentai. Hit the subscribe button, hit the real subscribe button for more shit.
Well, howdy there, Internet people, it's Bo again. So today we're going to talk about the Electoral Count Act of 1887, and it being revised. The reason the Electoral Count Act came into public discussion was a willful misreading of it that led a lot of people to believe that the vice president could just throw away the votes and do whatever he wanted. The House and the Senate have both taken measures to start the process of revising it to clarify this so people don't use it to, I don't know, hypothetically speaking, attempt a coup. The House has passed a version to revise it. The revisions, the clarifications, include that now 1/3 of House members will have to sign on to an objection to certifying any state's electors. It also narrows the reasons that an objection is valid. And it clarifies that the vice president is there in a ceremonial capacity, doesn't actually have the ability to just pick the next president at whim, you know, because that's clearly what the intention was of the original act. It also requires governors to transmit the slate of electors chosen by the popular vote. These are all real simple things. These are clarifications. This is kind of, I mean, with the exception of narrowing the reasons for an objection and the number of House members that need to sign on to one.
Can you heal this guy?
This is how it's always been understood
me.
Until people started attempting to look for a loophole to stay in power despite the voice of the people. This passed in the House. 9 Republicans signed on, voted yes to get this through in the House. It is worth noting that the rest of the Republicans decided that, no, I guess they'd rather, you know, reserve the right to coup later. Now, the Senate has a comparable bill. It's not exactly the same. I want to say it's 1/5 there. I could be wrong on that. I think it's 1/5.
Forgot to do that was there.
Are needed to get an objection moving forward. But it's relatively similar. And the Republicans there are 10 that have signed on that would get it through the filibuster.
Yep.
This
John's messaging me back.
We'll see how it plays out in the future, but at this moment, a comparable Senate bill is likely to make it through as well. So it looks as though this is actually going to happen and this revision will occur. This clarification should be unnecessary. It really should. The fact that the legislative body of the United States is having to explicitly say that the vice president can't just throw out the votes and do what they want, that's appalling. It's even more appalling that it didn't get full support. This should have breezed through. People who claim to respect a constitutional republic, a representative democracy, the general ideas that this country was founded on, this should have breezed through with full support. The only people who should have voted against it were those who didn't understand it, who literally voted against it by accident. There's nothing controversial in this. But only 9 Republicans in the House thought that it would be a good idea to close a potential loophole that might enable a coup. That might be worth remembering come election day.
That's how you set it for the group fighter
it's
shit.
just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
Our enemies will fall. The reckoning is at hand.
We will persevere. We will have justice.
The eternal sun guides us. Yes.
I'm listening. Watch your back. What is it? Farewell.
Yep, it's all garbage.
So recently we've had a lot of big leaks about the GTA, what do you call it? I was going to say GTA RP, about the GTA 6 leaks. And apparently there's one person who's outing themselves as potentially one of the leakers. I'm not really sure exactly. But we're going to go ahead and look into this.
So it kind of sucks that I have to make this video because the subject of today's story, I spoke to him not long ago on his YouTube channel, Dan Allen Gaming. He invited me over for an interview about my voiceover career, my YouTube career, and I thought we had a really nice chat, a fun chat.
That's
so
nice.
To see the headlines surrounding what Dan Allen did was definitely disappointing. So here's what you need to know about this YouTuber who was outed as an insider who's been leaking stuff, information that was trusted to him with NDAs and embargoes that he decided to, violate for clout. And
I don't know why people do this. Like, why would you violate the NDA? It's like literally killing the golden goose. Because it's like, the odds are that the companies are not going to press charges on you. They're not going to go and sue you. But still, why would you fucking violate the NDA? It doesn't make sense.
He essentially started this alternate account called The Real Insider, through which he, anonymously leaked information that was entrusted to him through the Dan Allen Gaming platform. So it all began when Dan Allen made the grave mistake of not switching to his other account, The Real Insider.
Wow.
What a fucking idiot. What an absolute fucking idiot. Yeah, like, so, it's like, I thought that, like, maybe, like, one of these big companies did, like, some IP investigation and, like, cross-referenced the IP to, like, his Discord IP address, and then, maybe they fed different content creators different types of information so they could narrow it down, like Tyrion and Game of Thrones, and it's like this fucking, like, five-head thing to fucking just corner and trap this Dan Allen individual, but no, it apparently, he just fucking own gold himself. Alright, that sounds good.
Wow.
Instead of responding as The Real Insider, you can see he responded using his Dan Allen Gaming account. No, someone else. He tweeted, and shortly after the tweet was deleted,
I would have done the same. I would have deleted that tweet too.
His mistake, but it was too late. You can see right here, The Real Insider account is now deleted because the jig's up, and people pointed out forgot to change account. And that's when people began to connect the dots. Wait a minute, is The Real Insider Dan Allen Gaming? It wasn't long before the games industry caught on. Here's Marcel Hattem, a brand manager who noticed this tweet.
It's like, also, like, if you're leaking something that's like, let's say the game wants to, like, let's say, like, the game wants to add in NFTs in, like, the last minute. They're like, okay, I want to, like, fucking start up some fucking bullshit, and you hear that this is going to happen and it's NDA, and you feel like you have a moral obligation because you find that NFTs are, like, unethical or something like that, and so you feel like you have a moral obligation to leak something to the public. I think that's a gray area. But just telling people what's in the games before the developer wants you to, who is this, like, who are you helping besides your own ego? What is this? It's subjective. No, I'm not saying, listen, all I'm saying is I didn't say it was white or black. I said it was gray, okay? So I'm not agreeing with that either. I'm just saying that you'd have a stronger case than just leaking information about video games. What the fuck?
Warned everyone, this might be very relevant for my PC and marketing friends and peers.
Yep.
There seems to be a suspicion that Dan Allen Gaming may have been behind a recent anonymous leaker account sharing NDA'd information.
Yes.
Might be interesting to cross-reference with any recent leaks.
I
It
would
didn't
do
take
the
long
exact
before
same.
various news outlets began to report on this, like News Outlet, ironically titled Insider Gaming, reporting on the real insider. In a bizarre twist, YouTuber Dan Allen Gaming is apparently the real insider following a huge mistake. In the article, it is detailed how he forgot to change his account to the real insider when he responded to a real insider inquiry. At Dan Allen Gaming on Twitter has also been deleted. That tends to be...
So, oh my god, so he's just deleting everything. Well, I think that, like, I mean, really, Twitter would have to delete the account. It's a weird situation, right? Because, like, the guy's using Twitter to commit a crime. Like, breaking NDA is committing a crime. So whenever he's using Twitter to commit a crime, I mean, I feel like Twitter kind of has to ban the guy. Yeah, I mean, shit. Trying to hit the reset button? Yeah.
If you're innocent, you'd face the accusations head on. If you know you've been got, then yeah, you'll take defensive measures, and that's what Dan Allen Gaming did by deleting the account. And it quickly dawned on the games industry that the apparent mistake from Dan has meant that he's very likely been caught breaking NDA information that has been signed. The real...
Nifik, it's a civil matter, not a civil case. Yes, I know that, but it would make sense that he would delete it because, like, let's cut to the chase, right? The guy's leaking information that he signed a document saying that he wouldn't leak. The reason why you sign these documents is so people can be bound to some sort of circumstance that they get punished for doing this. So if he doesn't fucking follow the legal document, they can sue him, they can sue him for damages, they can sue him for breach of contract, etc. Yeah, he's not going to go to jail or anything like that, but at the same time, there are going to be bad things that happen to him. So it's like, it makes sense that he would delete his account because he wouldn't want to have any evidence for that. Now, obviously, this doesn't really help, but you're talking about a person that accidentally posted on their fucking Insider Leak account on their main public account. So this is not a person who has... There's not a lot of horsepower here, okay?
Insider became increasingly popular following a leak that revealed all the Assassin's Creed titles. The real Insider is no longer a Twitter account that you can access, but using Wayback Machine, you can actually take a look at some of the most recent tweets. On September 6th, the real Insider...
See, like, I mean, look at this piece of shit, man. Like, he's coming in 2023, no release date just yet. Yeah, like, he's not releasing anything that's for the best interest or the good of the public. He's not saying, oh, well, they're trying to fucking, like, add in NFTs to this game or something like that, or they're trying to, you know, make it pay to win. No, bro, he's just fucking, like, just posting shit for likes. Just wants to be cool,
take a look at some of the most recent tweets. On September 6th, the real Insider tweeted the titles of upcoming Assassin's Creed projects correctly before they were announced by Ubisoft through their stream. Assassin's Creed Valhalla DLC, Assassin's Creed Codename Red, Assassin's Creed Codename J.
And the guy goes and he's even using, he's co-opting their hashtag to get more interactions on this.
Oh yeah, I need to do my inscription research real quick. Fuck.
Likes are worth nothing.
Assassin's Creed Codename Hex, and finally Assassin's Creed Mirage. We know now, of course, that these leaks proved to be 100% accurate, and I believe the way he got a hold of this information is through an invitation that Ubisoft sent out to various media outlets and content creators. I actually got this invitation to essentially watch a preview of what they'll show at the Ubisoft stream.
This happened at Blizzard, and somebody leaked the Blizzard one too. The one that got leaked at Blizzard was the Thrall cinematic where Saurfang goes to Nagrand to get Thrall, and then the assassins try to attack them. Like so like this happened at Blizzard too. I really hate how people leak shit. It makes me so annoyed because it makes these companies less likely to tell other people stuff, and like I want to know what's going to happen, what's going to be going on. Like, why leak? I don't understand it. Like, I'll tell you, like, I was one of the only people, like, at Blizzard, Not at, well, not at Blizzard, right? Whenever I went to BlizzCon. So they told me about Classic WoW before it got announced, and they said we were the first people in the outside of the company that were supposed to know about it. Bro, I never even signed an NDA. Because I never checked my email, right? But I never said a fucking word. I didn't tell anybody anything. Because if I do that, then they're not going to fucking invite me back again. They're not going to tell me anything about the next one. Why do companies tell content creators this info? Well, the reason why they told us that info is because we were going to do Allcraft at BlizzCon. They had paid us to do Allcraft at BlizzCon. And we had to know the information because the Allcraft was only going to be like an hour after the announcement. So they had to tell us a little bit ahead of time so we could structure the show. So that's why. Like, they had to do it.
And I couldn't attend. I was just not available for when that was going to take place. So I didn't attend that. But it seems likely that Dan Allen got the invitation.
Yeah. That's what it is, bro. Like, it makes him feel important. That's, I hate thinking that, but I know you're right.
Tuned in, took notes on all of that information, and then, you know, decided to break NDA, decided to break the trust that the developers placed on him by inviting him to this preview event that was confidential. Also relevant are some of these tweets down here, like Silent Hill and Metal Gear Solid Remake.
I think inscriptions over
David
here.
Hayter knows that seemed to hint that he knew something about an upcoming Silent Hill project or an upcoming Metal Gear Solid Remake project. This will become more relevant later in the
Yeah, it's like this guy is acting like he's anonymous, exposing fucking Jeffrey Epstein. No, you're not, you fucking loser. You're just sitting around telling people when the release date of video games is gonna be. You're not a spy. You're not a espionage agent. It's so annoying. This secret agent.
Video, but scrolling back up, you'll find tweets like this one, codename Red, with a partial image of art of Assassin's Creed Red, which we now know takes place in Japan, which is exactly what the Real Insider was hinting at here. And as we keep scrolling up, you can see that, yeah, the Real Insider continued to leak stuff and continued to break NDA.
Yeah, and again, I want to draw attention to the fact that none of these things are for the good of the public. None of these things are like exposing something bad that's going on or anything like that. It's all just clout chasing.
And kind of started stuff with media outlets and whatnot, with Jason Schreier, for example, who believed that the Assassin's Creed leaks that the Real Insider leaked were fake before he realized, wait, you're right.
And then he wants to, he wants to like think that he's smarter than Jason Schreier. Like, it's just, it's so, like, never forget, like, wow, never forget the fact that you broke NDA. Yeah, wow, somebody didn't believe something with no evidence. I can't believe it. He thinks he's that guy.
Through the grapevine that the leak might be real. But even when Jason apologized and admitted he was wrong about this one and corrected himself, the Real Insider decided to make a whole song and dance about this and tweeted, never forget.
Of course he did, because it fucking makes him feel important and smart.
Kind of started provoking media outlets and journalists, and that would come to bite him in the butt. That'll get to in a bit as well. He leaked the fact that media outlets and content creators were invited to a hands-on event for Forspoken, which did indeed happen. I was invited myself, and I shared my impressions on the game. So on and so forth, just continued on this streak. He pretended to know God of War information by tweeting Kratos with a smile as if he had insider knowledge about an upcoming state of play, so on and so forth. So yeah, this is
it's just like, look at this, bro. Like, this is straight up fucking 2010 anonymous levels. But they're not fighting to, like, actually, you know, expose some sort of government corruption. They're not trying to help the public know what, you know, the people in power don't want them to. This is just like, it's just this loser that's telling people whenever a game is gonna come out. It's just sad. It's just fucking sad. Yeah. Imagine the power trip this guy was on.
Kind of the Twitter setup he went for with this enigmatic Twitter account that would serve as the match that would lead to his undoing. Dan Allen Gaming eventually realized that the jig was up. There was no way he could slip out of this one, and confessed by tweeting the following image where he said, "I'm sorry to everyone for my actions. I'm ashamed and disappointed in myself. I'll be taking some time to reflect on my poor decisions, which will never occur again. To everyone that has supported me over the years, I'm truly sorry I let you down." Now, people...
I think that's a fair apology. Let's be honest. Like, I've seen a lot of... Listen, I am a connoisseur of YouTube apologies, these different things, like all this stuff. It's very simple. He kept it very, very short. He's like, I fucked up. I know I fucked up. It's my fault. I'm sorry for disappointing you. I'm going to stop making content for a while. Right? I think that's the best way to do it. Dude apologized because he got caught? Oh, yeah, of course he did.
People immediately criticize
Everybody
the fact
does.
that in this confession, he doesn't actually confess to what exactly he did. He just kind of vaguely says, "I'm sorry." And there are also plenty of reactions along the lines of, "You're not sorry for what you did, you're sorry that you got caught."
That's what you
This
guys were
confession
saying.
doesn't come from you realizing that what you were doing was wrong and you deciding to come forward yourself. This was triggered by the fact that you got caught, and you probably would have continued on this role of breaking NDAs and abusing the trust of developers for clout had you not gotten caught.
That's
So
true.
for many, the apology came off as a bit empty.
I think also the fact that he didn't actually explain what he did, that might be like he's trying to compartmentalize it around only the people that are aware of what had happened. So it's like there's going to be people that aren't paying attention to all this news, and they'll be on his Twitter, and they'll be like, what did he do? I don't know. You know, it's like whatever. See what I'm saying?
In that area, you'll find a thread that chronicles this whole situation. I've already talked about all of this, but there is this other Twitter user who noted how Jason Schreier, who you may recall that Dan Allen as the real insider decided to provoke. Jason Schreier decided to kind of look into this, and there are plenty of screenshots of him highlighting some interesting coincidences that further link Dan Allen Gaming to the real insider.
My
So right here
man.
we have Jason Schreier noting that if this is legit, and looking through both accounts, they sure seem to tweet about the same games around the same time, it would explain how this real insider knew the Assassin's Creed codenames. He broke the embargo himself.
Yeah, like this guy is like, man, you know, I've heard around the grapevine. It's like, yeah, I bet you did because they told you. Yeah, it's just nuts, man.
Hit the
He
button
didn't
because
get
I
this
can hit the
information
button.
through sources who decided
Boop.
to leak information to him. He was the direct recipient of this information. Ubisoft trusting that with a signed NDA that he wouldn't disclose this information.
I still think that it is bad as correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong on this. I think that you're still in the wrong if you're disseminating NDA'd information knowingly. Like, you know the information is NDA and you're posting it and you're showing people anyway.
That's still recharging.
Gave him a sneak peek of upcoming Assassin's Creed announcements that Dan Allen then decided to leak, breaking the embargo and the trust that was placed on him. Jason continued to highlight similarities between Dan Allen Gaming's
Need
tweet
DPS
and
heals
the
and attack.
real
Nope.
insider
I don't
tweet.
wanna send that
Both
cube
of them
forever.
tweeted about Saints Row right around the same time.
Wow.
He noted
Whoa,
right
whoa,
here
hold up.
how
When we
tweeted
look at
about
So is Saint Rose the game of the year? Saints Row is looking very, very rough. Wow. So he just goes from one account to the other.
Saints Row right around the same time. He noted right here how Dan Allen tweeted about Metal Hellsinger before the real insider leaked the entire track list. Not to mention that...
What a fucking loser, man. That's amazing. Like, wow. That's... It's like, you really don't get... Like, I'm so glad that Jason Schreier is fucking, like, just completely hammering him on this shit, too. I think this is so good. Because, like, you don't want to have this clown going around with this fucking superiority complex because he's smarter than people that weren't told something in confidence and didn't leak it. You know, yeah, absolutely fucking stomp his ass.
Dan Allen Gaming has the entire track of Metal Hellsinger on his YouTube channel, and that coincides with how the real insider knew about the full track list before everyone else did, or leaked the full track list before that information was made public outside of NDAs and embargoes. Jason Schreier further highlighted how in addition to the tweets and videos about the same topics at around the same time, the two accounts also have very similar writing patterns, including the capitalization of random words. Jason Schreier...
My fucking man, he found it. So you can see here, right? And it's like the guy is, another thing, it's, the guy is a moron. So it's always easy to catch morons because morons do things that are dumb. You see, like, so it's like several media outlets, content creators, like Forspoken, like this content creators is not a proper noun.
But Jason Schreier also admitted that part of why he's going so hard on exposing Dan Allen Gaming as the real insider is because, well, normally I wouldn't care about who's pretending to be what insider, but the guy decided to...
That's right. Fuck around and find out. I love it. That's exactly right. You want to fucking start shit and get your ego involved? Nope. Exactly it. Yeah. Straight up, this is the... To be fair, this one's actually kind of raw. You know, it's a slightly more professional version of fuck around and find out.
Start shit. The lesson being that if you have actually done something wrong and it's something that can be investigated, don't provoke an investigative journalist. That's not going to end well for you.
And if you do want to provoke an investigative journalist, you should do a better job. I mean, with like what you're doing, like you should. I don't know. Maybe like you could virtual desktop it. You could VPN it. You could use it on another computer. You could use one browser for one account and the other browser for the other account. So there's never a possibility that this could ever happen. Like there's a lot of other ways that you could do this, but you know, there it is.
Schreier further explained how he thought that the real insiders leaks were fake because Assassin's Creed Hex was once upon a time known as Assassin's Creed Neo before it was changed to Hex. He did say, my bad, you're right, my apologies. He did confess he was wrong when he said the leaks were fake, but the real insider decided to start shit by saying never forget and like highlighting how wrong Jason Schreier was.
Fucking
and so
shit
to a
on
degree,
him.
this is, I guess, Jason Schreier's retribution. Now, it's not just Jason Schreier who did some investigating. Here is Twitter user The Man, and I don't know if these screenshots were taken by him or if they're secondhand, but either way, the information is relevant. Dude, you're not even sorry, says The Man. You tried to lie about it and cover it up when you first got exposed. You're only sorry because you got caught lying and your relationship with the gaming industry is absolutely done for. And checking out these screenshots, you can...
I think that, I do think that he's not really sorry. I think that's definitely true. Now, saying that I'm not sorry and I'm only sorry that I got caught, I think that it's as simple as, you know, I'm sorry for disappointing everybody, right? I did something that was obviously wrong and, you know, like that, there it is. It's just... I think that with most things like this, unless it's something like super fucking serious, keeping it short and sweet is the best option. Because the more lines you have, those are the more things that people could say, yeah, but why'd you say this?
See how implicating they are. Dan Allen Gaming right here is pretending that I don't know what to do. I'll get in serious trouble for no reason. This is really stressing me out.
Wait, what?
Please do not spread false rumors about me. This could affect my livelihood. I'm not the insider, he insisted initially. I have never broken an embargo in my life, so on and so forth. Even on Twitter, he decided to
How could it get him in serious trouble if it's just not him? You know what I mean? Like, how would you just not... Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's not me. And so, yeah, that's about it.
Play coy initially by saying, please do not spread false accusations about me. Cheers. And so that just makes his initial text apology look that much emptier.
Yeah.
And yeah, since all of that kind of transpired, a number of media outlets have picked up on the story, like Kotaku here, who also highlighted the difference between...
Who's the face they used?
Up on the story, like Kotaku here, who also...
Oh, God.
So highlighted the difference between, you know, a journalist who investigates for the sake of providing audiences relevant information that could be of public interest versus just deciding to break NDA, to break the trust that developers place in you with confidential information for the sake of clout. There's a difference between when a journalist uncovers information they consider to be of public interest.
That's exactly what I said,
the world, and when a person agrees to an embargo, an NDA, and a company shares information under the assumption that the details won't be disclosed until a specified date and time.
It's also like, even if you're disclosing something the company would have announced, it's like if you're disclosing
into the trash you
say
go.
That it's like, you know, this game is going to have like blockchain tech or something like that in it that's like manipulative, and it's going to be like weird in that way, or it's going to have a thing where it has to be on the metaverse, or anything that you feel would be against the best interest of the public. If you announce that or you say that earlier, I don't think it's that big of a deal. But the problem is that some of these people, they just say whatever they want because they want to get clout out of it. That's what it is. Apology videos up on his channel, by the way. If you're interested in YouTube apologies, hit different. Yeah, maybe.
There's certainly a difference between
yeah, like, or they have like a rootkit for like an anti-cheat, and then like the company's been involved with like another company that's been selling data, right? Like there's a lot of examples where announcing something and like breaking NDA would be, in my opinion, the ethically good decision, but this is not one of them. Like not a single leak that he's done to break NDA was ethical, in my opinion, at all.
Information like a company with a culture of abuse, misconduct, harassment, and discrimination, and letting the public know for the sake of bettering the games industry versus being entrusted with information for the sake of potential future coverage of a game and deciding to ruin all that for the developers who worked hard on presenting their game right by leaking information in a way that wasn't meant to be presented by the developer.
Exactly, yeah. And so as an IP lawyer, I'm curious to see what legal action is taken against them, if any. I feel like most of these cases, these companies don't want to deal with the legal action against them. It's too much work. The guy didn't leak anything that like really harmed the game. So it's like, why are they, it's not a good use of their time. It's just they're never going to do anything with him again. That's all. They're just like, okay, you cheated, fuck you, get out of here.
And within those leaks that are more for clout, there is a difference between obtaining that information from sources and you not having signed NDAs versus
I know for a fact that
you being
this list for Raid Biz
recipient
Phase
of
1
that
is
information
wrong.
through the signing of
Paladin.
an NDA, which can
he might say it.
And get you in legal trouble. If
I was gonna say, as somebody, I don't know, like if the IP lawyer guy is still here or not. My understanding is that even if you verbally consent to an NDA, or somebody asks you, will you not share this, and you say yes in a verbal conversation, that verbal contract can still function as an NDA. It depends on the state. Yeah, see, like that's what I'm not sure about. Like I've heard that before, but I don't know what the extent of that is. Verbal contracts can bind you. Yeah. It's harder. I mean, like let's be honest, it's much harder to prove. How can they prove that? There's a lot of ways. Witnesses, if it was recorded, if the person admits to it themselves, there's many ways.
gaming companies decide that Dan Allen Gaming has done enough damage to them, Dan Allen Gaming may very well get sued to hell.
Nah,
and yeah, the evidence is pretty incriminating against them. He wouldn't have a strong case if that were to take place. And Ubisoft, I mean, they certainly weren't happy about the way Assassin's Creed titles and surprises were leaked, so who knows what actions they'll take. Now, after all this went down on September 19th...
I think that really they're probably not going to do anything like that unless they... unless he causes tangible damage to the company. I think that, like, for example, like, leaking all the GTA stuff is, like, much more damaging than leaking the name of a game.
The following day, on September 20th, Dan Allen did publish a more proper apology where he just said, I'm sorry, and, you know, judging from the likes to dislikes ratio, it seems as though Dan Allen Gaming has a lot of work to do before he can win back the trust of his fans. In terms of the games industry's trust in him, I don't think he's ever getting that back. I don't think any company will ever trust him with any confidential information ever again.
I think if the guy spends like 5 or 7 years, you know, like reformed without any kind of like bullshit or drama, and it seems like he's doing things, he's conducting himself in an ethical manner, people will probably tell him some information again, and then it'll kind of just gradually happen, and he'll probably be able to come back and be okay from this. But there's going to be a lot of people, like, I'll tell you one thing, personally, if somebody did this to me once, I mean, why would I take a risk with company trade secrets with somebody who there's even a 1% chance will leak it? You know what I mean? Like, why would, like, think about it from, like, the company's perspective. There's, like, 1 million YouTubers out there. Why tell the one YouTuber that's been accused of leaking stuff already?
Also a channel that does a lot of interviews with, you know, voice actors and industry folks. I don't know how many of those folks would feel comfortable returning to his channel to do interviews. I mean, who knows what the future holds, but, you know, for now, all we know is that Dan Allen Gaming did publish this apology, this video, which is 5.5 minutes long. And the footnotes of what he conveyed in this video is that he admitted to creating the alternate account, The Real Insider. He admitted to leaking information he got through NDAs like the Assassin's Creed titles that he put out there through this alternate account, pretending to be somebody else. He admitted to posting tweets like the Metal Gear Solid remake and Silent Hill tweets just to generate false hype. He actually has no tangible information on that front. And reflecting—
What? Why? Oh my god. Oh my god, why would you do this? What are you doing? What are you doing with yourself? That's so weird. What an asshole. Yeah, like what a fucking, like what an idiot. Like it's just like, it's the funny thing about this guy is that he's a moron, right? So he's pretty much harmless. But it's still just crazy that somebody would go off and do that kind of stuff, man. It's nuts.
On my interview with Dan Allen Gaming, he did try to ask me about if I knew insider information about an upcoming Metal Gear Solid remake. Yeah.
Have you heard anything about that remake behind the scenes? Because I've heard it's in development.
What do you mean? Like, why would you even ask that question if it's on a live stream? Like, what do you think? Like, I guess this guy's projecting, because every time somebody asks him that question, he just leaks it. You know what I mean? He's like, yeah, do you want to leak anything on the podcast here? No? Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty close, but I don't know what you've heard.
And, you know, after discovering all this about him, I have to question whether he was just shooting the shit or whether, you know, he had ulterior motives. It's hard to say. You know, it's hard to, you know, trust someone when this is how they comport themselves, you know? So, I don't know what to say on that front. It just makes you think, you know? And he also admitted that half of his tweets hinting at potential upcoming leaks or potential upcoming announcements, there were more educated guesses than anything else instead of, you know, actual confirmed insider information. He also confessed that the reason he decided to do all this is for clout and buzz, because he—
Thank you. I'm so glad that he just comes out and says it. There's no like, well, I felt like I had a responsibility to the gaming industry and the gaming community. No, he's just like, yeah, I was doing it for clout. It's like, all right, thank you. Thank you for not giving us the runaround. I appreciate it.
Became addicted to the attention of thousands. He does say in the video that he knows it's pathetic and that it was stupid and that he's
a whole lot of people can't deal with shit like that.
Access that he's gained through the hard work that he did on his channel. That's what what especially gets me about this. The man clearly worked very hard to establish his channel, to get it where it's at now, and to throw all that away for clout that he already has, given the repertoire of guests that he has under his umbrella. I mean, the kinds of interviews that he got to do, you know, few people get to do those. I don't know how much more clout you can ask for. He says in the video that, you know, he makes—
And it's also like a lot of the tweets that he made were not like, it's like it got like 100. It's like, man, we doing numbers out here. It gets 98 likes.
It's too far away.
Excuses, it's his responsibility. It's 100% his fault, and he apologized to his fans for disappointing them, for letting them down. He apologized to PR companies and developers who trusted him with confidential information, who assumed that, you know, he would abide by some embargoes for access to information that he can then talk about however he wants. To journalists and media outlets, he apologized as well for, you know, starting shit with them, like with, you know, Jason Schreier and whatnot. And he also especially apologized to content creators for making their lives harder than it already is. And that's
actually true, right? Because like if like every one of these like companies is going to be more tight-lipped with talking about stuff like this now that they had this dude go out and run his mouth.
Part of why I'm making this video, because Dan Allen Gaming's actions do affect all of us. Because we already, as, you know, influencers, as we're known, or content creators, whatever label companies want to give us, we already have a hard time getting access to things. We have to work that much harder, whereas media outlets, by default, get access to exclusive information, exclusive behind-the-scenes looks, exclusive
Stop eating my
and the
mana.
like. And so for Dan Allen Gaming to do something like this, to get himself exposed, it gives all of us influencers and content creators a bad rap.
Yeah.
Because we're treated as a separate category from traditional media. We, again, have to work harder to earn the trust of companies, to gain access to, you know, preview content that will allow us to talk about games before game launches. That way we can provide you with information before the launch day comes, when you have to make that decision of, do I buy this or do I save my money? And now
it's super important for reviewing a game, because like if you can't play the game ahead of time, it is actually like, if you imagine being a game reviewer and like everybody wants to see on day one, is this game worth playing? So, and this is also like a problem with like access journalism. And so like if you give previous games bad ratings, you know, people worry that like, oh, well, I won't get, you know, future copies of the new games, so I only give good ratings to all games. That's why you see like all these games that are just like not very good that still get like an 8 or a 7 or something like that. Nothing ever gets like a 2 or a 3. And like I watched videos about this before. But yeah, I mean, I think this is a big issue. It is, because you have people, day one, they want to see a review of the game. And for content creators, it's important to have that competitive advantage because other places have that. And this guy makes it harder to do that. It sucks. Donkey talked about this? Yeah. A single streamer shouldn't get review copies, just only IGN, only good media source that does best reviews. Yeah, and that's the problem, right? Is that I think that like streamers that have, I do think streamers should get earlier copies if they're functioning as review outlets. Like I feel like there's no real difference in my mind between like an organization like IGN and a game reviewer like you know, like Jim Sterling or something like that. You know, it seems fine.
With this whole Dan Allen gaming situation, there is the possibility that all of us content creators will be negatively impacted because companies might become more distrustful of content creators in general because of the actions of one man who decided to poison the whole well. Hopefully developers who have been following this story will realize that the majority of us aren't like this. I have never broken an NDA. That's something that I do respect, you know, both for the developers and because, you know, when I sign a contract, you know, I make the conscious decision, understanding the
what would happen if it actually gets the second one
off? I look
off?
at that contract, make sure that it's reasonable, and I sign it and I uphold it because, you know, I'm a man of my word. And it's through.
I just do it because I want them to tell me stuff next time too. And if I go around running my fucking mouth and it gets back to them, they're not going to tell me anything the next time. So it's like I can't go around talking about this shit because then I won't know about the next shit. It's that simple.
For NDAs and embargoes, that we find a place to meet in the middle with developers so we can, you know, talk about their games and give you access to early information so you have more information before you make what I hope is an informed decision on a game purchase. And so it's just frustrating when someone as privileged as Dan Allen goes out like this and decides to make life harder for all of us, and not just even content creators and influencers or whatever. I'm also talking about the developers themselves. I have a deep respect for, you know, the ground floor developers, the passionate artists who, you know, are there pouring blood, sweat, and tears, just working their asses off on a game. And, you know, I feel for them when, you know, an exciting reveal gets ruined by a leaker who was just chasing clout and not actually trying to provide information that was vital for audiences to know before that information was made public. This whole situation just sucks for everyone, and it certainly especially sucks for Dan Allen Gaming. I don't know what the future holds for him, his channel, his career. Will he be able to come back from this? I don't know, but trust.
I think that he'll still be able to make videos, and there'll just be people that watch the videos, and everybody will know it's like, hey, it's the guy that leaks stuff. Like, it's not like he'll never be able to live this down or anything like that, but he's certainly not going to be getting inside info again. Like, that's probably not going to fucking happen, at least not for a very long time.
Certainly something that's going to be very difficult for him to win back. He does say in the video that he's stepping away from YouTube for a bit and just taking some time to reflect, to learn, to become a better person. and promise that this will never happen again. I'm not one to like glorify the downfall of someone or something. I'm more in the lane of when someone does something wrong, I hope they find a way to rehabilitate, to kind of
meant to hit only
course
one,
correct
but did both.
and get on a better road and walk down that road instead. So look, if all of this will ultimately help Dan Allen Gaming, you know, become a better person, to reflect and improve himself, then, you know, I certainly wish him the best on that front. But on a professional note, when it comes to his career and his place in the gaming industry, yeah, I don't know what avenues are going to be left open to him when he returns because of the amount of trust that he violated. You know, what he did here is very serious.
Derp.
And
I forgot I can't hit both of those because it puts one on cooldown.
Something that's going to go away.
As
someone who is also a YouTuber who understands.
Yeah, and it's also like from now on, it's like DSP jerked off on camera 10 years ago.
What?
He still can't live that down. You build 100 bridges. You suck one dick. You're not a bridge builder. You're a dick sucker. That's just a fact. That's the way it goes. That's what people are gonna remember.
The amount of work and time investment and, you know, some of the sacrifices you have to make to really make it in YouTube. Again, I really have to wonder what drives one to risk throwing all of that away and
it's a power fantasy of it.
Potentially, you know, harming those around him through the ripple effect that his negative actions will have. But, you know, I can't read his mind, and that's for him to work out. For now, this is kind of everything we know about this whole situation. For those who have heard rumblings about this, this is kind of everything you need to know. And yeah, to any other, you know, content creators out there, it's not worth it. Don't do something like this. It's just not good for anyone, really. But that's just one man's take. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on this whole Dan Allen Gaming situation, and what your general thoughts are on the place that leaks have in the games industry. I, for one, think that there are certain kinds of leaks that are important when it exposes corruption and the like, when it gives audiences information that companies refuse to give for malicious reasons and whatnot.
That's exactly what I was. Yes,
the types
100%.
of leaks that just kind of ruin announcements and ruin developers' plans.
That's enough of that.
Okay, Blitzcrank has had a bunch of changes, and we're going to try them out today. Now, you're going to have to hold your horses for a second, because there's quite a lot of changes that are on the board here. His base attack speed has been increased, and he's had a lot of stuff done to his attack speed, which has made me very interested to play some attack speed. Blitzcrank, it's going to be bad. I don't want to hear it, okay? The amount of attack speed that he gets from his W has been increased by a lot. It's up to 92% increased attack speed now, which is legit a lot of attack speed. And now also deals 1% max HP magic damage on hit while it's active. And then that damage is increased against non-champions. So I thought it would make him a cool jungler. I thought it would be interesting. You're right, I should have taken W, because it literally does extra damage to non-champions. I was kind of hoping that we could invade, but then I got stun-locked by the YouTube intro. Delusions of Grandeur, the Dunning-Kruger effect is currently happening in my brain. I thought I could do it all. I can't do it all. It's fine though. We'll get this down as quickly as possible. I'll take W second. His E now also scales with AP, and the damage on it has been increased pretty heavily to scale with AP and AD against non-champions. Once again, makes it great for clearing out some jungle minions, and also the AP ratio has been increased from between 30 to 50% AP. So all I'm saying is there's a real strong, solid possibility that you know what? You can very clearly see the damage increase on this. Very clearly see the damage increase on this.
Yeah.
I'm interested. I'm interested, man. I don't want to say that they made Blitzcrank's W good. They may have just made Blitzcrank W not the worst ability in the game. Unfortunately, I think that role, that pantheon, that level of gameplay now lies to Teemo's W, which is, granted, again, not exactly a hard fight, but still. Right, smack it. Holy, that's a lot of damage, actually. You know what I should do? I should not be doing this. I should be going for Scuttle Crab.
Yep, you should, because you can pull it.
Get knocked
Oop, not paying attention.
Oh, crap. Oh, jeez. Have I made it out? I'm so sorry. I have double buffs. I don't mean to be like this, but all I'm saying is, would you rather have Maokai in your lane with double buffs, or would you rather just take a death? That's all I'm saying. An easy crab take as well, dude. I think this is warded. Okay, I'm poo. I'm just poo at the game. Should I try for the execute? I thought I had a good chance because I saw Tristana was also moving up. What the heck? Dude, what the? I 3-shot like Scuttle Crab, man. If you don't include the E that I had to knock him up. I'm interested here. I'm interested. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Honestly, I'm so bad. I'm so
Wow,
sorry.
that was a terrible pull.
I'm Larry. I'm so bad, man. I'm so sorry. It was free. It was free, man. It was free. It was free, man. It was actually free, and I overthought it. I don't know what to say, man. That was actually probably the worst thing I've ever done in my entire life. That was the worst Q I've ever dropped. I gotta go back. I'm sorry. I have to make this right. I have to make this right. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Even if it means I miss another 3 damn hooks. Oh, you gonna charm me? Sorry, I don't think you realize, Evelyn. I kick your ass, buddy. I'm gonna kick your ass, buddy. I fucking missed again.
Jesus Christ, you're not allowed to play Blitzcrank, you suck.
I'm out of range.
4 was not the worst hook I've ever done in my life. That was the worst hook I've ever done in my entire life. I didn't think that I would immediately one-up myself by doing something worse, but I did. I'm crying. Oh. That was so bad. It was so bad, dude.
I don't have a target.
It was so bad, man. I can't get over how awful that was. That was genuinely the worst. Alright, I can't miss this. There's no shot.
I need to get closer. That
Cool, man.
spell isn't ready yet.
Getting beat. Nice. Alright, man. Oh, my sides. My sides. You know what? I need to pick up a tier, actually. I think I need to pick up a tier early. Oh, you know what? Blue buff is up. Blue buff's up. I think I can take blue buff without them noticing. Boof. Speed me up.
It's too far away.
Toria! Toria!
What the fuck?
Mission complete.
I can't cast that.
Any Smash Brother gamers in this in this area? Anybody? Any Toriars in the chat? Dude, I'm gonna be honest, man. I could so easily solo this. Dish, dish. Good job, lads. Is my Toria like on point here, or like what? I mean Kirby, to be fair. Or when I did play, I mean Kirby. I once pulled up. Listen. You know, has anybody ever experienced this? You're the best of your friends at playing Super Smash Brothers, and then there's a Smash Brothers like locals happening, and you go, and then you realize that like you were the big.
I'll let you die.
Ever made, and you get your ass beat by some like wolf main. That was me in Super Smash Brothers on the GameCube, and dude, I gotta be honest, man. I almost got shell shock when that guy, the guy who played Wolf, I won my first game, and it was tough. I hate you. But I was like, hey, I'm the best of my friends, so this is easy. Yeah, he's probably the guy that would have come. He's probably gonna come second. That guy I just beat. But yeah, and then this guy whips out his own his like he brought a controller from home. I didn't even bring a controller from home. I didn't even know that was like a thing. This was like back when like Super Smash Brothers Melee was like the sauce, the hotness, the GameCube one. And I was like, what the hell? He brought his own controller? Oh man, he's serious, and he was fucking serious, man. I don't think I took a stock off him, man. He was doing damn backflips, man. He was doing some spicy little backflips. Okay, I'm gonna leave now. Toria! Okay, there's a lot of them, huh? I'm so sorry. I should have pinged. I didn't ping. I was busy. I was in a. I'm sorry, man. I was in a tangent. Didn't even ping you. I got him killed. That was just dumb. I was too busy like talking about getting absolutely blitzed. He was a wolf player. I'd never even seen anybody play wolf before. And I guess he's like kind of just like not a Fox clone, but he's very similar to Fox, you know. That isn't the GameCube one. It was. Are you sure, man? I remember playing against Wolf. Maybe it was the Wii one. I can't remember. This was a long time ago anyway. It may have been Falco. Is Falco in Melee? I can't remember, man. The GameCube one.
Oop.
It wasn't Wolf, but it was a character that played a lot similar to Wolf. And anyway, they beat my ass. I don't know. I kind of blocked the memory out of my consciousness because it was like a humbling moment. Because like you realize, holy crap, I'm not as good as I think I am, and like maybe my friends are just ass at this game, and I'm just somehow I'm slightly better at them than it. But then you play against somebody who, presumably it wasn't their first time at a Smash Brothers locals. They absolutely go crazy mode on you, you know. She had her ulti up again already? What the heck?
Why did I bother to pick that up?
I think that's a good... Never playing fighting games with anybody outside your circle of friends is a good idea. But that being said, you always have like that one friend who is like actually slightly better than you at the game, or actually vastly better than you at the game because they like maybe play online. And then you don't want to play with them because you're like, why would I play to get my ass beat every single time I play this game, you know? And I understand that. Wait, this does extra damage to towers as well if you're in W? Oh man. I'm realizing now that like the only thing that really gets my my tier stacked is like my Q and my E. And since it's my Q and it requires me hitting it, basically only ability is my E. So I don't think you get anything you don't get anything for pressing W and attacking. I guess I could do that. Okay, well we can move in. Hold on, let me Predator. Knock you up. Run away. Oh! Oh! Wait, that did all that damage and also my shield. Wowie. Okay, maybe we leave. Maybe we pull up. Hop out of the after party. She has Zoe again! Maybe I'm just unlucky. I'm just taking like every single like Evelyn smack to the face. Okay, that's really heartbreaking, but you know what? Bring him in. Here she is again. You know what? The hell you think you're doing? I'm not doing the most amount of damage you've ever seen. Alright, well my acting skills are better than my gameplay skills, so that's fine. Just leave the ward, because like they can't tell anyway, right? Like they can't see. As long as you don't hit the ward, then they will never know. Like they literally never know, they have no idea. We're like damn wizards here. Now we can smack the wards. Yeah. What, mythic? You know what, I should probably go for a mythic first actually as well. Maybe like Gale Force would be good. I don't know. Kraken though would be pretty solid actually. Actually they all could be good. I'm thinking Kraken because I'm like, how am I gonna get near some of these players? But realistically, actually, you know what? Maybe I just build that into Kraken soon. I don't want to be like the no mythic challenge. That's something that you're gonna see in the Nuzlocke, by the way. We had like a Kane who didn't build a mythic. like I'm not doing... Okay, well, we got him. Okay, well, we got them too. Ooh! I missed? Okay.
Oh, I missed.
Nice. Argo's going for it. It's a little bit Minkus, Maybe you could walk through the Lucian. Okay, yeah, he's dead. Rakana Enjoyer has been felled. You know what, man? Why don't we say none of the above? What, man? What if we said none of the above? Honestly, I don't remember the last time I bought a Trinity Force in this game. I don't remember the last time I got one. Oh crap, I've got Herald, man. It's in there, man. Whatever.
Baladash, Malanore.
My inventory does look pretty
Death to all who oppose us.
We give this the old punch. Bonk. I bloody robbed them.
Baladash,
you know what, man? I wish to steal this as well.
Salama Ashalanore.
I'm just saying it, man. I'm just gonna say it. I might not beat the devil out of the enemy team, but I'm beating the devil out of the minions. Anything that isn't a champion, I'm doing mega damage. That's all I'm saying. Come here. You and I, we're gonna have a conversation right now.
What is it?
I'm Predating. I don't even have my queue up though. So I don't know what I'm expecting to do from this.
Speak quickly.
That works. That works. I lost my damage there a little bit. Cranking. I didn't crank.
What now?
Can't believe I've. Wait, no, I didn't actually. I didn't get one single dragon. I'm happy to pull it out, man. You know what, man?
Fangblade is better than what I'm currently using.
I got this. Unless Evelyn pulls up. Where's Evelyn at? She might just be waiting. Never mind. I didn't even get it, man. There she is. I'll get that then, in that case. I'd like to silence you, please. Bro, you gotta be kidding me. I'm sorry, there's no shot you're getting away here. There's no, I simply cannot allow it. I gotta give it to you here. I gotta give it to you good. You know, we could probably do this. Yeah. I think we could do this. We're punching. Our Baron's pretty
I don't want
fast
to go train because I'm pretty close to this, but we're back.
Can't lie. We're giving it to him good. Dude, I feel like I've been cranking the tier and it's doing its damn best, but it's not coming in very hard here. Oh, but when I get that Mana Moon, man, I'm gonna shock the damn world. We may have it stacked in the next 10 minutes. That's about as far as I can really, that's about as much as I can really say about that one. I think I can finish tier before the game ends. I can't promise that I will, though, but I think I can. Oh, I was aiming for damn Evelyn, man. You know what, man? I'm just gonna beat the devil out of you. I was trying to smite that Lucian, didn't happen for me. Punch. Toria! I'll find you IRL, Malphite. Alright, that's a little bit spooky. Okay, our E does 500 damage to non-champs. It does 568 to non-champs, 500 to champs. Our W deals 1% max HP, which is nice. 1100 damage off of my E. I mean, that's with Trinity Force. It's actually like a lot of damage. What the hell? We haven't even like actually like finished Muramana. I'm not like the squishiest lad ever either. We're coming. Action is coming. I'm out here. I mean, I one-shot in the minions here. I need to get more mana stacked. I'm six mana off. still 3 mana off. Okay, we got it. 2.38 attack speed. Sure. Holy crap, man! What the hell is going on? Could I go like lifesteal and just like solo Baron? Like, how does this work, man? I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I wonder, like, I gotta try and solo this somehow. What could I do that would increase my odds? Like a Vamp Scepter or something, maybe? Like, would that help? You know what? We give it a try. Alright, here we go. We've got the team guarding to see the Blitzcrank solo. Alright, we're getting our asses kicked here. We're getting really destroyed big time here, in a big way. We're getting smacked in a large way. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna happen. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, we could probably have everybody pile in now. I think we could. Yeah.
Extremely obvious it's not going to happen.
Maybe if I had a Blade of the Rune King, it would be doable. Maybe with a Blade of the Rune King doable. I think not quite. Not yet. Not yet. I got it like a considerable amount down, but there's not soloable. I didn't do a small sum of damage to the Baron, but not enough to do it on my own. It was worth a shot. If I had Blade of the Rune King, I think that would probably be doable, actually. Or like Ravenous for like Omnivamp. Not Omnivamp, like Physical Vamp or something. Something that gave me Physical Vamp. You know, even like a pot would be like one of them. 12% Physical Vamp? I don't know, you know?
Only works against champions.
Dude, I crush towers and I crush like inhibs. Like honestly, man, like you could be like a top laner with that kind of attitude. Like, just splitting and wrecking towers. Imagine you had, like, Hullbreaker or something, you know? Man, I like the new Blitzcrank.
So, nearby Nisha, today's video is sponsored by our frequent contributor, The Wallman, who wants me to open up this mysterious package he sent to the office at the end of the video.
So you have no idea?
No idea what's in here, so if you want to know what's in here, stick around to the end. Before that, so... in the description, include this link, which whoever edits this will do indeed. Also, staring at it's a special version with the poster still available for sale by clicking this link, which I'll do now. And we have 132 copies still available for sale at the time of recording this. And then the next part is open it at the end of the video and react to the included poster. Show it to the audience. I guess we should do that now. So there's a poster in here.
Excited.
Pull to open. I can't like turn it around because like all of like John's and my details on the back. So. Let's try and do that, shall we? Ooh, so there's another copy of the game in here. Ooh. Ooh, it's a special version. It's different size.
Oh, wow.
What's this one?
It's a long version.
Long version. You know what? That's the one that he says on the back. This is what you impress the ladies with. It's like, guys, like, what have you got? Have you got girth or have you got length? And then we have the poster here. So I think this is the back. Yes, I'm going to open it and show you, Nisha, and then you can react. Okay. so what is it?
It's clearly you in bed with someone.
Carl sitting there with Richard Branson in bed, staring at a picture of Rashid, thinking of what could have been. Oh, is this when we played the game? Oh, so he got the artist to make that. So that's from the playthrough we did, I think a year ago now, didn't we? We played through the game, and like he's like Jimmel, who wants me to open up this mysterious package he sent to the office at the end of the video.
So you have no idea?
No idea what's in here, so if you want to know what's in here, stick around to the end. Before that, since we're currently in kit mode...
the best sound.
The best sound, so... You might be thinking, what's so about getting like a Coke Zero? What's so about that? So, well... Oh, yeah, there we go. We're back to it, folks. You can tell we've not done it in a while, because that's full. That's a full bottle of vodka right there. Cheers. So here at Fact Theme, we don't think it's going to surprise anybody listening. reasoning that women have spent the majority of history being shit on from a great height by weird, insecure men. Do you agree with that, Nisha?
Yes.
Yes, as a member of the fairer sex, would you agree that you are very often not given a fair shake due to the fact you are a woman?
Well, we could talk about the first time I appeared on the channel.
Yes.
Like, I was just a voice.
Off camera.
Talking in the background, having a conversation with my friend.
Yep.
And people got mad about that.
A minor, yet nonetheless darkly fascinating example of this comes from the world of virtuoso instrumentalists, and specifically the world of orchestras, where women have to audition behind a big curtain wearing no shoes just to get the same chance as a man.
That's just bizarre. Like, they shouldn't need to. It doesn't matter.
That's the thing. It does. Right? That's it. We don't think it matters, but it really does matter to a lot of weird men out there, and it's always fucking men. And I can't think of just anything that is more fragile than the male ego. And a phrase I heard from a mutual friend of ours when they were like, going on Tinder trying to complete it, and they'd gone on a few dates with a few guys, and I asked them, so how's it going? And they just sighed and said, do you know when you speak to a guy and you can just tell that he doesn't have a personality? He just has 3 subreddits and a YouTube channel that he quotes. And I went, I know exactly the kind of guy.
Yeah, you mentioned having to audition at an orchestra. Do you have an example of how bad it actually got?
Yes, I think nothing sums up how poor opportunities for female instrumentalists were in orchestras, more than the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra, where they had, I think, up until like 1997, like one woman.
Really?
Yes, and the excuses from the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra range from the sadly predictable, extremely misogynistic, to the frankly hilarious. My favourite being a guy who said, well, I have no problem with women being a part of the orchestra as long as they can prove that they are as skilled as the men in an audition, seemingly blissfully unaware that at that point in time, the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra did not allow women to audition.
Oh.
Yeah, so he stood there saying, well, I have no problem. If women want to audition and they're as good as the men, they can take part.
But they're not allowed.
Women weren't allowed, yeah. But he sat there and said that in an interview and thought there was nothing wrong with it.
For God's sake.
Exactly. And just in case you weren't pissed off enough, folks at home, we should be pointing out that the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra had an unofficial rule for pretty much the entirety of its existence, up until near enough the modern day, that white people, the only people also allowed to audition.
You're kidding?
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
So they also didn't allow anyone who wasn't white to audition.
Oh my God.
And this was a policy up until the early 2000s. And that is one, admittedly, very extreme example from a very traditional orchestral ensemble. But for women around the world, the stories were no different. And I don't think anything sums up how poor opportunities for women were more than the fact that most of the places where orchestras would, practice and train did not have female changing facilities. Right? They literally didn't even have a place for women to go to the toilet.
Yeah, the fact that they didn't even have toilets for women just proves that they didn't expect women to be there.
Yeah, but they would say, like, we have no problem with women being a part of this. We're very open to women taking part.
But they don't accommodate to them, so...
They don't accommodate women at all.
They're just saying it.
And there are stories of the few women that did manage to get accepted while trying twice as hard as the men, something we'll get to in a moment. They would have to get changed in the hallway.
Oh, no.
Or they would have to, get changed in the male changing rooms, which is probably, I'm guessing there's a lot of women out there that would make them uncomfortable, getting changed in front of a bunch of weird, old men.
Just a bit, yeah.
Who are, horribly sexist and, deem you lesser just because of your gender. Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of that story. I think it was Blizzard Entertainment, where they were, outward as being, horribly misogynistic internally. And a story that I read, and I'm like, I can't believe that someone didn't get, punched for this. And it's like, oh, they set up, a room for women to go pump breast milk. And they didn't put a lock on the door, and men would walk in and watch women pump breast milk, and they wouldn't leave. And there are stories from women get the fuck out, and the men are like, why? And they would complain, to HR and get told, what do you want us to do about it? It's like, put a fucking lock on the door. God. And every time stories like this come up, you always get, and as I said, it's always men going well, it's not all men. I'm reminded of the best tweet I saw about that, of yeah, we know it's not all men. We're just speaking generally at this point. And the fact that you can't see that and want to muddy the waters by, well, it's not all men. So, no, we know it's not, but we're trying to have a discussion about the fact that it's not quite a lot of men, to the point where this is a near universally observed phenomenon. And I don't think there's a single woman out there who doesn't have at least one story about being treated differently for their gender by a man. And if there are any men out there well, I've never heard these stories, that's probably part of the problem. And if you can't find a single woman in your life that you can trust enough to have this conversation with, you're part of the problem.
It's like those messages you get when you get on Tinder and stuff like that, where you see them like screenshots of men like trying it on with women, and the women saying no, and then them turning around calling them a whore and stuff like that. It's like, well, can you see why people don't want to come out with you?
Yep.
Because you're talking to women like this, even though we're just saying no.
Yep.
You're allowed to say no.
Yes, you are. It's incredibly frustrating in the world of like, elites, virtuoso instrumentalists. It was a real rough time for women for many years, and the only real position they were ever allowed to audition for was harpist. Harpist is traditionally seen as a woman's instrument. This is just like one minor example of one very niche industry, but it's something you can observe the world over.
Well, it's not a niche industry.
No. Well, oddly enough, speaking of music and niche, you've worked with a female-led band, haven't you, Cyteria?
Yeah.
And like, no, they kick all kinds of ass. And like a couple of my favourite bands are led by women. You've got like obviously Paramore's the obvious one, like Hayley fucking Williams, Let's Go. Then you've got like one of my other favourite band, Battle Beast, which is just like this power metal band led by this woman, and she can fucking wail. She is awesome.
Hey Monday, I don't know if you've heard of Hey Monday.
Yes.
They sound quite similar to Paramore, I think.
Yeah, like a bit more indie-ish than Paramore is. But yeah, I've heard Hey Monday, they're quite good. And there's Tonight Alive. I also quite like Tonight Alive, like really good female-led band there. There's Hot Milk, is one I've listened to recently.
Yeah, I like Hot Milk.
Just like, you know, again, really cool band. Like there's for the metal fans out there, one of us like Minerva. They do a great cover of Through the Fire and the Flames by Dragon Force. So go listen to that one. Like female-led singer fucking just nailing that song. Bring it back to like orchestras. This was such like, you know, a universally observed phenomenon in orchestras that eventually everyone was like, come the fuck on. It's so obvious that you're just like, you know, dismissing women outright. We need to bring in blind auditions. And when I'm saying blind audition, what pops into your head, Nisha?
Well, now that you kind of described at the beginning, you described it at the beginning of the video, so now I have that in my head. But I also have like an image of these judges wearing blindfolds.
Yeah, or the voice.
Yeah,
got that one.
yeah.
And it's basically that. It's where the judges are not allowed to see the person on stage. And usually what they do, they put a big curtain up in front of the stage, and the judges have to sit behind the curtain. The person walks on, you know, plays the piece that they've been asked to, and then if they get asked a question, this is the funniest part. If they get asked a question, they have to answer like a fucking horse by stomping once for yes, two for no. Because I think if the judge hears their voice, if the judge hears their voice and they hear it's a woman, they might dismiss them because they're a woman. And again, if anyone's like, well, that wouldn't happen, fuck you, it happens every fucking day.
Honestly, I thought, like a horse, like, nay?
Yay! And if you didn't think that, you know, the men making these decisions could get any sadder, any more pathetic, the women who take part in these blind auditions have been told by other women, when you go on stage, don't wear shoes. Do you want to guess why?
Well, I'm going to guess if they wear like high heels or something, they'd hear the clickety clack of the heels.
It is exactly that, yeah. Not even high heels, even like, you know, kitten heels or just, you know, a raised heel or something like that. And it's been noted and observed by, you know, women taking part in these blind auditions that you will see the judges listen out for the telltale clickety-clack of a woman's heel and then find an excuse not to hire that person. That's how deeply that's how deeply ingrained this is. It reminds me a little bit of when I did an article today I found out on why there are not more female pilots. You think, why are there not more female pilots? And a Cliff Notes version of that is, one, it's not presented as an option for a lot of young girls. They don't see it as an option, so they never think to, like, you know, work towards it. Two, getting a commercial flying license is very difficult and very expensive unless you have military experience. Because people who fly planes in the military can, like, you know, transition into the commercial sector quite easily. The problem is that for many years, women couldn't fly jet planes in the army, or the Air Force, I should say.
Yeah.
So that, you know, that entire way of getting into the field was like completely like walled off to them. And then the other one is that just there's so many dinosaurs there that even when they do manage to, like, you know, make it all the way up to becoming a pilot, just men won't fly with them. And there's a story told by a female pilot I found where she has said on multiple occasions, she'll go when the pilots gives, like, you know, the spiel at the beginning of, hi, I'm your pilot so-and-so, I'm going to be flying at this speed to this location, wind speed is this, wind speed is that, I hope you have a nice flight, I'll be giving you updates throughout to let you know how things are going. They've reported that several men on the plane will stand up and get off because they don't want to be flown there by a woman.
Oh my god. Yeah, I know someone who works in a male-dominated industry, and she said, like, they don't really have many toilets for women, it's just like one toilet for her, and then the rest is loads for men. That's like, that just shows they don't expect women to work there.
Yeah, it's our mutual friend I mentioned earlier who had that amazing quote. They work again in a very male-dominated industry, and they need less PPE. And they say that none of the PPE fits them because it's all designed for the average man. And they are, quite a short woman. I think like what, 5 foot tall are they? And there is literally not PPE that they can wear for their job because they never anticipated that a woman of their stature would do the job. Or even like yes, a man who's that short.
Yeah.
And they have to wear like ill-fitting PPE, which is a bad thing when you want wears PPE. And that's like fucking super
It's like
illegal.
safety wear, yeah, like it needs to fit right.
Yeah, and they had to like special order stuff in. I think like I don't know where they got it from. They had to special order stuff in so they could do their job because they never anticipated a woman was doing it. And it's just real bad. It's real sad.
Especially in like what 2022 next year we're in. But yeah, I sometimes forget what year I'm in because of this stuff that's so ongoing. It's like, come on.
Yeah, just reminds me of a message I saw, fittingly enough, scrawled on a bathroom wall when I was going for a piss a couple of weeks ago, and it's like, it just said, men, you are basically all awful, do better. And scrawled beneath it in permanent marker was simply the word, no. So Nearby Nisha, today's video has been sponsored by our frequent channel contributor, John, aka The Wolf.
This could be scary because if I say oil, they may think BP oil spill. Save the turtles. I kind of want to risk it though.
Good one, this guy's so smart as hell. Like like the turtles, and because of like BP oil spill, all the turtles like.
Alright, we're clicking gas.
Yeah, I think gas.
For
sure, we can all agree.
How many do we have clicked right now? 1, 2, 3.
I think
Ari
needs to click one, right?
I got it.
I want to remind you how Vic popped off last week.
Vic
we were
did
most
pop
of our
off.
games.
I'm not talking about Vic, Azza.
Well, I popped off. I'm talking about me.
I hate it.
I know, Ozza, I know I popped off. I know I did.
You did.
One of you step up to the plate. Come on.
Wait, can we change the board because we just switched sides?
What?
What?
We switched sides.
We switched the cards as well, right? What do you mean? What are you saying?
We'll switch these cards. We'll mix them up.
Did you just have bad cards, Brood? Is that it?
I was on red team and his cards sucked, and then we switched sides, and I got.
Oh, the cards hadn't changed, JC.
You got the sucky cards. I got you.
But he should have had them.
Riptide Ray. Shark. Octopus.
Okay, I'll be right.
Oh.
The funny part is, I'm atheist, and I still think this is disrespectful as shit and trying to start crap.
Wave. Wave. No. What is it? Oh, why can't I remember a clue?
What are you asking
Noah's
about?
Ark?
It's hilarious. I'm an atheist and I'm reporting somebody for having the name of fuck God.
I was so confused. It's like, oh, they're animals. Ooh. Oh, parrot. Ooh.
Mouse. Oh my gosh.
Unicorn. It's happening.
Ray.
It's happening.
Wave.
Kara said that already.
I did say that. Oh my god, you're so funny. I thought you were just saying that just to say it. I didn't see it on the board.
I'm over here. Might as well kill the trolls.
Yeah, I thought she was giving the hint. Oh dear. Stop.
Hey, Ari, buddy.
My full name.
Can we vote her out?
Her government name.
Ari.
What the hell?
It's too far
Anyways, good Among Us, huh? I don't know.
Oh yeah, I had so many banging rolls. There was that tracker
I think I got some
round,
pretty
and
good
then-
games in that one.
And then then there was the Mystic round where I died,
Right.
and then
The Guardian
multiple
Angel.
Guardian Angels, so many Guardian Angels.
Don't forget about those spy rounds. That one's always fun.
I can definitely get people who are interested in getting crew wins. I can definitely do.
I got my tasks done in pretty much every single one of them.
Oh my gosh.
Same here.
That's impressive.
It's actually not that hard.
It's not hard. It's just no one does it.
It's not
Oh
hard
yeah,
at all.
we only have 8 tasks as well. Like that's not many.
I just get
You
distracted.
can can get 8 tasks done in maybe 2 rounds, like if you really try.
Yeah. I've never seen anyone get distracted more than Ari, honestly.
No, who doesn't do their tasks? I want to know this.
Vikram Sutton 0 8 asking also, have you done your tasks? Or Stodge, I think it was.
I don't know what you're on about, Jack. I do my tasks 24/7. I've never ever not done my tasks.
Why do you just blatantly lie?
I like the little clickies.
Yeah, he's just lying
my
straight
brain
to our
moving.
faces.
You're capping. Well, you're capping, Jack. You're just a capping Brit. You're just a capping Brit.
So the weather.
No, not even the weather. Weather's been kind of boring lately, honestly.
I just want some rain, man.
Let's see.
Have
Weather.
some of ours, man. It's getting cold here.
In Austin,
realize
it's
they're getting-
95 degrees and sunny. That's boring.
I realize they're getting a bit more than they want, but I'm like, Puerto Rico, share some of that over here.
Yeah, my grass is starting to turn yellow again. It makes me sad.
It is 83 degrees and sunny.
Oh.
It's also getting dark so early, and it's making me depressed already. And I
There's
hate
another
it.
heat wave coming. What the fuck?
Dude, California is just burning off the map.
I gotta bring my
Depends on where you are in California.
Along the way.
Do you want my 80% chance of rain tomorrow?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, actually, that'd be great.
11 degrees Celsius.
When the
That's what,
Boulder
like,
Dam
That's
doesn't
fine, I
have
want
enough
it to be cold.
generate
It's like
electricity, things are
50
gonna
I'll take
Fahrenheit
11
rain.
Celsius. That's not bad.
You know how many inches of rain we get here in August?
0.
How many?
Yeah, it is 0.
It's California. I know that.
It's always 0. July 0. June actually there's some in June. July 0. August 0. September usually 0.
Mostly like April, right?
Actually in LA, they have something called June gloom. It's like always overcast early June.
Question, guys. When do you think it's appropriate to start mentioning the C word for like the end of the year?
He's a cracker. I was so confused.
That's what I was saying.
Like Christmas.
Christmas, Clara.
Jesus
Wait, there's a Christmas?
I think Americans said that word. I'm
Okay, I'm on red team. Yeah, crane, compound. They do wear pants outside unless they're weird. Steel
After
construction.
Thanksgiving, also. After Thanksgiving.
After Thanksgiving,
Wednesday.
After Halloween, fuck that
After
Thanksgiving.
U.S. Thanksgiving.
Drawing maybe like the blueprints.
Yeah, I like how
Late November. Late November is when you can start talking about.
Look, after Halloween, I think it's appropriate for me.
Yeah, fuck the Americans and their
I've been bringing twat back all on my own. You know,
Twat, no. Americans saying twat is worse than them saying it's so bad.
Twat.
I don't mind them saying twat.
yeah,
What about
twat?
No, that's so bad. I was like, it makes me so
When
angry.
I said twat, all the British were
Maybe
like, "Well, you say
Damn
it
it,
so
we're
weird,
playing
so now I went to twat."
God.
Americans saying twat makes me want to.
I think maybe plastic.
Sorry, Z, we're ruining your AdSense.
Yeah, we've swore how many times in the first?
It's not that. I know to cut that out. I'm like, we're literally trying to guess right now.
Okay, crane, steel.
Yeah. What about plastic? Using plastic for construction? I don't
There's a
know.
lot of
I like
plastic
compound
waste,
and
I
drawing.
guess.
I do like compound. I don't know about drawing.
I see the angle on drawing.
I
just
do
don't
see the
know if
angle, but I
there's
don't think
anything
Brood would have been
else.
like, oh yeah, they're gonna get drawing from construction.
The blueprint. No?
But like it's like
Yeah, like an architect drawing something.
Architect is a very major part of construction.
Maybe.
Should we go compound first?
I'm gonna do compound.
If you want to.
Wait, why isn't it clicking?
Alright, you go. Click the hand.
Oh, there we go.
He knows how to do it, Jack.
Okay, so what you want to do is you want to take your mouse and use your hand.
Okay. Hey, do y'all want to have Sparkles join in 30 minutes?
Cool.
Sure.
Definitely you can't say after that.
Remember,
after he joins.
Everyone gets to picture. Ponytail, hair, tie, country, unicorn.
So it was
I think unicorn ponytail.
I'm gonna do hair. I'm gonna do tie.
I think more unicorn than country.
Yeah, I took it off country.
This one's never making it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're never getting there. I don't see any other options that really jump out.
Yeah, I like unicorn. Nice. Let's fucking go.
And now we can go around. Oh.
What?
Hi, this is Eric Singer, drummer for
Never. No.
What were you gonna click, Big One?
Construction 3.
Plastic.
Oh,
Construction.
What did we have? What did we have? We had pants, and we had.
Shit. What was the last?
Ray, Tier, Shark, Octopus, Rip, Crusader, Parrot.
I don't think we said anything else, but I was looking at.
He probably thought of another one for maybe night, like construction at night. A lot,
like it doesn't exist.
Like on like road construction.
You tear something down, or like
road construction is usually done at night.
Very early in the morning.
Or early in the morning,
Yeah.
Definitely plastic and pants, because we had it on there.
Plastic.
I did plastic.
Pants.
Pants,
What
yeah.
the? Okay, I take pants. I wear the pants.
Should I do Terror or Night or Tier?
You could tier during
to the
construction.
Sindori.
You could yeah. Or you could tear.
I feel like tearing a building down or tearing something down is like part of
tearing something
construction.
down.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh shit.
I like it too.
Good construction, you idiots.
No, you gotta tear it down to construct, bro. You gotta clear the area.
Remember the
Am I
That's destruction.
It's actually true.
Actually, no.
I was gonna say that, but I was like, no, that's what it says.
That couldn't be any more of the opposite.
Always my mic again if you do that again.
That's what he said.
All good to all of us.
I wish I could have heard how loud it was.
Why do we fall?
I watched
To
the
get-
clip back.
To get back up.
Right, Oz,
true.
give us a good one. Give us a good
It's
one.
always the darkest
So
before
is there gonna be
dawn,
construction
non-Sandbridge.
1 next round for
Yep.
Red?
No, it's
I
gonna
was,
be
I was born in the darkness.
I think we know your construction one.
Raised by
so.
Molded by it.
Oz's came in this. He came out with a word that got like 5 perfect and did a hat trick on me last time he played. So now I'm on his side, so he can't do that to me ever again.
Seafood, Ray, Shark, Octopus? Wait.
Octopus? Sure.
I'm on octopus and shark.
What other Saul? I don't know. Like did Ozza do this purposefully because so he couldn't do animals because there's a mouse. He couldn't do ocean because there's wave. So he did seafood because you can eat these?
Yeah.
And they're from the ocean?
Yeah,
All right, I'm not clicking Ray.
I'll click it.
No. I was about to end this. Yeah.
All right, construction 3. Let's go.
This is fine too.
Oh god, this is awkward. Oh god.
Unless they win here. Oopsies. We could have won anyway. We didn't know what else there was.
I think it's night, right?
That's what I'm leaning towards right now. Yeah.
More grass, like you need to build like in the grass. Like it starts out as a grass field.
You could build in the country.
True.
Mr. Ridiculous. Construction tick.
They've constructed great.
There's always construction going on at Disney World and Mickey Mouse. Maybe
the mouse. Oh, he's deafened up. You know it's serious.
I know he's thinking. He's got to focus because we're talking too much.
What's up, bitch?
Did you just try to burp into his mic?
He DM'd me, I thought, but he was just complimenting me on my clues. Bless him.
Compliment him back. Construction was pretty good.
Yeah, construction.
Construction 7 was pretty good.
7, yeah. Construction 7. Honestly, if he does construction again.
What are the ones we all clicked?
So do we think night?
At the moment, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he gives us a reason not to.
Maybe grass, like, cause like, like a new subdivision is about to get, or you go outside and touch grass. You have to touch grass in order to construct.
Yeah. I got noticed that because of water restrictions, they're not putting the sod in at the new home. I was like, good.
Yeah, right.
Don't do any of it.
Yeah, wait until a better time.
would have them. I literally would have them not put it in, except they will not take a single change order of anything. And so it's like I can't even be like, don't do work. They're like, nope, we're doing it exactly how we. It's so annoying. It's so annoying.
What is sod?
Grass.
It's like laying a carpet outside, but it's actually grass.
Oh, like fake grass? So it's real grass?
No, it's real grass. You don't did they not do that in the UK? Sod? Or is it called
I
something?
don't know.
It's like
We have
literally,
turf.
it's literally just grass that's like rolled up, and you just roll it out onto the lawn.
It sounds like turf.
Maybe that's the
Well,
word
they
it
grow
is.
they grow it together, and all the roots come together, and so then they kind of just shear it, just like give it a haircut slightly off, and so then they can just literally put it back down on the roots just to adhere. So
And being told sod isn't turf. Turf isn't always fake though.
Yeah, it's
You know,
not
like,
astroturf.
turf-
Oh, we call it
Yeah,
turf
I'm not
grass,
talking, I'm
like
not talking
turf
about
grass.
astroturf.
it can't be turf grass. Yeah.
Victory lies ahead.
It's one of America's biggest wastes of water ever.
Farewell.
Watering lawns.
It is tied into the American perception that a lawn is healthy green lawn is a sign of success.
I get so many TikToks about like natural like grass and gardens and stuff being longer and not like mowed really short and stuff. Now it's like more natural and like having bees around. And,
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely. That's
one of those things.
using,
That's much
using native
better.
plants and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Because I mean, the plants that are native to that area are built around the typical watering of there, where we're just bringing in grass. I mean, while we have some grasses that need more water, some grasses that need less. Typically, they still, and particularly in like California and Utah and Nevada, and them like they don't have those bright green lush, and that takes a lot of water to do.
I
So-
see.
Xeriscaping and Xeroscaping are becoming bigger things, and but it's a slow progression. Right before I left Utah, they had just barely passes a state law that all the homeowners associations can't require grass anymore. Like they're basically starting to pull back the requirements for it.
This is the oldest sounding conversation we've ever had in Codenames history.
Comment section gonna love this one.
Listen, I'm a boomer. What can I say?
I mean, I'm doing the same stuff. I'm like, yep,
I'm
planting
sorry,
Bermuda
I
grass,
was
trying to
not
get it to grow.
listening.
Okay, Tidal. Listen to country music on Tidal.
Oh yeah, salt in the ocean.
No, I don't
Salt
think
was
it's salt.
theirs.
Yeah, I
Salt
don't
was
think it's salt.
My parents used St. Augustine grass. I don't know if it was better or not, but they used that one.
Look, the inner physics nerd in me, like, was thinking of the moon because of the tidal forces and the moon, like, at night.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
yeah,
I think
for
I think you were
construction,
right
yeah.
with night with construction, and I think.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about country for country music on Tidal? Because Tidal is the music platform that Kanye was pushing, right?
Does Brood know that?
Was it Kanye?
Yeah, I know.
Brood
I know
100%
that.
knows that. Brood 100% knows that. But like, because I think it was Kanye would like release his albums only on Tidal for a while, and so it's like a music platform. So that's what I'm going. country. So
Yes, I don't.
I think that's a stretch.
I didn't realize you were talking about clues. I thought you just talked about music in general. I was like, oh.
Maracas.
Brood 100% knows that.
How about a riptide?
Oh, Riptide.
That is what okay, should we go wave then night though? Because like
Yeah.
they are most confident, right?
Okay.
If they give us titles not wave,
Okay.
and then tidal, yeah, like the moon
night?
affecting the oh.
Oh,
No.
what? I'm shook.
That is
I'm shook.
Sorry, what was night for, you guys?
Construction.
Construction at night.
road construction and
The moon does come out at
Templar.
any time of the day. It doesn't have to be at night.
I'm assuming the other one is salt, because I click salt
Nah, salt's
for
ours.
seafood.
Yeah, ours is
The
salt for
ocean.
Tidal. Mhm.
Yeah.
Ocean.
yeah, the title, yeah.
Don't fuck this up.
No.
I was trying to think of like Tide Pods, like if I can relate in any way.
All right, I ain't clicking nothing.
Wait, is it red?
Salt's ours, I'm
Pods?
saying. It's ours.
Oh, and rest
Right,
in peace, like
'cause-
tidal wave kills people. Sorry.
I feel like
go ahead.
that's the only other thing we were talking about, Zine, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, Vic's gone.
seafood's pretty. Because that's what we're missing, right? I have a hard time figuring out any way to link any of this to seafood other than salt.
Yeah.
Because sea salt is.
All right,
a
let's
thing as
fucking
well.
go! Yeah.
Ripping
Wow.
dice?
Fall.
And
I'm so-
dice.
I would have
Tidal
thought
dice.
dice.
What are the dice for Tidal?
I was gonna do nat 1 for dice and rip, but then I decided to make
I like
a
a
play
nat
on words
1.
like title, tie-dye.
That one would have been funny.
Tie-dye.
We won't get
How
that
are we
one.
That's
supposed to
I already like once you guys were on night though, it was just over.
Couldn't get him off of
There's
it.
There was no way to get off.
So
That.
yeah, people just like dwell. Like,
Rip
it
was
just
for
gets-
construction because it's like a construction
Wait.
accident.
You can also do rip saws.
Hair wasn't part of construction.
Boom.
Also, I was
That's
gonna
not
go.
part of
I was gonna say
construction.
like, oh, you
People
rip it
die in
down
construction.
before you construct
People do
things.
die,
But
yeah.
you said the thing about
People die in construction accidents.
It do be dangerous. Yeah.
That's true.
People probably also die just doing accounting or
Also,
something.
Brood, you know about Tidal, right? The music platform. There's no way you. I trust in Brood.
Whatever. I didn't know about the music platform. I think that was a very far off stretch. Anyways, we're red team chat. Probably gonna need your guys' help. Volume. Yes. I'm already thinking of science right now. TP.
A new
What
Belore
about Tiki
Delana.
Torch? Gas.
The reckoning is at hand.
Smuggler. Gas. Smuggler. Cargo. Ship. Shop. Cargo shop. No. Revolution. Snap. Eagle. They all fit America. America loves them gas guzzling trucks. American Eagle. The Smugglers. Or Texas? Texas Revolution. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, where's Texas? Oh, Texas. Ah, shit. Yeah, I can't do America. And state. Shit. Texas state. Well, that's gonna be real easy. Genius. Oh, God. Okay. Volume, gas, revolution. One day they all just snapped. And they started a revolution. All over because the shops didn't want to pay taxes. And so, they erected the Eagle and
You're losing your
bought
mind.
volumes of gas. Oh, God.
I feel like it's these.
It's on a revolution.
Listening.
Steroids.
No.
My-
Files.
I can't tell you without.
He's got the stream
Siphon.
open. That's
Barrels
Yeah, I
3.
always have
Okay.
Z
You're
stream
smuggling
open.
barrels of oil.
That's so funny.
You
I'm
have
talented
gas.
Oil viewer.
and cool.
I'm deafening. Barrel. There have been revolutions fought over oil. Oil. Get oil. Oil. You'll definitely get gas for oil. You'll get smuggler for oil. I'm thinking like Venezuela or Iranian Revolution oil. I'm kind of thinking that. That's like 3 for oil. Oil shop? I feel like we can maybe get 4 for oil. What about Snap? No. Venezuela 3. Use oil in a car shop. Oh, true, an auto shop. I like oil 4. That's a case. What's a case against oil? Plate, Christmas, Mile, Cliff, Bat. No. Oh yeah. This could be scary because if I say oil, they may think BP oil spill. Save the turtles. That could be hard. I kind of want to risk it though. Let's just try it.
I have a note in my phone from TwitchCon 2018 when like I was meeting up with staff and I made a note of
Watch,
like
they're
everything
gonna
I was
click it
gonna talk about.
immediately.
And in those notes is like there should be a feed where you can swipe through.
Oh, yeah, I
clips
guess
on a vertical, you know, like on
It's
a
an
phone.
oversight.
You can follow the channel from there.
Mile driving a car, goddammit.
2018 and it's like it's been 4 years and they're still not doing that stuff. It's so cringe.
Ari, what are you
It's
doing?
the fact that
Why
like
are you clicking
everyone
jam?
jumped on that immediately, and Instagram obviously people are complaining that they've done it, but it'd still be.
It's because it's not what they're about, but it is
Oh
what
yeah,
Twitch is
oil
about.
under the hood of a car.
Oil.
Oil.
Gas. Mile.
Oil, toil, and trouble.
Our enemies will fall.
Oil.
Oil.
Keep your wits
Oil.
about you.
Oil.
Smuggler? Question mark?
Oil.
Offshore oil rig.
Oil.
It's not off cliff.
It's off the shore, man. So you can see it from the cliff, bro.
Oil. Oil.
You oil up before a baseball game if you're taking steroids.
Oh, this is bad.
Oil? Do you put oil?
Oh, under the hood. Check
the
under
hood?
the hood. Good one, alright, good one,
This
alright.
guy's so smart and
Oh,
talented.
like, you know, like the turtles, and because of like
They struggle with
BP
the
oil
oil.
spill, all the
Oh.
turtles like fucked from the oil and shit.
Alright, we're clicking gas.
Yeah, I
for
think
sure.
gas.
For sure. We can all agree
How many
on
do we
that.
have clicked right now? One, two.
I think
We have 7
Ari needs to click one, right?
I got it.
Okay.
We have 7.
Oil. I mean gas.
So one of these.
Oil
One
under
of
the
these
hood.
definitely isn't ours.
Oil under the hood sounds.
I think that's really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
I'll click it because
That's-
I'm the only one on our team that hasn't gotten a red card yet. So
Sure.
surely
Redemption.
this-
Redemption. Oh.
We are so
God
fucked.
damn it.
Oh, bless him.
Ari,
yeah, I
come
thought,
on. Why would it be
I thought
hood?
gas
Hey.
was definitely a thing.
Farewell.
I think if Ari or you clicked it, it would have been right.
True.
I think
It
since I
swapped in
clicked
front
it,
of Z's eyes.
It turned gray. The right person needs to get the right clue, man.
We're gonna play Cody's in person, right?
I was planning on bringing
I'll
it
bring
down.
it.
I'm
Oh,
down.
okay, Bruno, bring
I
it.
feel like
Power will
we
bring it.
Hang.
decided against it.
No, you bring it. You
Because
bring
it
it.
feels like
Three.
work, but I'm down.
Actually, I'm taking the train. I'll bring it.
Wait, is
This,
Jam?
yeah, you taking
dude,
the
I'm
photo?
streaming right now, and this is.
No,
we got-
I'm taking it like 2 days
The
before you
The problem
guys.
is,
I'll take it back
I don't
with
know,
you, though.
Venezuela
back.
5.
Yeah.
I don't know, there's no TPs in
Hey.
Venezuela.
God,
Or maybe there are, I don't know.
You hang off a cliff.
True.
So well.
The native
hanging up all
Venezuelans have
decorations
teepees.
For Christmas, hanging tinsel.
C word.
Maybe they TP houses
Remember
there.
Crush the
It's a big-
Turtle
it's a big-
from Finding
Or they'll
Nemo?
just fuck it up.
Hanging out, dude.
everything but your clues.
Hanging some waves. I don't know. Fucking
See,
know.
A
I'm
squirrel
torn. I
is
thought
3
Bat
months.
was cylinder, but Bat's do hang
Dances with
upside down.
Wolves 5.
They do hang upside down.
I don't care which one you click, because I will really want to know if turtle or bat. Like, I want to know what they are. I need to know if they're gray, blue, or
They're animals brood.
Yeah, hang the bad guys in a revolution.
I was thinking,
Specifically
oh
a
my God,
reptile and a mammal.
Well, I was thinking like a baseball bat, but now that you've said that, that makes a lot more sense. I was like, do they hang up baseball bats upside down?
I think this is good.
I actually don't know how you store baseball bats.
I think
Oh
you do
boy.
hang them up upside down.
Oh yeah.
I feel like they're
Like
gonna
the
end up
little,
clicking
like, the
blue.
big
They're gonna think
doorknob
Miles
looking thing?
is ours.
That's what they call it. Yeah, they call it the door.
Maybe they're gonna click turtle.
I can't see anything else you would hang.
I wonder if they're gonna click turtle.
Unless it's like literally like hang a smuggler for smuggling.
my God.
You know? Like, there's a different type of hang. Okay, bat.
Christmas. Ooh.
Nice.
Turtle.
Okay, so Revolution is the only thing that we had from Southern.
Yeah.
Or is it Jam, maybe? Or Red?
Well, I've been like, maybe it wasn't Southern states, maybe it was Southern but I've been put Southern in front of everything, and I can't think of anything Southern.
I can't either. Southern Mile, no Southern Smugglers, no
Oh
Southern
boy.
TP? That's more like.
If they click TP, that'll be
that
so
was
good.
like Midwest. I think that's Midwest Native Americans.
Yeah, Revolution was the only other like. I don't know, but then he could have said. Confederate.
Do you think they're gonna win on 5 though?
No.
Okay.
I'm looking now. One of our 3 cards they clicked. We had 2 clues, so we got
Oh
one
my
of
God.
each of them.
You're so right. Oh no.
And it's always brood, and like actually throwing.
What's up?
You're actually throwing.
Actually throwing.
Dude, I clicked 2 that you guys
Right
were
corner
really
4 would be
close to.
cheating, but I see what you mean. Is anything in the right corner? A sickle.
How many have we gotten for cylinder? Just 1?
Yeah.
Well, gas potentially as well.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if they cross over.
Wait,
TP Smuggler Revolution.
isn't there an oil
Snapshot.
revolution?
I'm nervous about Revolution.
I thought that was theirs.
Anarchy.
Yeah.
I thought theirs was fair.
It
I
is
thought those could have been
fun.
plate as well. I don't know.
Anarchy
The
5.
most southern thing in the world is a fair.
Hanger was a banging through the cliffhanger. Man,
He would have done a
Society
marathon for
snaps.
Revolution.
Sure, they're doing illegal
No,
shit.
'cause
They're
they would've
smuggling.
been
Viva
Yeah, they would've killed-
Revolution. Wait, Mohawk, they don't.
Which they did, like dumb
You do
idiots.
Mohawk could be
anything
tied to
America
anarchy.
related
God
about
damn
clicking
it.
eagles.
Society 5.
You only get eagles in America. Did you know that?
Yeah.
It's true, real.
The American
That makes me
Eagles,
so
at least.
sad.
You only get lions in England.
They're TPing places all over the place. They're breaking, they're looting shops.
The classic eagle sound effect actually isn't an eagle.
It's a red-tailed
We live in a
hawk.
society.
There she goes, the fucking red.
Red-tailed hawk.
Society 5? Should we just do Society 5? I feel like they would get Mile for Society.
Slash POS.
And Mile, they'll do
Shit.
American.
Yeah, slash piece of shit.
Oh shit. Thanos, Revolution, and Snap. The Smuggler, TP, and Shop. Man. Like, how confident are you guys that they'll click Mohawk before any of these? Pretty confident? Peaceful protest fine. 99%. Fucking Christ. Let's see here. Riot. They're TPing places. I don't know, smuggling in a riot's kind of weird. Crime? Smuggling's a crime. TPing, yeah, it's a crime. It's vandalism. Revolutions could be a crime. You're stealing from a shop and you're snapping heads. Crime? Shoplift. Stop with the TP. They'll never get it. Well, I have to. Mohawk and TP. It's kind of hard. I have to make them think of TPing. Crime 5. Crime 5 could be good. Okay. Plate. They won't get Mile. They won't get plate. They won't get a right to a fair trial. Maybe they'll think that. Jamming something could be a crime. Mohawk's not a crime. It's not a crime to have a Mohawk. Turtles aren't illegal. But TPing, that's vandalism. I have to hope that they're gonna think TPing. Okay, I'm gonna do crime 5.
To myself,
feels like you care
you're
about
a
your
good
friends.
person.
Yeah.
If what's
The bad motorcyclers.
Context.
Like
though,
if you know, for all of us to live, you know.
Smuggler. Ha.
crime.
Snap.
Okay, you rob a shop.
You rob a shop.
Revolution is technically a crime.
Thank you, Carl.
I mean, I want to say it for last.
Say I'm wrong. Say I'm wrong.
This is okay because they may think Revolution's theirs.
Let me quick.
Although no, because Zine's gonna steal him away from that.
It's gonna be wrong. It's gonna be wrong, Bruce.
At least let me.
Yeah, of course they're not getting
it's
TP.
fine, right? We're all good. Everybody say it. I can click it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, for
The
sure.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
I didn't get to click it.
Oh my god,
Waffle House, thanks for 21
That
bucks.
was mine.
I had to make sure it was red, man. I was gonna turn gray.
Can I switch to blue team, man?
They probably, like, I had to get them all here. They only have one. Zine's gonna easily be able to.
We don't know. Right, you rob a shop, Rude. You can click that
Rob
one.
a shop.
Wait,
You're snapping. You
Let's talk
snap.
about all the 5 first, okay?
Okay. Crime. Dude, this guy's giving us the layups for clues, and
Yeah.
we're missing wide open.
We have
Jam. We were looking at Jam.
What does Jam have to do with crime?
I'm thinking like the gun jams, maybe.
The gun
like,
jams? Is that a
crime to have your gun jam?
But what if like we were wrong earlier and it's not?
It's the act of murder that's illegal.
If we were wrong earlier, what the fuck
There's an
was
oil
cylinder?
Oils have oil
Yeah,
shops.
oil.
Alright, quick shop.
Okay, yeah, you could do
I'm
shop.
clicking.
Alright, click it. Alright,
I'm clicking shop.
Alright, quick shop.
Please don't click Jam.
I had to make sure it was red, Bruce. I had to make sure it was
Yeah,
red.
we had to make sure it was right, exactly.
I heard you.
It wasn't red until I clicked it.
Okay. You know the movie Green Mile? Good movie. It's about
off,
about
Jack!
prison, right?
I was thinking
Isn't it?
8 Mile.
Well, I was thinking mile for
And-
oil.
I've never seen it.
8 Mile.
Green Mile or 8 Mile. Haven't seen either the movie. They're both probably good movies. Never seen them.
I guess there is crime in it.
Cylinder. Jam.
Right, cylinder,
So
oil,
I have 3 more.
mile.
Before sending them, should we just like snap someone's leg? What happens?
Yeah, exactly. Snap.
Revolution. Kara was a Kara gave the layup.
Oil, actually. I really liked turtle. Is there any way? Okay, illegal fishing of turtles or illegal use of plastic straws harming the turtles.
Dude.
I liked it for oil.
Yeah, whatever we like.
Yeah, we get the
guess
turtle.
what?
Okay,
I'm
oil
not
we had
putting it
gas. I think oil could have been smuggler as well. I think smuggling oil is maybe valid. Question mark? I don't know.
I'm getting
Oil
a drink
shop? You
if he
said that was
clicks
the same?
turtle.
Yeah, I think oil was
If
probably.
he clicks turtle, I am
already
leaving
got
my
one.
chair and I am getting a drink.
Right, but I'm trying to figure out what the oil ones were, because I only liked turtle for oil, but if we've already got 4 for oil, then we don't need to click turtle.
We definitely have.
Oil
We definitely
for
have not. Oil for
gas?
oil.
I am literally
gas,
going
Yeah,
to
so I'm saying
snap.
gas, smuggler.
Shop.
Is oil shop a thing? Right, but then what if it's mile? I thought we liked mile for oil.
Mile and
No,
turtle.
I think literally only Jack like
But
that.
what does crime have to do with either?
Exactly, bro.
Mile.
Exactly.
I don't know the the Ninja
and then-
Turtles. Ninja Turtles. They fight crime.
Wait a minute. And then I like the
This is
use of
already
plastic
a long
straws
shot
as a
that I want to
crime.
throw them a life preserver card.
No, we don't need it. We don't need it.
No, they got it. They got it.
What does he mean by that? What does he mean by
Yeah,
that?
does he not like
It's
turtles?
neither of them, is it? It's neither of them.
Yeah, Ryan and Zane even butt in, dude. Now all our confidence is shaken. Oh, dude.
The other things, mohawk. Does a criminal have a mohawk? Do they live in teepees?
You TP a house on Halloween, that's a crime.
Oh, TP a house! TP a house!
It's definitely not cylindrical.
They are toilet paper.
Finally fucking think it! He finally fucking think
I'm
it!
not clicking for it. You
He finally fucking thought it!
You had my
You
chance.
guys doubted me!
It's your redemption, man. It's your redemption.
Of all of our clues, you want me to click TP?
They're still gonna fuck it up.
man.
They're still gonna fuck it up.
Setting me up for failure, man.
No, this is the redemption, dude. Let's go! Let's go!
Please click snap.
Okay. Sorry, my team. Cylinder, we got volume, we got gas, we got
Revolution.
We still need one more for cylinder, right?
Circle.
And cylinder wasn't bad. We were looking at jam, and your gun can jam.
Oh god.
The sin
Imagine how awkward that would be. I picture like Z thinking of that scenario too, where like there's a crime being committed and the gun jams, and it's like really fun.
And like if you're trying to get a 5 and you're trying to make literally anything work, you're like, yeah, like the gun jams, like that makes sense. Okay, what else could it be? I don't think it's Mohawk. I don't think it's. The only reason I'd maybe say plate is for oil for some reason, but I think plate is theirs. I feel like plate was southern for some reason. Like,
Does anyone in chat
mixing up
think
a
plate
I don't know.
when
I don't
they
know why
think
that
the
was in
word
my
oil?
head.
Anyone? Explain
what
why.
if we have the grim possibility of
Two.
one of our words being
Show your work.
fair in revolution, and then it's the other for them as well. too. That's very scary.
I think that's reasonable. We have 2 left.
We do have 2 left.
Oil
Oh my
was
God.
gas. Smuggler shop. We still need one more for oil. I'm leaning
Oil.
turtle and
Turtle for the-
jam. I don't
Turtle and
know.
jam?
Oh,
I don't know, man. I don't know.
BP oil spill, dude. Oily
For the
turtle.
turtles, man.
Revolution is a crime.
And that's what
Shut up, Kara. It is, but like it is.
Revolution to
Jack
like,
just
what
said,
if theirs
"Shut
is
up, Kara."
fair, and then ours is just
Yeah, what if it's revolution?
Kara's
and like,
the one who's
well,
right.
revolution
Dude,
and jam.
how awkward would it be if we clicked their final card?
Wait, how many
would it be if you click the
have we
bomb?
done? We did volume, gas potentially. TP. We still need one more
That's
cylinder,
why
right?
I needed to throw us a bone. He was gonna tell us that if one of ours was.
Cylinder would be jam,
Do you think
right?
the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles would have been considered like villains because they were like vigilante?
Yeah, vigilantes, yeah.
Kara's trolling, but like, turtle fits 2 of our clues.
Okay, let's focus on cylinder. Let's focus on cylinder. What the hell can cylinder be?
Revolution! It's a
Their cell
circle!
shape is.
It's circular!
Not a cylinder. Not a cylinder. Can we do? Should we do jam? Like,
You
what else
think
can cylinder
jam?
be? What else can cylinder be here?
We're in a
Dude. I mean, what if it's just plate? What if it was simply a flat cylinder this whole time?
Oh my god.
What is a circle if not a flat cylinder?
60-40.
Is a flat cylinder a circle?
Yeah, or a
It's your
disc.
mom. Turtle or Jane?
Damn, he got me.
Dude, the issue is like we're so tunnel vision now on this. Like there's no getting out. But why did Zine unmute and say that?
That's what I'm.
He's really throwing us off,
dude.
man.
That's why I'm thinking it's not Turtle or mine.
Should we do jam? Should we do jam?
Jam.
I think we should get it a free
Jack
turn.
Zero for his next clue. I don't know if they're listening to me or not.
Jam and Revolution. Jam and Revolution.
Jam and
Revolution.
We're not even gonna do Turtles fight
RE2.
Click it.
No, don't. We need to relax. We're getting our buttons pressed right now.
I'm only saying Revolution because of what Zine said.
Dude, I know it's collusion, man. We get a free turn. We get a free turn after this. Dude.
Your gun jams, bro. Your gun jams.
Your gun jams, but the Ninja Turtles literally fight crime and.
It's both, bro. It's both.
Okay, wait a minute. What do we have for oil? Gas. Gas.
Smuggler. Shop.
Dude, the YouTube video title is literally going to be I had the perfect clues and Blue ruined it.
Like, we have one more oil, we have one more cylinder, and I think they're maybe separate.
Oh my god, guys. Like,
No, it's Jack.
Yeah, we've spent so long here. I'm clicking jam and you can't stop me in 5, 4. Of course, man. It was gonna be right until you clicked it.
I need a minute. I'll be right back. I need a minute.
It is not going to be Jam or Turtle. I swear.
Dude, that was red until Brew clicked it.
Dude, this is why I was a fill for Vikram, dude. I wasn't even
Smile! It's a smile! That's so cute.
We didn't have much. It wasn't.
When Turtle had the lose and our win, I was like, stop it, go away.
Get away. Revolution, you guys.
Dude, you guys were sat on Jam and Turtle. I was like, it's gonna be neither of them. I don't know how they got
Well,
to
we
either
felt
of
the
these.
same way, but like we didn't have the bravery to go for the others.
I thought it was Mohawk and Revolution. I thought like Mohawk like gangsters and stuff.
Like we talked our buggers, guys. We just didn't have the bravery. No,
We should have clicked
we
the
just
second
didn't have the
Zine unmuted.
bravery.
We should have clicked Revolution.
I know.
You're all like, he's throwing us off. I'm like, bro, I'm helping you as much as I can.
We got in our heads about it.
You spent 6 minutes debating between a grey card and the bomb.
Wait, I just see Z's POV. I got a clip.
Z wanted me to type Jivik 0.
Share it.
Dude,
Every time they were on something, like Jack would talk them off of it onto something else.
Dude, Ari went straight to Snap. She went straight.
She was on there. I was like, oh shit, they might actually
I
get
don't
this.
know why we don't trust Ari more. She's so good at this game, man. Oh, she's definitely. Why did I even say that?
Yeah.
That was such a waste.
Yeah, never tell a compliment about someone unless you can tell it to their face.
How's the heart rate, Z? Assuming he's undeafened.
I think he stepped away, man.
he needed a minute. He needed a minute.
I think he had like one diary entry in his entire diary that like said good things about me, and I think he's ripping up that page and
Z is
throwing it
cursed
in
in
the
our Wednesday lobbies. Every Wednesday something terrible happens to him.
The Southern was a weak attempt. Ozza called it a being cheeky at Swing at Christmas for Bible Belts, and but it was. I was like, yeah, just do those 3, move on. Let's move on.
Yo, I'm back.
Tough game.
How you doing there, bud?
How's it going?
Basically, I wanted to play Jack Zero for the longest time.
What are you bastards up to?
Another storm quest.
Oh, okay. My back.
I'm the old person here.
How old are you?
Old enough.
So I just turned 37 on the 10th.
Yeah, add a few.
It's not that bad.
Do we have to do something to make this guy spawn or no? No. Oh, okay. Why are there so many bones?
Because the bombs will kill you.
Are you guys doing Dr. Boom?
Dr. Boom.
Yep. Don't forget to use your bomb to kill them. I've watched somebody stand there and beat on him for like 20 minutes to kill him from ranged. I'm like, you know, they give you a bomb that does like, I think it's 15% of his health per hit.
Are you cheating up there?
No. The bombs only walk one direction.
Can't buy it. He's throwing something at me.
Yeah, he throws like little crappy bombs at people, but the bomb bots are what do all the damage.
Oh, coming near me. He's just throwing that shit at me. I am on cooldown.
Now we need to do rock elementals.
Now we go down to the south.
Oh.
Step forward.
Oh man.
There's that little blue cog in the air.
Oh yeah, I grabbed it, I guess. I clicked on it. So the other guys give it too?
Yeah, it's all of these elementals, the rock and air ones.
Oh, okay.
Who the fuck is this Contigo guy in guild? Well, okay, so Curse was asking for DPS to spam farm Botanica. So, because he needs arcane tomes or whatever, and rep. I was like, okay, cool, I'll come with you. I could use some rep. This dude Contiga in guild refuses to respond, and I've asked politely like 3 times, hey, could you share the herbs? Because he's a druid, and he's just literally running in front of everybody to take all of them. And he just refuses to respond and just keeps taking them all like an asshole. Huh?
So just say something and go check.
Well, I've said it to him politely in like the whispers 3 times now.
Message him. Hold on.
He's being a fucking prick. Yeah, he's stopping in the middle of a boss fight to run over and go grab the herbs now. To spite me on purpose, because he's just being an asshole. I'm like, this is all recorded. I'm guessing she just said something. She's like, oh, you can take herbs now, too. Fucking Christ. I was like, I understand taking it from, like, just random pugs and, like, not sharing, because that's kind of a dick move, but whatever. But when a guild is like, hey, man, can we split these or something? Or, like, just every other one? No, I'm going to purposely, like, grab everything and not respond to you just to be an asshole. Like, no, fuck you.
What aggravation is this? You will die. Scream while you burn. You won't get far.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, Deja?
Not much.
Questing.
I'm really confused on how expensive Mithril is.
It's cheaper now.
Is it?
Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm the asshole now, so that's no fun.
Why are you the asshole now?
Cause I was an asshole. It's like share the fucking herbs. But I guess in looking for group, he had said like he was reserving the herbs. I was like, well, you don't do that to kill these. I was like, you're gonna do it to randos, cool.
Don't do the randoms either. What the fuck?
Well, I'm just saying, like people do that. Like that's what they've done like since the beginning of time. Like I'm just so used to it. Like
Well, sure, but
you know, it's whatever. But you don't do it to guildies. That's what I said. You don't do it to guildies. Period.
I mean, even in randoms, like people
Oh,
usually care if you ask.
I understand
Yeah.
that, but
I know you do. Yeah.
it's trying to. Like I said, they're just stupid herbs. Now we're fighting over. All right, are you ready to move on here?
Person crew.
Mhm.
Are you ready to move on to this area?
If we're doing this one next.
I want a quest, but I also want a PvP.
Who disturbs this sanctuary?
I only need like.
What are you PvPing for exactly? I guess.
For my axe. My
Oh.
tools, like your
Gotcha.
Is 2H Frost a thing?
Yeah, it doesn't really work with the way the old whatever it's called works. The killing machine. You have to have the dual wield to proc it enough.
Gotcha.
I mean, you could. There's like a blood.
I'm gonna have to turn you up because I can't hear you.
Yeah, dude. Most people.
He's
do
a quiet boy today.
Who is this? Deja?
Death Daddy.
200%.
So stupid. You need to change it. It's so bad.
I had a paladin named Daddy Pally.
Right, he's Deja.
I might do a name change and delete my stupid hunter.
Delete it? I mean, isn't it like?
Well, it has. I don't know. It's got my name that I need.
He's like swap names.
I could. Ooh.
You could probably delete your hunter, then rename your Death Knight.
Or just rename my hunter, and that opens up Deja, and then I could rename.
Yeah, but then you gotta pay for the name change twice.
Yeah. I just have to beg my wife.
You can always undelete your hunter too later if you want to keep it, and then pay for a name change.
Ooh, that's not a bad idea. If I delete my only 55 though, will it like lock my Death Knight?
No.
I think you're okay. Once
No.
you created it.
Yeah, once you already have it.
Okay. Yeah, that would make more sense, right? Delete the hunter.
Yeah, it's not a true deletion. It just hides it basically until
And what is it, like every 30 days you can restore a character or something?
Yeah, I think it's every 7 actually.
Okay.
I thought it was every 2 weeks.
That
I
could
don't
be
know.
too.
I only have
Between
those
7 and
stupid
14
days.
days.
If I knew I was gonna stick with DK, I would have freaking named my hunter something else.
Was your DK supposed to be your alt?
Yeah, initially, but I don't know. It's just something about the playstyle.
It's overpowered, so you know.
It's super fun.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've always been ranged, and playing a melee is just like opened my eyes. Pretty fun.
It is
Can't
fun.
I can't wait to see how many people die in Rich.
It is a lot easier to play.
I can't wait till Patchwork Hateful strikes you into the ground as a pulp.
He used to be in a holy pally for that fight, so this will be fun.
Yeah.
If we're like, who do I heal?
Always,
Wait, I'll just bop him, no big deal.
I always loved it how the most geared person in the melee who's a DPS always dies to Patchwork because they have the most health over all the other melee. And he just leans over and bops them.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun to learn all the Nax fights as a freaking melee DPS.
You're gonna die a lot on Thaddeus.
Oh, he will be alright. I'll keep him alive with my chain heals.
Well, no, just you get one shot when people don't move with the polarity debuff.
Nah, we didn't have
Razor healer though.
Yeah, we didn't have a problem with that one. We literally just did all this, and so we played Psalm. Like that's what we've been like. We've been practicing for this. It's kind of an advantage, I guess.
Hopefully we can wipe on Rezubius.
Don't say anything. Don't.
Wipe
don't,
on what?
Don't. We're in nothing. We're getting in trouble for that. I'm not even. Just don't. Oh, there was a bad night one night with the mind controls.
Oh, on Instructor?
Yeah.
Instructor
We
Vesuvius.
had a really rough night one night.
Dude.
We're not allowed to talk about it.
The first time I killed him in Wrath was we had to do it with two healer priests who were not hit capped. So yeah, I know the feeling. It's like we need you to mind control them. It missed 3 times in a row. It's like,
Ours
fuck.
like 13 times in a row. So weird. It's funny. It's a funny memory.
Tom is dead. Tom is dead to me. Are these right here part of in here? I'm confused. Put me the port in here. Oh, okay.
Like how twice this guy said you can't pull like the fucking aggro because he's prop paladin and geared. And I'm like, Seed says otherwise.
Yeah, Sea of Corruption gives 0 fucks.
Yeah, that and I'm also Demos. I'm just like, Immolation Aura says hello. The boss is mine. Like what's currently happening. I'm tanking the first boss in Botanica again. There, he's got it back now. Nope, I've got it back.
There we go. 1,450 spell power.
What was it? 1,450?
Sorry, 1,449.
Close enough. If I'm in a group with you, you'll have 1,602.
I think I might be in a group with a demo lock.
Got a buff called Demonic Pact. Looks like a Felguard.
Nope, I'm not actually.
Yeah, I currently give 153 spell power when I'm rolling with buffs.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of cheating because I'm in Hyjal right now and I get the 100% extra spirit. Which gives me more spell power, so I don't really have that much. And the lock in our raid is Affliction.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them going Affliction because they heard it's like top DPS, and it's not bad, but it gets overtaken by
it's just
Destro,
easy.
and it is really easy, and so is Demo, to be honest. And Demo's incredibly easy, but when you get into Ulduar, when you get some good gear out of Ulduar, a lot of people don't seem to remember this, but Destro takes over fucking hard.
Yeah, I thought I remember Destro being really good in Wrath.
Oh yeah, like with the fucking Ulduar gear, it starts to barely edge out Affliction as top DPS for locks, and then when you get into TOC and fucking ICC, there's no contest. Full dagger again.
What aggravation is this? You will die.
About 1373 spell power.
Yeah, I'm dead. I pull aggro. Deja left the guild?
No, I've taken my name.
He's a troll.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. You're deleting that one to change the name of the other one and then bring it back later, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't that a 70 though?
No, it's my 5500.
What happened?
Swear to God, I'm gonna start. Yeah, I'm just gonna start running fucking Glyph of Holy Nova as Shadow.
Wait, are you in this Botanica?
No.
Oh, I was like, because this Shadow Priest was talking about the same thing a second ago.
I honestly, I think it's probably worth it just for the AoE.
You get mines here soon.
Yeah, 75. Not soon enough.
Yeah.
Oh, Viseros is in here with me.
Who is it with?
Toshiba. Same guild I ran with
Oh,
yesterday and
goodness.
the day before. That Deja
Well, where they
pissed
kicked
off.
Deja, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what did I do?
You got kicked out of that raid the other day?
Why'd you get kicked out?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Being semi-toxic.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you don't even remember. Are you fucking serious?
That was hilarious.
You actually didn't remember. I thought you were memeing.
No, I mean I kind of remember. That shit was so funny. He said, "Or I just remove you from the raid." I said, "Do it," and he did.
Yeah. Did what he said he was gonna do.
Yay.
Cancer stick.
Who disturbs this sanctuary?
I am tanking the last boss. This is pain.
So Deja.
Yeah.
Wanna do some more Sun Gulch?
Hell yeah.
I will join you guys when I'm done here.
You know, I am bored enough to actually come with y'all.
Yeah?
What?
Yeah.
Are you still in that Botanica?
We literally just killed last boss.
Okay. I will wait then. I have a decent amount of pieces. I think I'm gonna get a ring. Rings are 57. Okay.
I'm gonna go respec for this. Because I don't have dual spec yet, because I'm a poor son of a bitch.
Yeah, I need to respec, but I also am like 150 gold for dual spec, so...
I don't have dual spec.
Just Neok?
Me either.
Yeah.
Because Rock is mean and only lets you tank and nothing else.
Yeah, that's why.
I am 909 gold away from dual spec on this character currently.
Ooh.
Yeah, like I said, I'm a poor son of a bitch.
What do you spend your gold on?
I don't really make any because I haven't been playing 70 really. I've been just I go to level new tune, to abuse the Joyous Journeys buff. To have all the alts ready for when Wrath comes out. Why am I running away from the Warlock trainer?
Are you also a Warlock?
I am a Warlock.
Let's go. Go AF so we can melt people.
So I hit Gladiator in Wrath, and I never once played Affliction in PvP.
Really?
I was one of the people who worshipped Drake Dog. If you happen to know what that Warlock is.
Demo?
Destro.
Destro, you're...
I'm one of the guys who kills the Paladin who bubbles, because I'm like, Chaos Bolt says no.
Who else said that they were joining?
Sypha. I'm in a raid right now, though.
Okay. Then I will...
Son of a bitch.
I just have to redo talents. Yeah, take Aftermath. Cataclysm doesn't matter. Won't be using Imp anyways. We'll need Shadowburn.
Just gonna see what this quest over here is.
Memorize Demo to get down to Soul Link. Yep. Yep, that's the problem with being 70 is you're 1 point away from Soul Link.
Did you turn this one in real quick or no?
I turned it in, but then Drew started it, and that's an escort.
Oh, okay.
Be right back.
Put this here, this here. Well, we're doing war songs. I'm gonna go ahead and just pull out the Voidwalker. I'm probably gonna be using most of the time.
I don't know. I've been using the Fell Hunter because healers are cringe, and then they're not.
Yeah, that's what Shadow Fury is for.
That's fine.
Sacrifice is the whole point of me pulling out the Voidwalker.
Yeah. Sacrifice is kind of insane.
Also, the AoE taunt on Voidwalker actually makes everybody around it have a 10% less chance to hit too. Not to hit. It's a debuff puts on them for 15 seconds where they have 10% less chance to hit, which is actually it works in PvP on players.
Completely useless? That's insane.
Yeah, it's 15-second debuff that reduces, their chance to hit by 10%. And if you throw that on a rogue who jumps on you, they're already dual wielding. Oh my god! And they're in PvP gear with no fucking hit rating. It's hilarious. They're like, this warlock dodges everything. What the fuck is this? And then you Shadow fear them, and Soulfire them crit for like 15k, and they die. And this only happens in your head, not in real life, because the rogue always high rolls and just kills you instantly.
Yeah, because in reality, the rogue did 5k on ambush and you died instantly.
Yeah, that's what the sacrifice is for, to hit it, because you can use it while stunned. As long as the Voidwalker's not stunned. I have no PvP gear because I haven't grinded IV and shit.
I have very little PvP gear. I've only got weapons, trinket, helm, and neck.
Now I have to see the main reason why you can't go Destro right now in this game is because you can't get the glyph that actually makes it work. And well, in PvE you can't do it, so it sucks. The one that makes it working flag rate does not consume immolate.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need the one of incinerate. I finally found out how to change the thing to make it where it quit putting me as a tank in LFG.
How do you do that?
Press in to go to your talents, and when you look at your talent page in the top right, there's a little button that sets this current spec to that. So if you have dual spec, you can set one to tank, one to DPS, or whatever. Fucking finally noticed that, and I was like, son of a bitch. Aha, yes, the other one's Glyph of Shadowburn. 20% more crit chance when they're low health. Okay, I'm ready to die.
Ready to lose? Actually, I've won the last like 4 or 5.
Why'd you say that? You put that out there in the universe. That is entirely your fault.
Yeah, it's my fault we lose now.
What are we fighting here? We don't. Oh yeah, it doesn't show us yet until after the gates open. Go ahead and do demon armor just.
Or DKs.
Yeah, and 8 on the other side. 8 DKs and 2 druid healers. No.
4 DKs, 2 shamans, a rogue, 2 pallies, and a druid. Doesn't look like a pre-med though, so we should be fine. Actually, there's 3 people from ATS and 3 from Paggle, so it might be.
ATS is the server I started Classic on. I was the Horde tank. Our guild was the first guild on Horde side to down Ragnaros, and I was the tank for it.
Dang.
We did Ragnaros and Oni in one night.
I started on.
And then I basically quit vanilla because I was like, there, I relived it, and I'm not doing everything else over again.
I did it.
Well, yeah, I was
Rag, let's go.
Yeah, I was just like, okay, I did the same thing I did in vanilla, and I'm not gonna go through the scarab crap again. Nope. Never touching that shit again. I was like, nope, done with that. Something tells me we have an AFK bot who's just gonna do that the entire time. I hope not, but we'll find out. Why is Curse Whisper me? Also, why is this showing this in raid? This should not be showing party in raid.
He's not. Is a druid gonna be in the building to our right? It looks like it's a feral.
Sorry, I was responding to somebody, so I got a bit behind. Ass Clapper is getting his cheeks clapped because they're all fighting in the middle.
Of course they are.
Hey, look, somebody bubbled. Come here. I have a present for you. It's called Chaos Bolt. And you died. I love that fucking thing.
I'm behind them and they are running away.
Fucking druid.
Yeah, dude.
Kill
that
the boomkin in the middle.
freaking-
That boomkin fucking wrecks. Oh, I want to know why its wrath is a 0.1 second cast. That's what I want to know. If you didn't notice, did you notice that? In time it took me to cast 1 Incinerate, which is a 2.12 second cast, it cast 5 wraths.
What the fuck?
And I want to know how.
I don't know.
That's below the global GCD limit. That's below 0.5 second cast.
Maybe it got bloodlust.
No, you can't go below it. You can't go below it.
They have flag, by the way. They're coming up towards ramp. Okay, they die.
Did they die?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nature's Grace.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Nature's Grace is a thing. Let's kill this here. That's DK. Hey, catch this. Don't run away from me. I'm trying to fuck. Yeah, nice AMS. Here, catch a Chaos Bolt. It didn't crit. Boo. That did.
Well, that rogue is cringe.
I am so dead because I'm here in the back, surrounded by people. I've killed 2 of them though, and death. The worst part about playing a warlock is people killing your pets like instantly.
Grip is just not balanced.
Huh?
Like I'm so far away and he can just pull me in. What is this human doing? Oh, baiting is what he's doing.
That guy is like a master at baiting.
Wow. Clever.
I know.
Oh, I would really love it if a class that was balanced could be in the game.
Ah,
We don't turn that in there, right? Because I can't, right? Alright.
Like, and then I've just died because
Because he presses a button.
Yep. I don't mind it though, not playing that class, because classes that are really good at the beginning of expansion, they don't scale worth a crap. That's how they're set up. That's why late game, it's not paladins and DK zoning everything. It's warriors, rogues, and warlocks and mages. because they scale better.
In Shadow Priest.
Yeah, in Shadow
Are you going
Priest.
for the Mana Forge, please?
Oh, I didn't actually know if that was true or not.
Oh, can I just be allowed to play the game?
I'm here, trying.
Like,
I killed one of them. I got the rogue.
It's just so unbalanced that he can fucking pull me in, slow me but for 90% for 15 seconds, and then just have his way with me. And there's no counterplay to it.
Are you talking about rogues?
That's a
I'm talking
DK.
about DKs.
Oh, see, I feel that way about rogues.
I killed the rogue that was on him, but he also had 2 DKs on him, so I only killed 1 rogue, 1 DK.
Like,
I'm trying.
and then
You
they
just need a
also
lot
have
of
a
resilience.
silence. And then they also have a silence and a fucking stun and
A
no
silence,
healing.
stun, basically a root, because, you know, Chains of Ice, and they also have an interrupt.
Laughs and bear.
And I just blew that one up. Die. Oh, look, a shaman. I'm going to blow this thing to hell.
Oh look, I'm slowed for 90% on an instant cast ability with no cooldown. Oh, and did I mention that his melee swings do 2k? That's also, yeah.
There's a reason why the entirety of Wrath, every time a patch came out, DK's got nerfed a little more, a little more, a little more.
Because they deserved it.
Is that one just runs up the tunnel because just Chains of Ice me and runs off.
Oh, evasion. Of course he did. Ambush. 5k.
It's the fucking Boomy with the flag.
No.
Currently in Bear, taking forever to die. Good, he died. Rogue's coming up here.
They've got like 6 people with the flag.
Uh-huh. Because they're going to try to turtle and go for win by kills. Which, I think we're actually ahead in that.
Is it honorable kills or killing blows?
Just killing blows, total kills.
We're probably behind. They have more people with like mid-landing numbers.
The Boomy's on the roof.
Worst on Goach is a timer, right?
I think
25
so.
minutes, yeah.
That's
Usually the last team to cap is who wins on a draw.
Well, there's 0 caps on both sides.
Nobody's capped. It's a turtle. A really, really cringe turtle because all of them are sitting in their flag.
2 rogues and a DK just jumped our flag carrier. They're about to cap. That Disc Priest is gonna die.
Jesus Christ. Why is a priest their flag carrier?
No fucking idea.
When there was 2 DKs
He's a fucking
with
Chad.
No, he dead. He not Chad. He was very, very dead.
Ah, cool. I am slowed for 1,000,000%. And then 5.
Yeah, AMS doesn't do anything. Have Chaos Bolt.
Smiley. Can I, or Tonka's messaging me, and they have a lock, and they just need help with the last boss of Mana Tombs.
Go for it.
Alright, hold on, I'll be right back. Apparently I'm the only healer online right now.
F. We kind of just have to go for flag now.
Yeah. I'm here with the guy, but I don't think this is gonna go well.
I'm coming up tunnel.
They're about to
Good. Because this guy's sitting here bandaging himself while somebody's staring at him.
Thanks, dude.
Fuck you and your Haj, you dumbass.
He's probably dead.
I already killed him. Shadowburn says no.
Flag carrier is getting attacked.
And they have a rogue carrying theirs, so he's probably sprinting at 3 million miles an hour.
There's 3 people attacking our flag carrier.
Including
DK
the
here.
fucking...
Like, DK just needs to be removed from the game.
I killed that fucking boomy druid.
I'll play DPS. Needs to be removed from the game.
Oh, look, he's going to AMS. That's not going to help. Die.
There's
Didn't
no
crit.
reason why he should have that much utility and no risk whatsoever. That's so insane to me.
Oh man, I really wish there was a heal thing here, or that this fucking Disc Priest would actually heal me.
Disc Priest healing?
There, he's healing me, thank God.
That's cat. Wow, good job, Shaman.
That one I just exploded.
Yeah.
Were you running? Were you running? No.
One that saw like 8 people and then
Ran into the middle of us? Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, so I can't. Okay. Yeah, Polybubble is also really balanced. I can't eat it with my pets. Oh, are you Curse of Elements?
I'm Curse of Elementsing everything.
Ooh, that means that I can Agony.
Yeah, Rogue.
What's up, Detox?
Rogue fucking trinketed my death coil, so I
Oh, my
immediately
news
Shadow
guys are
Fury
just
stunned him.
talking PvP constantly.
Sorry. It's fun killing these people who are so overgeared compared to me. It's hilarious.
Hello?
No. Wait, they have a flag.
Yes, they do.
What are you guys up to?
Just finished helping somebody in Master Stairs. I was doing quests.
Eating my boogers.
Eating your boogers? Jesus Christ, Deja.
Did you see those people on Naked and Afraid that ate their own boogers?
No, I did not.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Wow, this guy's really
Gotta do
coming
what you
for
gotta
me.
do.
That's a fact. Really do.
Oh, it's a Lemmy.
It's a Lemmy.
Are you done picking apples?
Fucking brother was a bitch the entire time.
Oh
Made
yeah.
that shit take,
Who's
like,
doing ZA?
An hour. I
don't know.
should drop out of college because of the slightest inconvenience.
I mean, not being able to power level with the rest of us is a pretty big inconvenience.
Among other things.
Wait, how are we like dumpstering them this fucking hard, but like we can't cap a flag?
Because you're bad.
Oh, that fucking Chaos Bolt crit for 7,500. That guy died.
In real life, not in a video game.
Hey, this is Chaos Bolt. It goes through resilience and ignores it. Have fun with this. What?
Alright, well, I was just stopping by to say hi. I'm still working on shit. I'll see you guys later.
Later.
See you.
Not by to say you can't do anything with this.
He's already
Where am I getting druided from? I cannot see this druid. Oh, because he's behind a rock, of course.
I'm gonna go get some seeds. See you later, guys. Wanted to drop by and say hi.
Oh, you leaving already?
Yeah, I'll be back in like an hour.
Have a good time.
Kaboom.
See you guys later.
See you.
Bye.
Where's their flag
Hey.
carrier? Oh, we killed it. We need to get ours, but they're turtling so hard in there. I don't think we're going to.
What's Aaron?
I mean, you can run off with that immolate on you. It does hurt.
He's going to take our flag, but there's a DK over there that looks like he's gonna...
Die? Yes, that one died.
Okay, trinket one fear, and I'll fear you with another thing. Wanna trinket that fear? How about this fear? Wanna
Pop.
trinket that fear? Bitch.
Flock, I am like... as shit. The truly bad part about being Destro, always being Of course, all teams on defense. They have cap. They're the last person to cap, so. Oh, I missed that. That's a problem.
Oh, it's just so cringe.
Mm-hmm.
DK should not be able to fucking pull through walls. Shouldn't be able to pull from different fucking, like, heights. Like... all together. Ton. Oh, this is gonna be a shit show.
Mm-hmm. But fuck it, I'll go. I'm behind you.
Have fun with the inevitable rogue.
Yeah.
I'm getting this boom in. Oh, of course. fucking DK pulled me upwards. Of course he did. Yeah, this game's over. Push for ramp. Ah. Tunnels didn't work.
You can't peel the healer because the healer gets pulled. The healer keeps getting too close and getting yanked into the middle of them.
Are we going ramp this time?
Supposedly.
All ramp. Okay.
I'm going up top because I'm ranged. I'm not going into bottom.
Go, 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 go. You said that in Say chat. I'll wait till you guys have like started fighting for a little while before I... That actually worked.
Yeah, but they have our flag too because they all left. Like half of them left. We have to literally ram our flag carrier into theirs and kill them while going by their graveyard as they all res. Die.
It's true.
No. Die. Now where's our fucking flag? He's carried by DK, so he's not fast. He's going ramp because their whole team's going that way.
I'm about to get pulled.
So did I just now.
Weird.
I was stunned forever and a day. He did. Behind us.
Okay, good job, Shaman.
Where's our flag? He's hiding somewhere in our base with our flag.
I'm gonna check up ramp. Why does a priest have the fucking flag?
He picked it up because the other guy died with it.
Well, that makes sense.
Well, they're about to jump him too.
Of course there. He's a fucking priest. I don't know why he doesn't just drop it and let somebody else take it.
They're just gonna hold it until it's over.
Where is our flag though?
Oh.
Fucking quit it, you goddamn wannabe shaman.
There is somebody sitting on the cubby in our base, so it might be up on top.
It's here, down here in the middle, going down tunnel.
Okay, I'm up in 20.
Oh, cool,
Our flag
Army of the
carrier's
Dead. Just what I did not want. Oh, rogue jumped me. And he couldn't really give it to anybody else because he had somebody on him almost the entire time. We have one person trying to carry the flag, but I'm pretty sure he's getting about to get wrecked because he's not running like he should be.
Yeah, he's 75%. 61, yeah. So cringe when teams turtle. Do you really want it to take fucking 25 minutes? is over.
If I'm that high on the list, we have a lot of ungeared people. Because I have not a damage, killing blows, everything. Because I don't have a single piece of PvP gear. 0. I don't even have a trinket.
1400. It's not terrible.
Almost had 30 killing blows.
You buy the gear in Org, right? No, it's the guy behind the dude in chat. Yeah, the dude behind chat.
1700. Hell yeah. 1700 honor, not bad. I'll take that.
Who's trying to say you don't have to gear for defense and wrath?
I don't know.
You don't have to gear for defense and wrath. And I'm like, oh, really? Then why does all the tank gear have defense rating on it? that would be my research. How do you know? I'm like, I have Atlas loot, and I'm looking at it right this second. Defense rating, defense rating, defense rating. Why does this shield got defense rating? Why does these boots have defense rating? Why does all the tier gear for tanks have defense rating?
It's almost like defense is port. I really hope we don't lose power.
You got a storm going on, do you? Looks like I have one rolling. Oh, are you in the Canada? You're in the Canada one?
I am.
Well, I think the part of Canada getting hit is not Quebec, so you're not the bad Canadian.
No, I'm a Newfoundlander.
You're the good Canadian. I have actual French Canadian friends that I've played WoW and stuff with for years, and we joke around about it. But even they agree that Quebec has fucking lost its goddamn mind.
It is.
Like, there are so many legal battles going on right now with the thing with them requiring everybody to have like French, to where you have to be like, they're trying to make it, you know, to where French is the guaranteed like the state language. I don't know how you call it, province required language.
Provincial.
Yeah, that word, the provincial language, and they're gonna change all the signs and all the road signs, and they're gonna remove any English from all of them, and it's like you're literally just handicapping like over half your population.
Yeah.
All school studies are required to be in French. I'm like, wow, I've never seen like a French supremacy before, but that's what's happening.
Quebec is a little bit fucking crazy.
It's causing a massive like constitutional crisis in Canada with all the laws they're passing and shit right now. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, we don't have a constitution.
Well,
we have literally nothing protecting rights.
It's like a charter or something that like links you all together as Canada for like all the province. Like we have like the constitution for like the federal government in in the United States, and you all have the one that's like the one that's above the provinces, whatever you all call it.
We have a charter that essentially says like the prime minister can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah, it's causing like a major fucking issue.
Yeah.
And companies hate it too, because the French are requiring like bills of lading and everything for like stuff getting shipped in to be in French instead. And they're like, we don't have that or do that. And they're like, well, you better make extra copies of everything that's now French too. And they're like, you literally want to double the paperwork for every company coming in and out of, Quebec? That's a good way for the company to be like, fuck that operating cost. We're not going there anymore.
Yeah, and yeah.
I need to put on new stone.
And the country's capital is in Quebec too, which makes it even more insane. No, it's not. It's in Ontario, but it's like really close to Quebec.
Yeah.
It's so close to Quebec that like most of the people in Ottawa speak French. I guess we're not fighting mid at all.
That's fine. I'd rather us all get the flag and then turn and crash into their flag carrier and kill theirs. Which, speaking of that, how bad is... How many DKs we facing here?
Okay.
0. They have no DKs.
You see me pulling through the wall.
How did you just do that?
He was on the other side of it.
And what, that wall doesn't, like, block anything?
No, it does. Like, you can't walk through it, but you can still select them. I don't
Yeah,
know.
okay. Also, if you put your body in that wall as a warlock, you can Howl of Terror and hit it people on the other side of the wall. It's kind of dumb.
Poor Hunter thought he's gonna get away.
Let's go, boy. Here comes their team. What are they carrying theirs? Ret Paladin's carrying theirs. Or is it Prot Paladin? Ret Paladin doesn't have Sanctuary buff.
Both annoying.
Not really. You just kind of do this.
He's silenced. He can't bubble. Oh, he's mad.
I just blew that warrior the fuck up. This other Ret Paladin's about to pop too. Hey, no more healing. Stop that. God, Shadow Fury's fun. Here, catch this. Oh, look, a shaman. Kablooey. I love just turning around and look at somebody. Pop. What's the matter? You hit... I have 2 off GCD abilities that can both crit for 5k. What? Conflagrate. Shadow Burn. Kaboom.
Oh my god, they're trying to...
Which way?
They're actually trying to catch up to the fucking flag.
God, I hope not. That would be behind me. Go, flag carrier, go. Run, Deja. And now we don't cap flags and sit here and farm there from honor for 23 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be the ideal thing to do. Actually, ideally, we'd capture 1 more flag, then do that. And hold the 3rd flag till the last second to cap it. That's literally the best way to get honor in Warsong anyways.
Friggin' forever controlled, dude.
I see a healer. I say we murder it. I have murdered it. Where?
Somewhere here.
Oop,
There it is.
somebody got it. Catch.
Freaking shred these idiots. Our flag's coming out of tunnel.
Our flag? Got it. I
Yep,
see him.
it's
It's the
there.
same guy.
Oh,
And
that's
stop.
the thing Guy an idiot?
I mean, you can't bubble with the flag. It'll drop it, so.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, you can't bubble with the flag. Hello, fellow warlock. Die. Hey, look, a geared shadow priest. Whatever will happen. Oh, there's a rogue here, too. It's combat. Why are you combat? It's dead. I have aggro. Somebody's looking at me. I see you, Merald. You're the guy who likes to run the flag.
He's super squishy, too.
He's in like full PvP gear too. He's just red. God, I love Shadow Fury. No one runs, and you die. I'm just gonna sit here and wait for Merald to come out. He can be another free kill again. I bet he goes graveyard.
No, he's going ramp.
I think he's ramp, yep.
He's got what,
two
two-
people with him and 2 people are coming behind.
Well, let's just start killing then.
I mean, the people with him just completely fucking abandoned him.
I got silenced at a really bad time. And then I blew this warrior to hell. And I almost died to the Shadow Priest dots. But
Wait,
Shadow
he
Ward.
actually made it to the fucking... Oh, it's a rogue.
Oh, he's doing the sprint bullshit. We have to not let them cap and protect our flag carriers running down the middle. Got my shit pushed in by an arms warrior because I'm geared as fuck and I'm not. That and you can't really fear a warrior.
Rug's in the cubby.
Is it in the cubby?
The flag carrier.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna stay down here for when he jumps off.
Hell yeah.
There's a warrior coming in. Probably ramp.
Freaking murdered that rogue. I killed him through that piece.
Yeah, I think the warrior's over here if you want to kill him too, Deja.
Yeah, they got me.
What? Oh.
Yeah, I died in the cubby. There was a warrior up there that smoked me.
We still capped though, so good. There he is. Is he which way is he going?
Yes, I'm taking flag.
I think he's going tunnel. Ramp. It's ramp.
First, common.
There's a rogue on me.
I'm going ramp.
So is that warrior. He's going far left. That rogue keeps sapping me over and over again. Rogue's dead.
You might be dead, Paladin. Yep. I'm not turtling in the fucking base. Fuck that.
How many times, rogue, do I have to annihilate you for you to leave me alone? Go back to base.
Having the flag just means that people peel me. I like having the flag.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I get peel, I get heals, like...
Let's go camp the graveyard with their flag.
Toxic.
Just a little time. Just a little. They're fucking running. That guy's just straight AFK, that hunter. Also, he's naked.
Is he?
He was.
Oh,
He was naked.
poor guy.
Naked or in some shit gear that makes him look like it. Oh, here's this combat rogue who thinks he's cool again. And die. Here's the warlock. Dead. We are bad people.
We are.
Camping their graveyard with their flag? With our whole team?
With our entire team. We are horrible human beings. Hey, but you know what?
Where you going, Paladin? Dead again. Hi, Shadow Priest. Goodbye. Let's go, Cap.
Yeah, I'm going to Cap.
I feel a little bad.
Top of the leaderboard for honorable kills, though. Somehow I don't have the most honor gains, though. I guess killing blows gives more honor.
Yay, holy shit, look at that honor. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I feel kind of
That's
bad.
nasty. What the heck?
Can I buy anything of use from you there, Mr. Dude? No. I mean, I could, but I should save up for better stuff than wrists and crap.
Alright, I can buy my shoulders. Let's go.
Need like 2 more wins and I can get my axe and have all of my gear.
I need like 30 more games like that one.
I have head, neck, shoulders now. That's sick.
I have everything. I have my 2 front axes. I need my 2-hander so I can go blood.
First piece I should get is head.
Dang, these shoulders look kind of sick, though.
Yep, just the Sunwell cloth gear. You're an orc. Why are you not demo?
Because I was leveling, and I haven't changed spec yet.
It's even better. Why weren't you demo?
Why the fuck would I be demo?
Level 50, you go demo, take a Felguard, laugh at the planet.
Yeah. Or I could stay AF and continue to be able to pull like 5 and 6 mobs at a time.
You do the same thing as demo.
Can you?
Yeah, especially when you get the meta, you can pull like 30 mobs, like not even a joke. You pull like an entire
60.
Yeah, as soon as you get meta, you can literally pull like you can farm like you're a frost mage. Like I'm just gonna pull 30 mobs, hit meta, immolation aura, laugh at the world. But yeah, Felguard is incredibly powerful. They buff the shit out of it in Wrath.
And I'm planning on going Felgar. I'm planning on going demo for Wrath, but I just haven't changed specs yet.
And
as
it's
soon as
fun.
As soon as I get dual spec, I'm going. Though, is there a PvP demo?
Mm-hmm. It's really only good in arenas. It's not great for battlegrounds because there's too many people who will just kill your pet instantaneously in a fucking battleground.
I mean, I don't think I've ever had my pet die in a battleground, I'll be honest.
These guys have killed my pet multiple times now.
I love going after unholy ghouls.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a humongous chunk of their damage.
Yeah. And they're super squishy fish.
I have 10k health now.
We also have a priest buff.
16,000 health.
They're cool.
Looks like we're fighting in the middle some with some people. Can we snag one that's an easy... Oh, fucking, I guess we're fighting in the middle now. Oh! Oh, I pulled that druid out of stealth! Oh my god, I got one shot by a rogue. Rogue fucking 8k, or sorry, 7.4k ambush crit me.
Jesus Christ, this rogue.
His name is Oh My God, I'm a Rogue.
No, it's oh my god, it is.
It's Oh My God, I'm a Rogue.
Yeah, I got fucking crit for 3k with backstab.
Yeah, this one's oh, it's a pre-made from Faralina.
Oh, is it? We just lose then.
Yeah. Well, it's not an entire. Oh, no, that was us. I was looking at this. It's a pre-made from Solfar. It's like fucking 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, exactly 5 of them, and then a couple from Sky Fury. We have a bunch of people from Faralina, which appears to be fucking us over. 2 of them are AFK apparently.
Oh, did you want to go after me, bitch? Oh, you have somebody on you.
It's an Argent Knight that fucking Paladin summoned. It doesn't do anything. It's just annoying. Oh, we have one priest healer. They have one priest healer. Oh shit!
Druid just came out of tunnel with the flag.
Yeah, well, this rogue just popped on somebody and killed them instantaneously too.
Speared?
Oh, I barely lived. Fuck, Hellstone.
Speared again.
I killed the one that was on me. This Brewmaster Toasty Go Dead is a DK, and it's fucking AFK as shit and sitting in the middle of the match.
We need to focus the disc priest. Oh, he fucking resisted my fear. That's super cool.
I avenged you. I killed the rogue.
Nice.
I'm gonna die to the DK though.
We got the flag. That's.
Never mind. I killed the DK, but I'm still gonna probably die to it. Oh nope! I died to a paladin who ran up and crit me. I killed that rogue and the DK who were on it. The rogue was like, Cloak of Shadows, and it's like, Chaos Bolt goes through that.
Man, I need to swap the fucking Destro. What the fuck?
Chaos Bolt is one of the greatest goddamn abilities in the game, and they nerfed the shit out of it after Wrath. Cannot be resisted and pierces through all absorption effects, including Paladin bubbles, Priest bubbles, fucking Cloak of Shadows, anti-magic shield. Goes through all of it.
I'm fearing the rogue. Rogue is feared. Never mind. He fucking Cloak of Shadows it.
Have a Chaos Bolt, Mr. Rogue. Didn't crit though, so he lived.
Like Cloak of Shadows.
Oh, there's a priest healing him.
Why can Cloak of Shadows dodge abilities? Like that's not.
It makes him. It's only spells. It makes him do immune to spell. It clears all debuffs from you, and then makes you have a 99% chance to resist every spell.
Why though? Like, why did Rogue need that?
It's actually really good on it. The thing is, it's normally a 2 or 3 minute cooldown. I think it's 2 minute cooldown, or a 3 minute cooldown goes down to 2 with talents. But the thing is, he's sub, so he gets to fucking prep it. So he gets multiple of them, which is the problem. That, and he has somebody pocket healing him. There's Cloak of Shadows again. Cloak of Shadows vanished.
Cool beans. DKs.
Yeah, I'm Paladin stunned, so I'm dead because there's like 3 people on me. Yeah, it's the rogue. It's the pre-made group just running around murdering everybody right now. We do have a cap though, so if we do turtle, we can literally win.
We could.
Need to get in their back line and kill that stupid disc priest.
You need to report this. You need to report this bot. Toasty Go Dead. It's fucking AFK bot.
How did we not just kill that fucking disc priest? Like, what do you mean it's an AFK bot?
That guy right there, Toasty Go Dead. He's been AFK the entire fucking game. Is that Paladin walks up and gets 3 insta crits on me, so I die.
Where is he AFK?
He was AFK at the graveyard. Before that, he was AFK standing in the middle, hiding in a bush. Now he's running around because I called him out for it.
He's got 29k damage. Like, what is that?
He's in like full gear too, so he has no excuse.
Rogue is feared?
Yeah, I'm dead to DK, but
DK is feared?
Flag carrier's going out the tunnel.
Oh, of course. Oh.
I'm trying. Got him.
Ooh.
Burninated.
Wait, that shaman just gave himself a hot and then...
They capped. Nobody stopped it, so now they're gonna try to farm us at the graveyard or something for honor. Yeah, they're all grouping together.
The disc priest is the friggin' best player on their team.
Mm-hmm.
He gets like a
I
million
killed the
kills.
rogue. Nice AMS, didn't matter.
I think they're grouping to try to cap. Yeah.
My pet just got a killing blow by hitting somebody for 124. Yeah, Chaos Bolt goes through that hunter. Deterrence. Don't give a shit.
There's a lot of people in our...
Yeah. They're going to come down ramp. And all of our team is going to continue to fight in the middle instead of, like, stop the flag carrier and the 4 people with them.
They're going graveyard.
Yep, I see him. What the hell has a flag? Oh, it's a druid doing the speed run shit. Where you at, druid? There he is. Oh, he's got the thing on to make himself incredibly small, too. He's trying to fucking be a little bastard.
He's feared?
This priest.
We need to kill this priest.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to kill the priest because I'm getting fucked. Best I can do is...
Priest
Yeah.
is feared.
20 seconds on res.
I just got one, like, actually one shot.
Mm-hmm. It was the paladin or the rogue?
Paladin and rogue at the same time.
Yeah, they've done that to me a couple times. It's annoying. They both try to pop on you at the same time. They're obviously together. The druid using the fucking engineering shit too to make himself incredibly small and fast. I fucking hate that crap. That's why they ended up making it to where that doesn't work in fucking BGs anymore.
Wow, Cloak of Shadows.
Cool. I got pulled by DK, pulled by another one, pulled by another one. And insta-killed by the paladin because he can hodge me and then hit 3 GCs and I die.
Oh no, Rogue, do you not have Cloak of Shadows?
Give it a second.
I fucking killed him. They're like defending the tunnel entrance.
Yeah, well, they capped last, so.
Wow. That's super cool. Huh. Like, Death Grip just shouldn't be usable in PvP. Like, it's just not a thing that should be able to happen. There's no reason that
Here comes like all 6 of them into the fucking base.
We have basically 0 movement. So if you could, we just be kited forever.
Yeah, all of them are coming up. Am I gonna get DK grabbed again? No? No, I'm gonna get fucking pallet stun. Oh. Huh. So cool.
I had a DK try to kill me and I just wasted his ass.
Can we focus the hunter in back, or...?
I see him. He's dicking out the tunnel.
Cool. That's really... Wow.
Damn.
Exorcism, 3k. Divine Storm, 2.5k.
We got the flag back, please, Cap.
We capped, okay. Winnable? I want next? I want my cloak next. Why is this disc priest like standing right in front of their tunnel?
He was healing me after I just killed 3 people.
Wow, that's really fair.
Yes, I killed the disc priest as I died.
No peel at all. Got a fucking pally on me. Just nobody's looking at him at all.
There's no way we get to him in time. I'll try though. Super Dracula.
He's going out tunnel.
Made the pally bubble because I almost one-shot it. Cap it, make us win. Fuck these people. This
is a rogue.
Fucking sulfurous pre-made, please cap. Yes.
Oh,
fuck these people.
So cringe. That's sick. Okay.
You're back.
So how much is the back? Back is 5 and 57. Okay. I'm so close to having 1k spell damage while buffed.
I need 12,000 or 11,300 more honor.
Until you have what?
The weapon.
Nice.
The staff.
Is the weapon all you want?
I'll take all of it, but the staff for now. Hit rating, yo. Hit rating. I do need to like go farm shards though. I have none. Ooh.
Somebody else is so well that I don't have to use a soul shard for? Don't mind if I do.
He's also Destro and he's geared.
Is it?
Yep, Vict. His Destro build is fucked up, but he is Destro. He should not have Soul Leech at all.
He has full fucking brutal gear.
Yeah, he needs to get rid of Soul Leech so he can get down into fucking Soul Link.
Crit on the staff is better, more int, and a little bit more hit, but that's it. Okay, I don't mind losing that stuff.
Yeah, as soon as this one's over, I have to literally go in Terracar Forest and farm up soul shards for like 3-4 minutes.
Oh, do you not drain soul people?
Not typically, because you're Destro, and we burn soul shards constantly because Shadow Burn costs a soul shard. And if they don't die within the 5 seconds, you're not getting it back.
I normally, if there's somebody that's like a whole bunch of people are like.
Oh shit! I had 3 warriors charge me in Bladestorm. I died, or at least 1. It looked like 3. Nope, it's 3. They don't have a single DK though.
What the fuck? Like, knocked me back.
I'm back.
Boomkin probably.
Oh, are we about to get smoked?
Yeah.
You're about to get ran over.
They have 3 warriors and some healers. It's looking pretty doomed.
We need to start picking them off and splitting them up, like that guy right there. Where you going, Mage Man? Paladin bubbled and is chasing me around like a dick.
Mages silenced. Paladin's feared.
I'm stunned. I'm dead.
Oh, it's the fucking fire mage that disorients.
Mm-hmm.
That's what disoriented me. Cloak of Shadows. Dead of Shadows. Where is the flag going?
Ramp. Oh wait, this might not be the flag. This might just be a random warlock up here that wants to die. And it's dead. Where is the flag? It's not ramp, or it's already gone.
Fucking Christ, they just have so many people that fucking... Oh, they have so many melee. And all of them have CC. Flag is left side.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of peel.
Got that one dead.
And they're all just respawn.
Got that one dead.
What the fuck is this, Deep Freeze? You're a cringe Lord Mage.
Yeah, they have one frost mage, one fire mage.
Oh, tell me I'm about to... Yep. Oh, you're a fucking lifesaver, DK. Oh, well, I'm just dead from a mill. DK didn't kill a warrior.
I'm gonna die to his fire mage's dots, but I killed him too.
I had a fucking frost mage, a Destrolock, and a warrior on me.
That's a quick way to die.
Yeah. Goodbye, fucking frost mage. They were literally walking past my teammates and going for mid, like... Oh, insane. Ha. And now we get a 30-second. Awesome.
Four people jump me as I have the rogue at like fucking 5%. It's like, you fucks. At least let me kill the thing first. Am I dead at dots? I don't know. Definitely a demon armor, though. Demon armor game.
I'm sapped. Sapped again.
I'm waiting for him to pop out on you. Oh, there he is. Oh god. You're gonna die before I can get there. There's Cloak.
What is that? Like,
Cloak of Shadows, Shadow Step. He's fucking whatever it's called. Sub.
like, Cloak, I get fucking triple sapped, and then he can stun me at, like... Third G1 on immediately.
I killed him. Had to run his ass down, but I got him.
Vicarious Fear?
Oh, well, here's the fucking warrior crew. To insta-kill me again. Nobody's grouping up. We're not getting anywhere.
Can we please kill the fucking flag carrier? This is so insane that he's not dead yet.
He's a prot warrior.
Amazing. Like...
Yeah, he charged. There's the Cloak of Shadows vanish.
I'm sapped again.
Yep, here comes the warrior crew. Goodbye.
I got dots sticking on all of them, but they have a healer, so it doesn't matter.
That's like make or break thing. If we actually had a healer.
Yeah, we don't have one, do we?
Like, that is such a ridiculously long range, and of course the rogue is here. So
No, we don't
cringe.
have a healer.
Like, that rogue literally waited out that entire fight, and then fucking came and backstabbed me. Like, you're subhuman. I didn't get rezzed.
I wonder if it's still more, if it's more honor still to sit in AV.
I don't know. This is a lot of honor, dude.
Yeah, when we win. When we lose, it's not.
I mean, even
I mean,
when
they still
lose,
take
they'll
they take
get
like
it.
10 minutes if you're like losing hard, and then you get like 600 honor,
Yeah.
and that's like basically guaranteed as long as you're fighting like a little bit.
If you win AV, you're only getting like 600 maybe. if it's not PvP weekend.
Oh my god, I'm stun locked by a Proc Mage. Cool.
I mean, even if we lose 3 and get 1 win, that's so much honor.
Yeah. I've been dead for more than I've been alive. Like, I have no fucking honor. I just keep getting dove. So.
Same. 3 warriors will literally run around as a group. And you just get fucking insta-wasted by them.
When they're getting pocket healed. Like crazy.
And I didn't get healed again! Like, this is just...
We don't have a healer.
I didn't get rezzed again.
If you don't see the countdown, you have to click on the person.
I saw the countdown.
Wow.
And I was standing next to it, and it didn't fucking res me. Again.
What the fuck, Mage? How did you resist that, you lucky bastard? Oh, god damn it, this fucking Warriors. Yeah, I'm done with this one. I'm done. I say we just let them fucking win and get it over with. Can't do anything with 3 fucking Warriors. Every time every time I step off the fucking graveyard, I have like 1 to 3 Warriors charge me and insta pop me, and it's like, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I here? This is completely pointless and does nothing but aggravate me and not make me want to play. Why would I do this? I got him for you, Deja. But behind you.
Rogue is coming to you guys.
That's not great to know. I just heard him. Fuck you.
Goodbye.
He immediately turned to charge me. That's the guy who's like, literally every time I step out the graveyard, he goes for me no matter what. Oh, look, here's the other one.
Fearing?
Shadow Fury, die.
Rogue is feared.
Cloaked.
Come on. Rogue is balanced. Warrior is... Ah.
Blade Storming?
Oh, but yeah, of course. That doesn't slow him. Why would it? Like...
Up. Insta-killed by Mage.
Why wouldn't he be able to keep up with people while simultaneously dealing 2,000 damage a second?
He's also immune to all slows and any form of CC during that. There is a way to stop it, though. If you are a rogue or a warrior and you use disarm on him, it immediately stops it.
Oh, man. I guess I just chose the wrong class.
For that moment, yes.
I'm getting backstabbed and charged again.
Well, I got the warrior, but I'm not going to guarantee anything with his rogue. Nope. Stunned by a Destro Lock.
Are we handshaking on the flag now? And warriors, of course, have a reflect on their spells. Because why not? Jesus fucking Christ.
Yo, 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 yo. What do you guys say?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? What are you guys
Getting
saying?
our fucking shit pushed in a BG.
Yo, 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 invite me.
I mean, dude, we're in the middle, but invite you for the next one.
I'll heal, or I can only heal, because tanking sucks in battle.
Good.
Yeah,
We keep running
heal
with
is
no
the
healers.
only thing we want you to do.
I could just be in the front and take the damage.
The, people, okay, what class are you? You're paladin, right?
Yes.
Yeah, people ignore you.
I remember when I was a kid, I tried to taunt the enemy, see if I could get them to
Get
attack
fucked,
me.
warrior. Ah. Walk through a group of my fucking teammates to me. Like, what a piece of shit. Ignoring this mage. Come on, blink this way. Rogesh. Oh, you blinked into the
Hi.
gesture lock.
I was at 30% health, so I can understand why he blinked at me. But I was preloaded, so he died. I'm just sitting here eating food in the middle of the BG, in the middle of a fucking thing, about to die. Let's see if there's a healing thing over here. If not, I'm going to sit in here and eat. Because I have no mana or health. Yay, healing thing. Oh, cool. 6 feet's here. That's bad. He just stood there and died. And they capped, so. So now we have to cap in the next 9 minutes to actually win.
What?
Oh, the Paladin Warrior crew's here. Goodbye. I'm dead.
Ooh, that's a big group medal.
Uh-huh, because they're just going to try to farm us for honor now because they capped again, so. Warrior's dead. Well, one of them. The other one saw me. I have a problem. And it's immediately trinket charge dead. Yep.
What do you mean I howled the terror and it didn't fucking go off?
If it's a warrior, you probably have Berserker Rage, which makes him immune for 10 seconds to fear.
Like, is this just the fucking counter warlock game, or?
Warriors are the counters to warlocks. Immune to fear, can spell reflect back spells. You can't really run away from them.
Seems like warriors, DKs.
Warriors and rogues, DKs not so much, depending on your spec. And if you're not getting mobbed by a bunch of people, DKs aren't that bad as a warlock. Because, well, the thing is, after they get nerfed, the Chains of Ice nerf, that's when it's Not so bad. But everybody hates DKs, so all they currently have their
Chains of
current.
Ice can get removed from the fucking game. It still won't change the fact that like DKs can walk up through a pack of fucking your teammates, AMS, and then fucking drag you away, and there's no counterplay to that. Like,
Fucking rogue. I killed 3 of his teammates before he popped on me though.
if we last second fucking cap this, that would be insane. Rogue is feared.
Where'd the rogue fucking go?
Rogue is nearby, he just distracted, man. Druid is tapped.
I'm sapped. Nope, they do have third cap and done, finally.
Jesus Christ. That made me want to fucking... Oh, wait, no. Curse, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Are you on? Yeah, there
yes.
you are.
I have curse and curse. Oh look, Deja is here.
Yeah.
Awesome. Can you tank for us?
I'm about to be able to buy my axe.
If we win this, I can buy my cloak.
Nice.
And then I'll just need one.
Did you guys already go in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna use every second before I have to say yes. Cause don't you remember I was like gonna try to go farm a couple soul shards before I went in there?
My bad. After cloak, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not that many pieces. And I have a full weekend? This is easy peasy.
Yeah, you can get it easy. And Warsong, if you get a decent group, like, it's so fast.
Like, I was a little bit worried because everybody was like, oh yeah, it took me like 4.5 days to get my set. I was like, fuck. I don't have
I've just been casually playing, and I got it. I got it in like a day and a half. But I only did it on PvP weekend, really.
Yeah.
2 from... 3 from Mankirk. 1 DK, 3 rogues.
Jesus.
2 druids.
And 2 hunters.
And a priest. Priest is probably a healer. Hopefully the fucking druids are not healers. Oh, we have at least 1 druid healer. That's good.
Look. Need to put... How about Banish, right?
I hope so. It's incredibly useful. You want to know something funny you can do against a demo lock with Banish? When they hit meta, you can actually banish them.
Can you really?
Yeah, they turn into an actual demon. You can banish them.
Yeah.
And in PvP, it's just a straight 12-second banish. They're just immune and just stuck there, and you're just like, everybody collects around them. They're just stuck there, frozen in banished form, and literally your entire team just all stands around them like, hello. There's a rogue over here on the right.
I'm gonna stick by you, bro.
Hey guys, Hunter right here. I'm gonna turn around. Oh, and a rogue. Goodbye. I'm dead. Hunter, yeah, they all went to the, like, all the rogues and hunters went to the right in the woods.
Wow.
I should have just stayed on my
This fucking Boomy literally just took no damage from my entire, like, all of my dots and a fucking half panel of Drain Soul.
Hey, we're coming down tunnel. There's a rogue on EFC. Holy shit. He just killed this druid in front of me.
Yeah, the rogue kill me is incredibly geared.
Oh no.
You said he's coming down tunnel?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah. What the fuck? Where the fuck is the druid that I'm being hit by? Oh, there is. Yes.
Every time I step off the graveyard, this same rogue is sitting there. Hell's it.
We literally have not killed a single one of them, by the way.
Yeah, they have one priest healer. Every time I try to do anything, every time I try to do anything, that rogue just fucking pops out and just wastes me instantly.
Fucking A, bro. I'm dead.
Yeah, they're actually playing together as a group, as a pack, so we're kind of fucked. They're just sticking together as a giant group.
Damn it.
Jesus, that disc priest is so fucking annoying. Wow, yeah, this is just over.
They're gonna cap twice, grab the flag, then camp people, and we're gonna have to stop rezzing to make them actually end it. Or if we wanted to be pricks, we can literally all report the other guy for fucking AFK on their team. The disc priest. Which is real fucked up that you can do that, and it works. It happened to Erotica last night. The enemy team spam reported her, so she got kicked out and got deserter while she was mid-fight.
Really?
She was mid-fight healing people, and they fucking they just hit the button over and over again and reported her. There's a macro for it where you can literally just insta-kick somebody on the enemy team.
This hunter is on me now. And for some reason, hunters can silence. Of course. Like, it's just over this game.
Hey, it's alright. We'll get it.
Managed to kill that rogue barely. Druid man, can I have a rejuve or something? I'm sitting here at 36% health, please.